Chapter 651. Mr. Chen, is there something wrong? Zhou Zichen asked in a low voice. Oh, nothing, let's go in and see. David followed Zhou Zhigan towards the room, but along the way, David didn't feel a trace of spiritual energy, but a gloomy wind. Logically speaking, if the Shen family has a 10,000-year Ginseng King, they should be able to sense the aura emanating from the Ginseng King even in a radius of several hundred meters, but David did not feel it at all. There are only two possibilities. The first is that the Wanyan Shenhuang is not in the Shen family's yard, and the second is that the Shen family does not have a Wanyan Shenhuang at all, but spreads fake news. But no matter what the situation is, David has to see Wanyan Shenhuang first. If he doesn't see anything, David will not trade. Zhou Zhigan took David and the others into the hall. Although there were many servants of the Shen family, no one stopped them, and they all nodded slightly to greet Zhou Zhigan. It could be seen that Zhou Zhigan was familiar with the Shen family. After entering the hall, I saw 5 or 6 people sitting on the sofa, some smoking cigarettes, frowning, some bowing their heads, as if thinking about something, and a woman with tears in her eyes. She must have just cried. Uncle Zhou, when did you arrive? Please take a seat. At this time, a young man found Zhou Zhigan in them, so he hurriedly got up and said. The others also looked up and saw that Zhou Zhigan was coming, and they all stood up to greet him. Everyone respected Zhou Zhigan. Sit down, everyone sit down. Zhou Zhigan was a little flattered. He hurriedly waved his hand to let everyone sit down, and then asked the young man, Shen Lang, I heard that your father is ill, so I hurried over here. How are others? Zhou Zhigan was very knowledgeable about the world, so he didn't mention the Wanyan Shenhuang at all. Instead, he first cared about the body of Shenhuan San, the head of the Shen family. In this way, when the time came to talk about the Wanyan Shenhuang, the Shen family always wanted to take care of some face. Hey, Shen Lang sighed, aren't we worried? When I just came back, my dad was good and bad, and occasionally I could meet people, but now I'm like a fool, I don't know anyone, and I'm still old. Yelling, biting when you see someone. When Zhou Zhigan heard it, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. He didn't expect Shen Wansan's condition to be so serious. What the H3LL is going on? How did it become like this? Although Zhou Zichen heard what his younger brother Zhou Zicheng said, what Zhou Zicheng knew was just a little bit of fur. After all, only the Shen family knew the real reason. Shen Lang opened his mouth, but without saying the last word, he sighed and sat back. The other Shen family members were also silent, and some were crying softly. Didn't you see a doctor? Zhou Zichen asked with a questioning face. I've searched for it. I've searched for doctors in a radius of hundreds of miles. No one can see it. They all say that Wan San will not survive for 3 days. The woman replied, and as she spoke, she burst into tears. Brother and sister, don't cry for now, I think there will be a way. Zhou Zhigan comforted the woman, then glanced at David, and then said to the Shen family, I am back this time. From Guanyin I specially invited Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen is a famous doctor. No matter what kind of illness, the medicine will definitely cure the disease. When everyone saw that Zhou Zhigan brought a genius doctor, they all looked at David and the 3 behind Zhou Zhigan. In the end, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Tianhu. After all, Lin Tianhu was older, and it was possible to say that he was a genius doctor, but David, a young man in his early 20s, no one thought of him as a genius doctor. Chapter 652. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, Lin Tianhu suddenly felt uncomfortable, and hurriedly pointed to David, This is Mr. Chen, the genius doctor who cures the disease. Seeing Lin Tianhu say that David is a genius doctor, everyone in the Shen family was stunned, and their eyes were full of disbelief. Yes, this is Mr. Chen. Don't look at Mr. Chen's youth, but his medical skills are Saihua to us. Zhou Zichen also pointed to David and said. Seeing Zhou Zhigan say this, the Shen family only had a trace of confidence in their eyes. Uncle Zhou, since he is a genius doctor, then please take a look at my father. As long as my father can be cured, my Shen family will be very grateful. Seeing this, Shen Lang hurriedly said to Zhou Zhigan. Where did Zhou Zhigan dare to call the shots? He could only look back at David. Mr. Chen, what do you think? I can cure the disease, but before we can cure it, we'd better speak clearly. David said lightly. Yes, let's make it clear first, so that there will be no quarrels later. Zhou Ziqian nodded again and again. Tell me, how much do you want? Shenlang asked David. After all, the family came from thousands of miles away from the customs, so it is not an exaggeration to negotiate the price before seeing a doctor, and the Shen family is not unreasonable. I don't want money. David shook his head. I will heal your father, but you must guarantee that the king of Wanyan can only sell it to me, and let me see the goods first. As soon as David's words came out, the Shen family were all stunned, but Shenlang's face sank and said, So you came here for the Wanyan Shenwang? Uncle Zhou, what the H3LL is going on? If you want to King Wanyan, with the friendship between our two families, as long as the price is right, we will naturally sell it to you first, but you brought a so-called genius doctor to treat my father, but you threatened my Shen family with it. Is this right? A little too much to say. Zhou Zhigan hurriedly explained, Nephew, you have misunderstood, Mr. Chen is indeed rushing to King Wanyan, but he is indeed a genius doctor who can cure your father's illness. I definitely did not use this to threaten you. The meaning of the family, besides, our Zhou family will not want this 10,000-year ginseng king. How can I dare to make up my mind about what Mr. Chen likes? I just want to see things, and then buy your Wanyan ginseng king. It's not that I don't give you money. Who do you sell it to? You just sell me the Wanyan ginseng king, and I will keep your father safe. David looked at Shenlang and said lightly. As soon as Shenlang heard it, he was absolutely right in what David said. Whoever sells this is also selling it, as long as the price is right, and David can also heal his father's illness. Okay, I promise you, you will take care of my father first, and I promise to sell you the Wanyan ginseng king. After Shenlang thought for a while, he nodded and said, I want to see something first. David didn't feel the existence of King Wanyan Shen in the Shen family, so he had to see something first. If he was deceived by the Shen family, then who would David go to? David wanted to look at things first, which made Shenlang directly silent. Shenlang's brows were slightly wrinkled, as if he was thinking about something. My dear nephew, just take a look, and you won't be missing anything. Mr. Chen's request is reasonable. Zhou Zhigan saw that Shenlang hesitated, so he persuaded him. But Shenlang still didn't speak, and the rest of the Shen family were also silent. Seeing such a group situation, Zhou Zhigan frowned. Nephew, don't you guys have no Wanyan Shenwang at all? No, Uncle Zhou, there must be a 10,000-year-old ginseng king in our Shen family, it's just this ginseng king. Just when Shenlang was about to tell the reason, an excited voice suddenly came, Langer, I invited the director of Fengtian First People's Hospital to treat my eldest brother, and my eldest brother is saved. Chapter 653. Everyone looked around for fame, and saw a middle-aged man walk in with a 60th old man with a respectful support. This middle-aged man is Shen Wansan's younger brother, Shen Wanfu, and the 66th old man is Jing Sun, the director of Fengtian First People's Hospital. When everyone in the Shen family saw Jing Sun coming, they all hurriedly stood up to greet him, and invited Jing Sun to the master to sit down. The arrival of Jing Sun made the Shen family instantly forget David's existence. After all, they were skeptical of David's identity as a genius doctor. After all, David was too young, and Jing Sun was a well-known genius doctor in the entire Northeast. It's just that he is getting older. After retirement, Jing Sun no longer sees doctors. No matter how much money is paid, Jing Sun will not see it. Someone once offered 100 million to ask Jing Sun to help him see a doctor, but Jing Sun refused. And this time Shen Wanfu invited Jing Sun, which made all the Shen family see hope. Jing Sun gave the Shen family a proud look, and then said, Shen Wanfu, this old man promised you to come and see your brother, but don't forget my conditions. If you dare to lie to me, don't look at me. It's an old bone, it's easy to deal with your Shen family. President Zheng, what I promised you, I will definitely do it. After you have healed my eldest brother, I will take you to see the Wanyan Shenwang immediately. If President Zheng is interested, we will give priority to President Zheng. Bye. Shen Wanfu quickly assured. It turned out that the reason why Jing Sun was able to come was because of the 10,000 years of Ginseng King. It seems that he also wanted to get this 10,000 years of Ginseng King. President Zheng, as long as you heal my father, anything can be said. Shen Lang also said quickly. They put all their hopes on Jing Sun now. If Jing Sun can't do anything, I'm afraid that others will be even more helpless. Seeing that the Shen family had said this, Jing Sun nodded, very satisfied with the attitude of the Shen family. Shen Lang, we came first. Besides, Mr. Chen can also heal your father. Why did you promise others? Zhou Zhigan was a little upset when he saw that the Shen family gave Jing Sun this 10,000 years of ginseng. Shen Lang glanced at Zhou Zhigan, and said a little embarrassedly, Uncle Zhou, we don't know the genius doctor you found, and no one can believe it, and President Zheng is a famous genius doctor in the northeast of our country, so you must be too. You've heard of it, of course we have to give it to Dingjing first. Zhou Zhigan wanted to say something, but was directly stopped by David. Don't tell them, no one can see the illness of the male owner except me, so it's okay to let others try it. David knew that this Shen Wansan was not sick at all, nor was he sick at all. It would be this kind of symptom. To put it bluntly, Shen Wansan got hysteria, and it wasn't just a matter of injections and medicines. As soon as David's words came out, Jing Sun, who was sitting on the sofa, looked at him coldly. When he saw that David was only in his early 20s, he said such wild words, and he said it in front of him. This is obviously did not pay attention to him. Humph, you're young, and your tone is quite crazy. This old man has practiced medicine for decades. When I treat people, I'm afraid you still don't know which mountain to climb a tree on. Jing Sun reprimanded David with a cold face. Boy, where did you come from? In front of Din Zheng, you dare to say such arrogant words. Do you know that Din Zheng is in our northeastern region, and he is a famous doctor? There is no disease that he can't cure. The Dean doesn't like it well, so no one likes it. Shen Wanfu looked at David and said with a look of disdain. That's right, I haven't heard that Din Zheng has taken action, and he has a bad disease. You are young, you know SHT, you should stay where it is cool. The rest of the Shen family also spoke coldly to David. Chapter 654. After all, David annoyed Jing Sun, and it was not good for their Shen family. It really drove Jing Sun away, who would treat Shen Wansan to a doctor. What do you know? Mr. Chen is not only skilled in medicine, but also can concoct alchemy. Why don't you compare Mr. Chen with ordinary doctors? Zhou Zhigan became anxious when he saw that everyone in the Shen family had made disrespectful remarks to David. Brother Zhou, we have taken your kindness. You should take the genius doctor you found. We can rest assured that we have Director Zheng here. We won't need such a powerful doctor. Shen Wanfu actually ordered Zhou Zhiqian to evict guests. This made Zhou Zhiqian angry, but he accompanied David to sell Wanyan Ginseng King. Even if he was angry, Zhou Zhiqian could not leave. Okay, let's talk about your brother's symptoms first. Jing Sun saw that David and Zhou Zhigan had stopped talking, so he waved his hand and asked Shen Wanfu. When Shen Wanfu heard this, he hurriedly followed Jing Sun about his eldest brother's situation. Jing Sun frowned slightly through Shen Wanfu's description. Listening to what you said, your brother doesn't seem to be sick, it seems that he has hysteria, and his mind is confused by dirty things. Jing Sun analyzed. What? When everyone in the Shen family heard this, they all panicked. Although the Shen family is rich, they are all ordinary people. They have occasionally heard of ghosts and gods, but they have never encountered them. Now hearing Jing Sun say this, they are all startled. However, because of Jing Sun's reputation, they couldn't help but believe what he said, so Shen Wanfu hurriedly asked, President Zheng, then. Is there any help for my brother? Of course it's saved. Since I'm here, even if it's hysteria, I can be cured, don't worry. Jing Sun said confidently. Hearing what Jing Sun said, the Shen family felt relieved. And David looked at Jing Sun somewhat unexpectedly. He didn't expect the other party to be able to see that it was hysteria, and that he was being overtaken by a ghost. Jing Sun groped from his body, and quickly took out a beautiful small wooden box. After opening it, there was a thumb-sized pill in it, which was black and not slippery. When Zhou Ziqin saw the pills, his eyes suddenly lit up, because he looked too familiar, and the small wooden box containing the pills was obviously made by someone he sent to process, specifically for packaging Xiaohuandan, and the black pill that Jing Sun held in his hand was Xiaohuandan. David laughed when he saw that Jing Sun took out Xiaohuandan from his arms, but he didn't say anything. "President Zheng, what is this?" Shen Wanfu asked in confusion. The other Shen family members also got together and looked carefully at the pills in Jing Sun's hand. Seeing everyone's curious appearance, Jing Sun said proudly, "This pill is called Xiaohuandan. It has the effect of refreshing the mind and strengthening the body, but it is a magic medicine that I spent millions on and dragged on. The relationship was obtained from the customs, and only this one was obtained. If it wasn't for your Shen family's Wanyan Ginseng King, I would be reluctant to take it out. This medicine pill will ensure that the mind of the Shen family master can be restored." What Jing Sun said was very confident, but those Shen family members were stunned when they heard it. Hearing Jing Sun's words, Zhou Zhigan's eyes widened in surprise. This medicinal pill was sold by him, and the packaging box was designed and made by him, but he had never bought it for a price of several million. Yu Qi is still in front of David. Isn't Jing Sun saying this? He is framing Zhou Zhigan for taking black money? You must know that Xiaohuan pill was refined by David and handed over to Zhou Ziqian and he Jigang to sell it as an agent. The price is fixed, and the amount of money they give to David is also fixed. Would David be happy to give David such a little money? Chapter 655. Cold sweat broke out on Zhou Zhigan's forehead. He hurriedly looked at David, and wanted to explain to David, but he was stopped by David's eyes. David believed that Zhou Zhigan did not dare to eat black money. Nonsense. Besides, David didn't even know that the Xiaohuandan he made could also cure hysteria. This is pure nonsense. Although Xiaohuandan can refresh the mind and strengthen the body, if you want to give the dirty things in the human body, forced it out, Xiaohuandan has no such effect. It's just that David didn't expose that Jing Sun on the spot. He wanted to continue to waiting to see Jing Sun's joke. When the Shen family saw that Jing Sun was useless, they would naturally ask for it. "President Zheng, the money for this pill will be paid by our Shen family, and we will never let President Zheng suffer." Shen Wanfu understood what Jing Sun meant, so he said quickly. "Shen Heir's boss is being polite. I didn't mean it that way. It's just a few million, and I still don't take it seriously." Jing Sun waved his hand with a smile, and then gave Xiaohuandan to Shen Lang. "Go and take it to your father, I believe your father will be well soon." Shen Lang thanked him again and again, took Xiaohuandan carefully, and hurriedly ran towards the backyard. Everyone in the Shen family waited anxiously, hoping that Xiaohuandan would really work. About 10 minutes later, Shen Lang ran back with a happy face. "Langer, how is your father?" Shen Lang's mother asked. "Mom, Din Zheng Xiaohuandan is really useful. After my dad ate it, he stopped making noise and even called out my name. He knew me." Shen Lang said excitedly. "Really? It's great, I'm going to see him." As Shen Lang's mother said, she was about to run to the backyard. "Mom, my dad was only awake for a while, then he fell down and fell asleep. It's useless for you to go there." Shen Lang stopped his mother. "President Zheng, my elder brother fell asleep again, what's going on?" Shen Wanfu asked in confusion. Patriarch Shen's mind is damaged, his body is controlled, he has been overworked, and now he suddenly wakes up, he must be very tired, so it is normal to fall asleep. Jing Sun explained. When everyone in the Shen family heard this, they felt that what Jing Sun said was reasonable, and they all nodded, showing even more respect towards Jing Sun. "Second Shen, I have cured your brother's illness. Shouldn't it be time to show me the king of ginseng for 10,000 years?" Jing Sun asked Shen Wanfu. Shen Wanfu opened his mouth, but when he saw Zhou Zhigan and David, they would only know what to do. Shen Wanfu closed his mouth and hesitated for a while before looking at Zhou Zhigan and said, "Brother Zhou, you came back from the pass, and when you arrive at my Shenmu home, we should have done our best to treat you as a landlord and invited you to a meal, but it's not very convenient today. I hope Brother Zhou will take your people away, and I will definitely come to the door in person another day to invite Brother Zhou to dinner. Shen Wanfu was giving Zhou Zhigan an evacuation order. After all, with Zhou Zhigan and David here, Shen Wanfu had something to say. Shen Wanfu's words made Zhou Zhigan ugly, but he couldn't say anything. After all, what Shen Wanfu said was polite. He couldn't just stay here and not leave, right? The helpless Zhou Zhigan could only look at David, wondering what David thought. Do you really think your brother is okay? David looked at Shen Wanfu and asked. Ah, what's the matter? Didn't you hear what my nephew said just now? My eldest brother already recognizes him, and now he's just sleeping. Shen Wanfu was convinced, after all, Jing Sun's identity was there. Humph. David snorted coldly. Xiao Huandan can refresh the mind, but it's just a tonic, it can't cure diseases, let alone hysteria, not to mention when this Xiao Huandan is worth millions, I do not know how. Chapter 656. Young man, are you doubting me, this little Huandan? Hearing David's words, then Jing Sun was not happy. Didn't this make it clear that he falsely reported the price? Seeing that Jing Sun was unhappy, the Shen family hurriedly accused David. You know the SHT, Dean Jing has practiced medicine for many years, do you still know if Xiao Huandan can cure the disease? That's right, Dean Jing asked a friend to buy this little Huandan. He doesn't know how much it cost. Don't talk nonsense here, kid, it's like you made Xiao Huandan. Everyone in the Shen family said what I said, and no one was looking at Zhou Zhigan's face. Boy, don't rely on Brother Zhou's invitation, our Shen family will respect you, no matter what kind of genius doctor you are in the customs, you are not qualified to question President Zheng when you are here. Shen Wanfu said very annoyed, if he didn't look at Zhou Zhigan's face, he would have driven David away long ago. A child who has not grown all his hair, in front of Jing Sun, brag. However, in the face of the cold words of the crowd, David was not angry. He came to the king of 10,000 years, and how could David leave without seeing the king of 10,000 years? You're right, that Xiao Huandan was really made by me. David's words immediately made everyone stunned. Immediately afterwards, all burst out laughing, and all looked at David mockingly. Then Jing Sun looked even more contemptuous. At such a young age, he dares to brag about this kind of arrogance, but I heard that this Xiao Huandan was refined by an alchemy master in Guan, and this master obviously must be proficient in medical theory. How could it be you a little boy? I'm afraid you don't even know what the ingredients are in Xiao Huandan. I can testify that Xiao Huandan is indeed made by Mr. Chen, and I am selling the Xiao Huandan in this package. In the lower right corner of the package, the name of our Renatang is also printed. Zhou Zhigan couldn't stand it any longer, so he stood up to testify, proving that Xiao Huandan was refined by David. Hearing what Zhou Zhiqian said, Shen Wanfu hurriedly took the exquisite box, and sure enough, in the lower right corner, he saw the words Renatang. The Shen family all knew that Zhou Zhiqian was in the business of medicinal materials in Yincheng and opened a Renatang, but they didn't know that Zhou Zhiqian was selling this Xiao Huandan. Brother Zhou, although Renatang is indeed printed here, as far as I know, there are quite a few pharmacies called Renatang in Guan. Shen Wanfu still couldn't believe that Zhou Zhiqian's Renatang had the ability to sell millions of pills, which requires a lot of economic strength. Although there are quite a few Renhatangs, Yincheng has only my family. You ask Dean Jing whether this little Huandan was bought from Yincheng, or you'll know. Zhou Zhiqian smiled slightly. Shen Wanfu looked at Jing Sun, but Jing Sun's face was a little surprised at this time, and he was looking at Zhou Zhigan. Are you Zhou Zhigan, boss Zhou? Zhou Zhigan nodded, yes, I am Zhou Zhigan. Jing Sun was overjoyed, and hurriedly stepped forward and shook hands with Zhou Zhiqian. Boss Zhou, I really didn't expect us to meet here. I just heard from my friend that you are also from Northeast China, but I have never met. I really asked a friend to buy this small return pill from Yincheng Renatang, and now many people want to buy it, but they are suffering from no way. Xiao Huandan is indeed very popular. After all, David has limited refining materials. Although the medicinal materials used for refining Xiao Huandan are all common medicinal materials, David does not have the time to refine Xiao Huandan all day long, and it is impossible for him to refine Xiao Huandan. Dan, wasting too much of your spiritual power. President Zheng, there is one thing I hope I can make clear today. The highest price of my little Huandan is not more than 1 million. When has it been sold for millions? The reason why Zhou Ziqian asked Jing Sun was that he wanted him to explain in front of David, but he could not let David misunderstand him. Chapter 657. This. Jing Sun looked embarrassed when he was asked. He didn't know how to answer Zhou Ziqian. He couldn't admit that he falsely reported the price, right? At this time, Shen Lang saw Jing Sun's embarrassment, so he hurriedly said, "Uncle Zhou, Dean Jing must have been deceived by a friend. Although the price you sell Xiao Huandan is not high, maybe his friend increased the price privately." Woolen cloth. Shen Lang's words made Jing Sun go down the stairs in an instant, and immediately nodded, "Yes, it must be my friend who lied to me, I must find him to settle the account." Since Jing Sun has said so, Zhou Zhigan can't say anything more. "Uncle Zhou, could it be that this small return pill is really made by this Mr. Chen?" Shen Lang asked incredulously. Since Xiao Huandan was sold by Zhou Ziqian, he knew the origin of Xiao Huandan best. "Of course, in the world, except for Mr. Chen, I'm afraid no one can make a small return pill." Zhou Ziqian nodded and said. However, David is a little embarrassed to say this. Xiao Huandan is the most basic medicinal pill, and I am afraid that some immortal cultivators can refine it. Now Zhou Zhigan directly touts him like this, which makes David very uncomfortable. Awkward. "Boss Zhou, I know that this alchemy technique can't be learned overnight." This young man looks in his early 20s. Even if he learns from his mother's womb, I'm afraid he won't be able to practice an elixir like Xiao Huandan, right? Although Xiao Huandan was sold by Zhou Ziqian, Jing Sun still did not believe that David could make Xiao Huandan. After all, David is too young. In Jing Sun's eyes, David is just a child. I also don't quite believe that such a young person can really learn from his mother's womb. How high can he be in medicine? Can he refine medicine pills? Shen Wanfu didn't quite believe that David had the ability to concoct alchemy. "I'm going to write a prescription now, you can follow the prescription, and I'll make one for you directly." David didn't have time to spend with these people, so he wanted to make alchemy on the spot to convince these people. It's the best. Jing Sun's eyes lit up. He was able to see the refining method of Xiao Huandan with his own eyes. Jing Sun was very excited. He knew the prescription and the refining method. Jing Jun was confident that he could also make Xiao Huandan. Soon, David wrote the prescription, and Shen Lang sent someone to prepare the medicine according to the prescription. There were more than a dozen kinds of medicinal materials, which were soon ready. After all, they were all common medicinal materials, and they could be bought in every pharmacy. "Young man, I bought the herbs, how do you make them?" "If you need to make them, I can do it for you myself." Jing Sun wanted to help David make alchemy himself, so that he could learn the method of alchemy more intuitively. "No, I don't need to cook alchemy," David said. His fingers suddenly moved, and then a green flame jumped on David's fingers. This time, everyone else was stunned, thinking that David could do magic. After all, they are all ordinary people, except on the stage of magic tricks. I have seen people who can rub their fingers to make fire, but I have not watched it off the stage. Pass. The flame in David's hand became stronger and stronger, and the temperature in the entire hall also rose a lot, and everyone watched silently, wanting to see how David concocted alchemy. Even Lin Tianhu and Qi Feng were attentive. Although they knew David's ability, they had not seen David refining the medicinal pills with their own eyes. I saw David throw the flame in his hand towards the medicinal herbs. The flame instantly surrounded the medicinal herbs, and the green flame instantly ignited the medicinal herbs, but it did not lead to other things in the room. These things that look like flames are actually just the spiritual power in David's body. It is impossible to ignite other things. This is all under David's control. Chapter 658. Everyone watched in amazement, and saw that the medicinal materials became more and more prosperous, and finally turned into clouds of white smoke. When the smoke dissipated, everyone was surprised to find that there was a small return pill on the ground. Is this done? Jing Sun's eyes were wide open, and his mouth was about to swallow an egg. He hurriedly ran over, picked up the xiaohuandan on the ground, looked and looked, smelled and smelled, and after confirming that it was xiaohuandan, Jing Sun was petrified. The others also looked at David like a god. They were all ordinary people, and they had never seen such a method before. Even Lin Tianhu and Qifeng had never seen alchemy concocting like this, and they couldn't help but feel surprised. Only the corners of David's mouth were slightly raised. In fact, he actually made small return pills. It was not like this, and it was impossible to make them one by one. He did this just to bluff the Shen family. Don't dare to question him. I believe that xiaohuandan was made by me, right? David said lightly. I believe. Jing Sun had an embarrassed look on his face. Originally, he wanted to learn secretly, but after seeing it, he realized that it was impossible for him to learn at all. Everyone in the Shen family was also embarrassed at this time, each with a wry smile on their faces. Brother Zhou, Mr. Chen has such a magical method, why didn't you say it earlier? Shen Wanfu said to Zhou Zhigan. I said it, but you don't believe it. Zhou Zhiqian said helplessly. This time, Shen Wanfu was even more embarrassed. At first, Zhou Zhigan said that David was a genius doctor, and they all suspected it. Later, they said that xiaohuandan was refined by David. They still didn't believe it, but now they were slapped in the face. Mr. Chen, since you made xiaohuandan, you just said that xiaohuandan can't cure my father's disease at all, so why did my father suddenly wake up? Shen Lang stepped forward and asked David. Your father is not sick, he just has hysteria, he is a ghost, and xiaohuandan has the function of refreshing the brain, but he can't cure the hysteria, so your father is not well, the reason why he can wake up and know you is just a coincidence, that's all. David explained. Just as David finished speaking, there was a burst of roars from the backyard, followed by the screams of the servants. Before everyone could react, a middle-aged man, wearing pajamas, rushed forward with disheveled hair. Dad! Shen Lang shouted at the middle-aged man. This middle-aged man is Shen Wansan, the head of the Shen family. You ignorant guys, disturbing my cleaning and trying to steal my treasures, I want to kill all of you. Shen Wansan's face was full of hideousness, his mouth was wide open, and he shouted loudly. Following Shen Wansan's roar, gusts of overcast wind blew through the entire hall, and the temperature in the room suddenly dropped a lot. What? Seeing this, many Shen family members were so frightened that they thought about me running, but just after 2 steps, the door was closed by a gust of wind. Looking at this scene, Shen Wanfu was so frightened that he shuddered and said, You, what kind of immortal are you? We don't know how to disturb you, as long as you let us go, my Shen family will worship you every year. Jing Sun frowned when he saw this scene, and his legs trembled slightly with fright. Although he had seen hysterical patients before, he had never seen such a horrible person. Ha ha ha. If you want to worship me, you are not worthy. Shen Wansan laughed, and suddenly opened his mouth to exhale a stream of black gas, and the whole room instantly became extremely dark, making everyone scream in fear. Lin Tianhu and Qifeng were also a little scared, but they all took out their weapons and stood tightly beside David, while Zhou Zhigan had long since hid behind David. Chapter 659. Help me, help me. Already, the Shen family couldn't bear it and shouted desperately. If you don't want to die, stand behind me all. At this time, David's voice sounded, and then the black fog in the room disappeared at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. When the black fog completely disappeared, everyone realized that it was David who opened his mouth and sucked all the black fog into his stomach. All these people were dumbfounded and looked at David in shock. They also regarded David as a monster. Don't come, do you all want to die? David saw that the Shen family was stunned and motionless, so he said coldly. David's reminder, the Shen family finally reacted, and hurriedly hid behind David. Chen, Mr. Chen, what kind of fairy is this? Hiding behind David, Shen Wanfu asked stumblingly. Humph, it's just a shapeless soul, a goddamn god. David snorted coldly. But who knows, David's words directly angered Shen Wansan. Boy, you dare to mock me, you are courting death. As he spoke, Shen Wansan said, his hands suddenly waved, and gusts of overcast wind came, These overcast winds were like sharp knives. Tiny. David pinched his fingers and saw blue flames beating on his 10 fingertips. As soon as David waved his hand, the flames instantly moved toward Shinwan-san, directly crushing the gloomy wind, and then burning on Shinwan-san's body. Dad! Seeing this scene, Shen Lang wanted to rush up. But he was stopped by Shinwan-fu. Langer, that's not your dad anymore, don't go there. Seeing the blue flame burning on Shinwan-san's body, and the shrill screams from his mouth, everyone in the Shin family looked sideways, not daring to look again. Mr. Chen, Patriarch Shinhe. Although Zhou Zichen also knew that Shinwan-san, who was already in the dark, was no longer himself, he couldn't watch Shinwan-san get burned to death. Don't worry, this flame can't hurt your body. David explained. Hearing what David said, everyone in the Shin family breathed a sigh of relief. The flames burned for 10 minutes, and Shinwan-san screamed for 10 minutes. Aren't you coming out yet? Do you want me to use real fire to burn all your gods out? David said with a cold face when he saw that the ghost didn't come out of Shinwan-san's body for a long time. Boy, you have something, wait for me. The voice fell, and a black aura emerged from the top of Shinwan-san's head, and then the black energy condensed into the appearance of a man. It could be vaguely seen that the man's clothes were a little worn, but his whole face was full of hideousness, and 2 fangs were exposed. In this way, several people in the Shin family were frightened and fainted. That Shinwan-fu was also so frightened that he slumped on the ground, unable to say a word. David saw that the ghost had come out of Shinwan-san's body, and a flame appeared in his palm. This time the flame was indeed red. Seeing this red flame, the ghost's face showed horror, and it turned into a gust of wind. After the window was opened, it disappeared without a trace. David did not chase, but withdrew his spiritual power, looked at Shinwan-san who was lying on the ground, and lightly tapped on Shinwan-san's forehead. Shinwan-san's body moved a bit, but soon there was no movement, as if he had fallen asleep. The hall returned to calm, but many people were scared to pee. Seeing their ugly state, they all went to change their clothes. Mr. Chen, how is my dad, is he still alive? Shen Lang hurriedly asked David. Don't worry, your dad is all right, he will wake up soon. David said lightly. Chapter 660. Thank you, Mr. Chen, thank you, Mr. Chen. Shen Lang thanked him again and again. It turns out that Mr. Chen is an expert in magic. I really don't know Mount Tai. I hope Mr. Chen will not take offense. Jing Sun walked up to David with a face full of admiration, bowed deeply, and long ago lost the arrogance at the beginning. David just smiled and didn't explain. He didn't expect that Jing Sun knew about Warlock. Shen Lang, now that I have rescued your father, can your Shen family take out the 10,000-year Ginseng King and let me take a look? David asked Shen Lang. When Shen Lang heard this, he was immediately embarrassed, and then looked at Shinwan-fu. Shinwan-fu hurriedly said, Mr. Chen, the Wanyan Shinwang was not here. I already knew it wasn't here, where is it? Take me to see. David asked. At. Shinwan-fu hesitated, unable to say a word. You don't have any 10,000 years of Ginseng King at all, are you lying to me? David's face turned cold. This shocked Shinwan-fu, and hurriedly waved his hand. No, how dare we lie to Mr. Chen, there is indeed a Wanyan Ginseng King, but we haven't dug it out, and the Wanyan Ginseng King is still black and blind. As for Lin, Mr. Chen also knows that digging ginseng requires experience and skills. If one ginseng whisker is cut off, the value of the whole ginseng will be greatly reduced, so we did not dare to dig. David knew that this mountain ginseng is not something that anyone can dig, or it will destroy the mountain ginseng. The Shin family didn't do this, so it makes sense that they didn't dare to dig it. Then take me to the black blind forest to see. Even though David doesn't know how to dig, if he really is the king of 10,000 years of ginseng, he can practice directly beside the king of 10,000 years of ginseng until he can absorb the spiritual energy of the king of 10,000 years of ginseng, so that he doesn't need to dig. When Shinwan-fu heard this, he waved his hands in fright. Mr. Chen, we don't dare to go. My eldest brother became like this because he went to Haixiazalin and went to more than a dozen mouths, and my eldest brother came back. Then what happened to them in the black blind forest? David knew that ordinary ghosts would not easily possess themselves and harm others, let alone dare to follow them into the house. It must be known that there are many people in the ordinary Yangzhai, and the Yang energy is relatively heavy, and ghosts are the least favorite place. Now this ghost actually followed Shin Wansan home, and kept saying that he wanted to kill the Shin family. There must be something unknown. I'm not very clear about this, I have to ask my elder brother. Shin Wanfu didn't know what happened in Haixaizi forest. At this moment, Shin Wansan took a long breath and opened his eyes. Dad, you finally woke up. Husband, you are awake. When Shin Lang and his mother saw that Shin Wansan was awake, they jumped up excitedly. Shin Wansan looked at his wife and children with a bewildered face, frowned slightly and said, "Where am I? What's wrong with me?" Shin Wansan still didn't know what happened to him. Shin Lang told Shin Wansan the whole thing, and when Shin Wansan heard that he was a ghost, the whole person broke out in a cold sweat. "Brother, it was Mr. Chen who saved you, otherwise our Shin family will be finished." Shin Wanfu hurriedly said to Shin Wansan. Yes, thank you Mr. Chen. Quickly, you scared me to death just now." Shin Wansan's wife also said. "Thank you Mr. Chen for rescuing." Shin Wansan got up and followed David to thank him. Although he was a little surprised to see David so young, Shin Wansan was not shown. "Patriarch Shin, it's just a little effort, but I want to know what happened to you in the black blind forest," David asked. Chapter 661. As soon as Shin Wansan heard the words of Haixaizi, his face instantly changed color with fright, and after a long silence, he slowly told the matter. It turned out that Shin Wansan was fascinated by wealth and knew that the trees in Haixaizi forest were tall and thick, so he took someone to cut down the trees in Haixaizi forest. Although he knew that the rumored Haixaizi Lin was very strange, but for the money, Shin Wansan also risked it, not to mention that there were more than 10 of them, and there was nothing to be afraid of. The first day of felling was good, and the receipt was not small, but Shin Wansan and the others found a mountain ginseng when they were logging. After careful inspection, they found that it was a tens of thousands of years old, but Shin Wansan was very happy. Shin Wansan knew that he had no experience in digging wild ginseng and was afraid that it would be damaged, so he didn't move after he tied the wild ginseng with a red rope. He dug a trench more than 10 meters away from the wild ginseng to prevent the wild ginseng from running away. It's just that when the trench was dug, I didn't expect it to be a mass grave, and a lot of bones were dug up. Although he was a little scared, Shin Wansan didn't stop, but continued to order people to dig, and sent someone back to tell the Shin family that they found Wansan. Nyen Ginseng King Thing. However, before the pit was dug, it suddenly became dark, and the entire mountain forest seemed to be shrouded in black mist. Shin Wansan couldn't remember what happened later, and it was now when he opened his eyes. After my eldest brother sent someone to tell me, I immediately took them there, but the eldest brother was lying on the ground and was already unconscious, and the others disappeared, and after searching for a long time, they couldn't find it, but the mountain ginseng still. I didn't dare to move, so I ordered someone to bring my eldest brother back. Shin Wanfu continued what Shin Wansan said. David nodded slightly. That's right, it's no wonder that as soon as I entered the door, I found that your Shin family was windy, and it really was digging someone's ancestral grave. Mr. Chen, what to do next? Will the ghost come back? Shin Wanfu asked worriedly. Now you take me to see the 10,000 years Shin Wang, and take a look at the cemetery, so that those ghosts don't haunt your Shin family, David said. After hearing what David said, Shin Wanfu nodded and said, okay, then I'll take Mr. Chen. I'm going too. Shin Wansan also wanted to follow. Shin Wanfu wanted to persuade Shin Wansan. After all, Shin Wansan had just woken up and was still very weak. But before he opened his mouth, David opened his mouth and said, let him follow. After all, he did things, and there should be an explanation. Seeing David say this, Shin Wanfu didn't say anything else. A group of people, driving a few cars, rushed towards Haixaizi together. Although it was midday now, as soon as everyone got out of the car and walked into the black blind forest, they couldn't help but fight a cold war. David looked at the sky and frowned slightly. Mr. Chen, is there any difficulty? Seeing David like that, Shen Wansan asked in a low voice. It's okay, you lead the way. David shook his head. However, at this moment, David saw that the sky was full of een, which almost covered the sky. It was not like the ancestral tomb of a certain family. There should have been a lot of people who died here, and none of them died naturally. Caused such a heavy een qi. Shen Wansan was supported by Shen Lang and led the way in front of him. After walking for more than half an hour, he arrived at the place where he found Wanyan Shenwan. After arriving at the place, David was a little dumbfounded, and the other people who had never been there also widened their eyes, and they couldn't be more shocked. I saw a radius of hundreds of meters, and the ground was full of dense bones. These bones were scattered everywhere, and the scene was very shocking. Chapter 662. In the middle of these bones, a ginseng was swaying in the wind, and there was a red rope tied to it. David saw at a glance that it was indeed 10,000-year-old ginseng. How can there be so many human bones here? Zhou Zichen asked in surprise. Now they are all attracted by these bones. As for the 10,000-year ginseng king, it is not so attractive. If my guess is correct, this place should have been a battlefield before, or a place of execution. David said lightly. Yes, I remember that there was a war here before. At that time, it was still a little devil. There were often gunshots in this forest. Zhou Zichen nodded quickly when David said this. Then these human bones were all killed in battle? Shen Wanfu asked David in a low voice. Not necessarily, David shook his head. If you want to know how these people died, you have to ask them. After David finished speaking, he suddenly pinched his fingers, and a flame shot out from his hand. The flames exploded in mid-air, just like fireworks. However, along with the bursting flames, there were bursts of participation suddenly in the air, and then the sky darkened, and countless black gas blocked the sunlight. Those black chi were like ghosts with their teeth and claws, roaring constantly, while a wisp of black chi fell to the ground and instantly condensed into a human form, still the ghost that had just escaped from the Shen family. What is this? Shen Wansan was startled and screamed. However, others have seen it before, and there is no such big reaction as him, but seeing so many ghosts suddenly appear in the sky, they are also quite frightened. I didn't expect you to catch up here. Are you trying to kill them all? The ghost roared and questioned David. Who are you? Why do you still kill people after you die? David asked coldly. The ghost's eyes were full of scarlet, and a mouth bared its fangs. David didn't say anything when he saw the ghost. With a hand, a flame appeared in David's palm. Seeing the flame, the ghost's eyes were full of horror, and he was instantly cowardly. We didn't harm anyone, it's all these people who dug up our bones for the sake of money and disturbed our cleaning. The ghost pointed at Shen Wansan and said. Then why don't you reincarnate and wander in this forest? David asked. The ghost was silent. After a while, the ghost put away its fangs and said slowly, we have no shelter, no burial, no way to reincarnate. Then who are you all? How did you die? David continued to ask. The ghost slowly raised his head and glanced at the air. We are all soldiers, and all my comrades are buried here. We were killed here by little devils. After David listened to it, the flame in his hand went out instantly. It seems that he guessed right. These people did not die naturally, otherwise there would not be such a heavy yin qi. We are trapped in this forest, because no one has claimed the burial. We can't get out of here, but fortunately there is a mountain ginseng here. We nurtured the mountain ginseng with our flesh and blood. I hope to absorb the essence of the mountain ginseng, and finally transform into a human form, take my brothers out of this forest. But these people actually dug our bones for the sake of wild ginseng. The ghost looked at Shen Wansan angrily. Everyone could hear the ghost's words. Seeing that these people were actually soldiers, they all felt awe in their hearts. Thinking of the remains of these soldiers, they were thrown everywhere. Even the Shen family members were looking at Shen Wansan. The eyes are obedient. Even Shen Lang was no exception, looking at his father with anger in his eyes. Chapter 663. Feeling everyone's gaze, Shen Wansan's face flushed red, and he lowered his head in embarrassment. You died to protect the people of the country, but you can't kill so many people just because they dug up your bones. That's a dozen lives. David asked. Those people are not dead, they are just trapped in the forest, more than 500 meters to the west. The ghost pointed to the west and said. As soon as Shen Lang heard that those people were not dead, he hurriedly looked westward. Sure enough, not long after, he brought back more than a dozen people, but these people were trapped here for the past few days, obviously embarrassed a lot. Looking at the people who came back, Shen Wansan regretted his actions. He should not be greedy for money and almost killed these people. And David saw that the ghost didn't really hurt anyone, and he was a soldier before his death, so there was no hostility in an instant. This 10,000-year-old ginseng cannot make you transform into a human form. Since you died for the people of the country, we should build a monument for you to bury you so that you can reincarnate in peace. David said, looked at Shen Wansan and said, Patriarch Shen, this incident happened because of your greed for money. Would you like to pay to build a cemetery for these soldiers who died, and to sweep their tombs for sacrifice? I will. Shen Wansan nodded again and again, and knelt directly to the ground. I am willing to spend money to build a cemetery at the foot of the mountain, so that future generations will remember these warriors. Shen Wansan cried bitterly. It could be seen that he really regretted it, and everyone in the Shen family knelt down one after another. It was a sin for their Shen family to do such a thing. As a young man, Shen Lang flushed with shame and fell to the ground heavily. Shen Lang said, Mr. Chen, I will immediately order the remains of these soldiers to be collected and built within half a month. Good cemetery, they have been forgotten by the world for decades, they should not be forgotten anymore. I am willing to guard the mausoleum for them for 3 years, thinking that my father atonement. Looking at the attitude of the Shen family, David nodded slightly, then looked at the ghost and said, now they are willing to build a cemetery for you, your achievements will be remembered by the world, you can rest assured and don't wander around. The ghost looked at the attitude of everyone in the Shen family, and suddenly a line of blood and tears flowed out, and Yang Tian shouted, brothers, have you heard? We have not been forgotten, and now we can leave in peace. With the roar of the ghost, there seemed to be bursts of responses in the air, and then the black mist dissipated, and the sun shone in and hit the ghost. The figure of the ghost became weaker and weaker, and finally disappeared slowly, and the whole forest returned to calm. If it weren't for the corpses all over the ground, and the king of 10,000 years ginseng, everyone would think it was the same in a dream. Thank you Mr. Chen for saving your life. Shen Wansan kowtowed heavily towards David. Everyone in the Shen family also kowtowed to David to thank him. Although David was young, they had seen it with their own eyes. Patriarch Shen, you have to pay for the sins you made by yourself. You can't change your mind about the good things you promised. David said to Shen Wansan. Shen Wansan blushed, no, absolutely not, I will find someone to work right now to gather up the remains of these soldiers. Patriarch Shen, the matter is settled, let's talk about the price of the 10,000-year-old ginseng king. After all, it was you who discovered this ginseng king. David is here to join the king of 10,000 years, and now we are talking about business. As soon as Shen Wansan heard this, he waved his hand quickly, Mr. Chen, if you need it, just take it. I, Shen Wansan, have been greedy for money all my life. Today, I think I understand that money is nothing but something outside my body. I can't spend it all in my life, I will spend the money in the future to build cemeteries all over the country, and I will also find the families of those soldiers to help them. Chapter 664. It could be seen that Shen Wansan really repented, and this incident hit him hard. If that's the case, then I'm welcome. Since Shen Wansan said so, David was not polite. After all, the 10,000-year-old ginseng king was very important to him. Mr. Chen, I'm going to dispatch people from my home. I'm afraid it will take a few days to dig 1,000 years of ginseng king like this. I have to be careful when digging. I personally supervise the work. Zhou Zhigan said to David. In a few days, David didn't have time to wait, so he waved his hand and said, no need, you all go back, I'll stay here by myself, and Lin Tianhu will drive to pick me up tomorrow morning. Everyone didn't know what David was going to do, but no one dared to refute it. all of them left the hay-blind forest. When everyone walked back, David looked at the 10,000-year ginseng king, and was very excited. He hurriedly sat cross-legged and circulated his body's concentration technique. A large amount of spiritual energy swarmed towards David, and the 10,000-year-old ginseng king seemed to feel something. The branches and leaves swayed desperately, as if to get rid of the fate of being absorbed. It took David half a day and a night to drain the spiritual energy of the 10,000-year ginseng king, and David's realm also jumped directly to the third floor of the Anidia period. When David opened his eyes, he felt the strength of the tyrannical once again, glanced around the woods. With a 10,000-year ginseng king, David's strength has only increased by 2 levels during the fasting period. David does not know how difficult the road of cultivation will be, but since he has stepped into the path of immortality, David will not give up easily, and besides his own background is not yet known. Looking at the skeletons all over the ground, David knelt down and kowtowed to these warriors. After all, the growth of the 10,000-year-old ginseng king was also attributed to these people. They cultivated this 10,000-year-old ginseng king with their own flesh and blood. When David walked out of the black blind forest, he found that Lin Tian who had already driven at the foot of the mountain and waited, while Shen Lang brought dozens of people, ready to collect the remains. Not far from the foot of the mountain, the roaring mechanical sound kept thinking. After going down the mountain yesterday, Shen Wansan immediately found the construction team and started the construction of the cemetery. David didn't stop there too much, but asked Lin Tianhu to drive him to Shen's house. David planned to go back to Horrendal immediately after saying goodbye. After all, tomorrow was the day to fight with Qin Xiaolin. He couldn't be late. Now that his strength has improved, David also had a lot of confidence in his heart. David arrived at the Shen family, and the Shen family had been waiting for David, but when David said that he was leaving, Shen Wansan hurriedly said, "Mr. Friendship, you stay here for 2 more days, so that my Shen family has the opportunity to repay Mr. Chen." "Patriarch Shen, I do have some urgent matters, I can't wait for a long time, let's leave it now," David said politely. Seeing David's insistence, Shen Wansan could only be slightly disappointed. "Since Mr. Chen has something important, I won't force it, but if Mr. Chen wants to be useful to my Shen family, we will do whatever." Shen Wansan said very sincerely. It was thanks to David that the Shen family could escape the catastrophe this time. "Okay." David nodded. Shen Wansan sent someone to drive David and the others directly to the airport. Because Zhou Zhigan had to deal with some things at Zhou's house, he did not go back with David. At noon, David and the others returned to Horrendal. At this moment, David's Pinerist villa was surrounded by people. Lin Tianhu and Qifeng were not there. Hundreds of people surrounded David's villa. Gu Wentian and Reuben were both there. Seeing David coming back, these people hurriedly greeted them, while David asked with a puzzled look, "What happened?" "Mr. Chen, then Qin Xiaolin is here, right in the room," Gu Wentian said nervously. Chapter 665. When David heard that Qin Xiaolin had come to his house, his face instantly became extremely cold. Just when David wanted to walk towards the villa, Sonia hurriedly took David's arm. "David, don't go in, I'm afraid." Sonia was afraid that David would have a conflict with Qin Xiaolin. "Don't worry, I'm here, don't be afraid." David patted the back of Sonia's hand. A group of people followed behind David and walked in mightily. Walking into the villa, on the sofa in the hall, a middle-aged man in a gray gown with a fierce face is sipping tea. This middle-aged man is Qin Xiaolin. Behind the middle-aged man, there were 2 subordinates standing. David just glanced at them, and he could see that both of them were above the strength of the 5th-rank Grandmaster. "I came to see that David. If David doesn't come back, the others will get out for me, don't disturb me." Hearing the sound of the door, Qin Xiaolin said coldly without looking at it. "This is my home, I think it's you who should get out." David frowned slightly. Hearing this, Qin Xiaolin put down the teacup, turned his head slowly, and looked towards the door. When he saw David, he was obviously stunned. "You are David?" Qin Xiaolin asked. "Yes, I am David Chen who killed your son, killed your nephew, and injured your brother." David felt angry when he saw Qin Xiaolin's tugging appearance. He deliberately said this to stimulate Qin Xiaolin. Sure enough, when Qin Xiaolin heard it, his anger suddenly rose, the teacup in front of him was shattered, and Qin Xiaolin also stood up at this moment. The entire hall was instantly covered by Qin Xiaolin's murderous aura. The terrifying and bloody murderous aura directly overwhelmed everyone who walked into the villa. David looked at Qin Xiaolin, his body trembled slightly, and a majestic spiritual power emanated, instantly shrouding the people behind him, resisting Qin Xiaolin's momentum. Seeing this, Qin Xiaolin frowned slightly, but quickly regained his momentum. Patriarch Qin, since you have already issued the challenge letter, you can compete in the arena tomorrow. Why do you want to find a home today? The rules of the martial arts world, if you have issued the challenge letter, it will not be a disaster for your wife and children. Gu Wentian and Qin Xiaolin are old acquaintances. I think that Qin Xiaolin would still call Gu Wentian an ancient uncle. After all, the Qin family developed in Kyoto, and Gu Wentian did not lose much effort. But now, Gu Wentian was talking to Qin Xiaolin, and Qin Xiaolin just glanced at Gu Wentian coldly, and didn't pay any attention to him at all, obviously looking down on Gu Wentian. Although Qin Xiaolin didn't speak, one of the men behind Qin Xiaolin took a step forward. What does our master do? It's not your old man's turn to point fingers. The words of the servants of the Qin family made Gu Wentian's face flush red. He thought that not to mention the servants of the Qin family, even the owner of Qin Xiaolin would not dare to talk to him like this, but now that the times have changed, the Qin family is one everyone under his name dared to yell at Gu Wentian. Although Gu Wentian was angry, he didn't dare to say anything. After all, it was different now, the Gu family was in decline, and he didn't have the strength to fight with the Qin family. What kind of thing are you? If it wasn't for my grandfather's help back then, the Qin family would be a piece of SHT now. Seeing that her grandfather was angry, Gu Linger immediately became angry and punched the servant of the Qin family directly. Gu Linger's strength is like a 3-year-old child in front of the master's strength of the Qin family's servant. Seeing that Gu Linger dares to move towards himself, then the Qin family's servant's mouth has the same disdain on his face. Chapter 666. Girl Gu, just watch, I'll teach the Qin family dog a lesson. Lin Tianhu couldn't see it for a long time. After stopping Gu Linger, he slapped the servant of the Qin family. Seeing Lin Tianhu attacking, there was a hint of solemnity on the faces of the servants of the Qin family. After all, Lin Tianhu is already a master now, and his body is very strong. Thanks to David's great return of pills, only then did Lin Tianhu's strength improve so quickly. However, Lin Tianhu has just stepped into the master, and there is still a big gap between the servants of the Qin family in front of him. Bang! After a muffled sound, Lin Tianhu's body took a few steps backwards. If Qifeng hadn't hurriedly supported Lin Tianhu would have fallen to the ground at this time. This is your subordinate? The strength is too poor. Qin Xiaolin looked at Lin Tianhu's embarrassing appearance and snorted at David. David did not speak, but glanced at Qifeng. Qifeng nodded, and rushed out with a vigorous step. During this period of time, with the help of David's medicinal pills, Qifeng's strength improved by leaps and bounds. When the servants of the Qin family saw that Qifeng was a woman, they immediately relaxed their vigilance, with a hint of playfulness in their eyes. But then, the servant of the Qin family regretted it, and when Qifeng threw out a fist, the servant of the Qin family hurriedly raised his arms to resist. Bang! After a muffled sound, the servant of the Qin family was directly kicked out and fell heavily to the ground. This is the servant of your family? It's not even a woman, and it's shameful to bring it out. David looked at Qin Xiaolin with a sneer. Dare to stand in front of me, hurt my subordinates, court death. Qin Xiaolin's face turned cold, and he patted his palm directly at Qifeng. Although he was separated by a few meters, Qifeng still felt a huge force attacking him. Qifeng was startled and quickly retreated, but it was too late. He was directly hit by Qin Xiaolin's palm wind, and a mouthful of blood spit out from his mouth. Qifeng glared at Qin Xiaolin. Although there was a huge gap in strength, there was no fear in Qifeng's eyes. You can still stand when you get punched by me? Qin Xiaolin was slightly surprised, and bursts of anger rose in his eyes. Qin Xiaolin raised his palm again, only to see a ball of light condensed on Qin Xiaolin's palm, and lightning seemed to pass through the ball of light. Seeing this scene, panic flashed in Chi Feng's eyes, but she did not flinch. Just when Qin Xiaolin was about to shoot, David stepped out, and a crack appeared on the ground instantly, and the crack was moving towards Qin Xiaolin at a very fast speed. Seeing this, Qin Xiaolin could only press his palm down, and the ball of light in his hand instantly hit the crack on the ground. After a loud noise, a large pit with a diameter of nearly 1 meter appeared on the marble floor of the hall. The smoke and dust rose, and an aftermath dispersed to the surroundings. David hurriedly pushed his palms, and a wall of air rose out of thin air, blocking the aftermath, so as not to hurt Ruben and Sonia. After all, they are all ordinary people. Even the aftermath, they couldn't bear it. And Qin Xiaolin's 2 subordinates were directly swept away by the aftermath, both of them fell to the ground, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. David and Qin Xiaolin shot, even if it was the aftermath, the strength of their master could not bear it. You really have some strength. Qin Xiaolin looked at David with a bit of surprise in his eyes. Your strength is not bad, David said coldly, but even if you are strong enough to break my home, you will still have to pay. Seeing that David actually asked himself to compensate, Qin Xiaolin was stunned for a moment, and then laughed loudly. Boy, if you are really capable, then let me pay you in the ring tomorrow. Chapter 667. Let's go. After Qin Xiaolin finished speaking, he said to his 2 subordinates. The 2 servants of the Qin family stood up with each other's arms and walked out behind Qin Xiaolin. Seeing Qin Xiaolin lead people away, no one at the door dared to stop him. My account, no one has ever dared to owe it. Just as Qin Xiaolin and his 2 men passed by David, David suddenly shot. However, David did not attack Qin Xiaolin, but directly attacked the 2 men behind Qin Xiaolin. Bang bang. After 2 muffled sounds, I saw that the 2 subordinates brought by Qin Xiaolin were directly shot in the head, and they didn't even have time to react. Since you don't want to lose money, then use your life to pay for it. As soon as David let go, Qin Xiaolin's 2 subordinates all fell to the ground, their eyes wide open, and they couldn't rest their eyes. You! When Qin Xiaolin saw this, his anger rose. David looked at Lin Tianhu. Remove everyone, don't wait for tomorrow, we have to make a break today. David knew that if he and Qin Xiaolin fought, they would not have the ability to care about others. Even if the aftermath of the battle between the 2 of them would have hurt a lot of people. Lin Tianhu also knew that they wouldn't be able to help David at all if they stayed behind. Thinking of this level of battle, these so-called grandmasters would probably not be able to intervene at all. Qin Xiaolin looked at David, who was about to fight to the death, suddenly withdrew his anger, and looked at David coldly. Tomorrow I will ruin your reputation and die in front of many colleagues in the martial arts circle. Under my feet. After Qin Xiaolin finished speaking, he turned around and left, only to see that he disappeared without a trace. Qin Xiaolin didn't follow David, he planned to let everyone see David's tragic state tomorrow in order to avenge his own murder. Qin Xiaolin left, but the strength Qin Xiaolin showed just now made everyone worried about David's fight tomorrow. While Sonia looked at the 2 corpses on the ground, her internal organs were tumbling for a while, but she resisted and didn't spit it out. She is just an ordinary person, and such bloody scenes are rarely seen. Seeing Sonia's appearance, David hurriedly stood in front of Sonia and held Sonia in his arms. Don't look at it, go home quickly. David winked at Lin Tianhu. Lin Tianhu immediately ordered the body to be carried away, and the scene was simply cleaned up. Sonia shook her head in David's arms. No, I'm not afraid. I want to be a warrior in the future, so I want to kill people. If I'm afraid now, how can I help you? Hearing Sonia's words, David was deeply moved, but now is not the time for Sonia to practice, and he doesn't have that ability, so he has to wait until he sees Long Wu. Go home, I can't cultivate with peace of mind here. Do you want to see me defeated tomorrow? David smiled lightly. Sonia hurriedly broke free from David's arms, covered David's mouth with her jade hand and said, Bah, 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 don't talk nonsense, how can you lose? I don't allow you to lose. Sonia, let's not disturb David here, let him practice for a while, the chance of winning will be higher, go back and I will teach you luck. Gu Linger said to Sonia. Sonia nodded, looked at David worriedly, and left. After the crowd dispersed, looking at the still messy hall, David walked into the bedroom with a heavy heart. David, who had already reached the Anidia period, had no problem without eating or drinking water for a month, so he sat cross-legged on the bed. He originally wanted to practice, but unfortunately the thin spiritual energy made him not interested at all. In the end, David lay on the bed, slowly took out the bronze mirror, and kept thinking about his identity. There were many things he didn't understand, but it was a pity that Long Wu didn't tell him. Now David can only desperately hope that the day of July 15th will come. Only on July 15th will David know his life experience. Chapter 668. But just when David was about to fall asleep in a daze, he suddenly felt that there were two figures in front of him, which made David break into a cold sweat. You must know that with David's strength, even if there is a little movement within 100 meters, don't even try to hide it from him, but when the two of them were in front of him, David didn't realize it. Why didn't David panic? If these two people came to assassinate him, wouldn't David be in danger at this time? With a shudder, David jumped up from the bed, but when he looked closely, David's heart was relieved. It turned out that the two people who had entered his room were Long Wu and Wu Meier. The little muscles all over the body look really strong. Wu Meier looked at David's body wearing only underwear, and smiled slightly at the corner of her mouth. David's face turned red. He hurriedly put on his clothes, and looked at Long Wu and Wu Meier a little strangely, wondering what these two people were doing suddenly at his home. Yes, I didn't expect to see you for a few days, and the strength has increased again. It seems that I have encountered an opportunity. Looking at David, Long Wu nodded with satisfaction. He had no idea that David had absorbed the Ginseng King of Wanyan. Uncle Long, what are you doing here in Horrendal? David asked suspiciously. What else can I do? Isn't Uncle Long worried about your safety and worry? I didn't expect your kid to encounter an adventure, and his strength has improved so much. Wu Meier said with envy in her eyes. When David saw that Long Wu had come from Kyoto because he was worried about his safety, he immediately said with gratitude, "Thank you, Uncle Long, for worrying. I have the confidence to defeat that Qin Xiaolin." Seeing David's self-confidence, Long Wu was a little happy, but he still said with a serious face, "Although you have reached the third floor of the bigger realm now, you can't underestimate the strength of Wuzong. Qin Xiaolin does not rely on chance. With his own strength, he has forced himself to retreat to the realm of Wuzong, and he has real skills, so don't underestimate the enemy." Thank you Uncle Long for his teaching, I will remember it. David nodded. Well, that's fine, don't forget to put on the heart-protecting bronze mirror tomorrow, and I will also watch you fight tomorrow, so don't be under pressure. Wuzong is a formidable enemy to you, but to me, I can run over him with one finger, but I can't help you block all the enemies. You have to carry everything, do you understand? Long Wu is like an elder, exhorting David and giving David confidence. Long Wu's words are obvious, that is, Master David, don't be afraid, it is really about to die. When David loses to Qin Xiaolin, Long Wu will not stand by below, and will ensure David's safety. In this way, there is no threat to life, David can feel more at ease, and he will let go of his hands and feet. Well, I understand. David nodded again. After saying a few more words with David, Long Wu turned around to leave, but just after Long Wu turned around, he was stopped by David. Uncle Long, I want to ask you one thing. David called to stop Long Wu. Didn't I say it, after July 15th, you will know what you want to know. Now if you ask me, I can't answer you. Long Wu thought that David was asking about his life experience. Uncle Long misunderstood, I'm not asking this, I want you to accept my girlfriend as your apprentice. She's just an ordinary person, but I hope she can also step into the path of cultivating immortals, so that we can live together for a long time. Together. David wanted Sonia to practice as well. When Sonia's realm rises higher, the age of living will be longer and longer. Otherwise, after decades, David can only watch Sonia die, but he wants to alone waiting to die. Do you think that just one person can step into the path of immortal cultivation? I have seen your girlfriend, who is not even a martial artist. You still want to cultivate immortals? You think too beautiful. When Wu Meier saw that David actually wanted to make her girlfriend immortal, she immediately sneered. Chapter 669. I'm not a warrior either, I'm just an ordinary person. Didn't the Irvin lead me into the path of immortality? David retorted. After all, David was very ordinary since he was a child, and he was not a martial artist when he was in prison. Can I compare with you, but... Wu Meier was about to say something, but Long Wu gave her a fierce stare, and Wu Meier hurriedly swallowed the words back. David looked at Wu Meier. He knew that Wu Meier must also know something, but Long Wu was there. Wu Meier dared not say it. David, it's not impossible for you to want your girlfriend to step into the path of immortality, but it's definitely not acceptable to take me as a teacher. I don't want to mislead my children. Don't think that my strength is very high. Wait until you truly understand the world of immortality. After that, you will find that there is a sky outside the sky, and there are people outside the world, but I can give you a few pills to wash the marrow. After your girlfriend eats it, she will wash her body. You are teaching her a mental method, can you? Step into the world of immortality, then look at her good fortune. Long Wu said to David. Thank you, Uncle Long. David looked happy. I didn't bring the essence elimination pill this time. Do you have any herbs here? You don't need any expensive ones, just ordinary herbs. I'll make a few for you. This essence pill is no better than the body tempering pill. It's very easy to refine. Long Wu asked. What herbs does Uncle Long need? I ordered someone to send them now. Although it was very late, David's phone call was immediately delivered. Long Wu told David the herbs he needed, and David called Lin Tianhu directly and asked Lin Tianhu to drive to Yuangfu to get the medicine immediately. About 3 hours later, and it was already midnight, Lin Tianhu rushed back and delivered all the herbs he needed. Lin Tianhu felt a little surprised when he saw a man and a woman who suddenly appeared in David's villa, and the girl looked familiar. Lin Tianhu then remembered that it was the girl who brought the heart-protecting bronze mirror a few days ago. After letting Lin Tianhu put the herbs down, David told him to go back to rest. While Long Wu looked at the herbs in front of him, his men flipped slightly, and a green fire suddenly jumped in the air. Long Wu used his mind to stimulate the spirit fire, and the spirit fire became more and more vigorous, and finally turned into a puppy. Seeing this situation, David's eyes widened. It was the first time he saw someone control the spirit fire to make alchemy. Soon, the puppy transformed by the spirit fire ate all the herbs in its stomach. Through the spirit fire, you could clearly see that the herbs began to burn and melt in the puppy's stomach. Seeing this scene, Long Wu's mind moved, directly activating the spiritual energy, making the spiritual fire more vigorous, and the whole room was filled with rich spiritual energy. Feeling the huge spiritual power on Long Wu's body, David was envious. He didn't know that he could only cultivate to Long Wu's strength in that month. David was wrapped in aura, and the condensation art in his dantian turned far away unconsciously, and began to frantically absorb the aura emanating from Long Wu in the room. The incomparably overbearing mentality of Ningxin Ju is like a big vortex at this moment, directly sucking away the spiritual energy of Long Wu, but the spiritual fire of alchemy has lost the blessing of spiritual energy and gradually became dim. Long Wu's forehead was full of sweat at this moment, but he didn't stop David. Instead he suddenly took a breath and frantically poured out the spiritual power in his dantian. Wu Meier looked at this scene with a look of surprise in her eyes, and it took a while before she reacted and glared at David. Chapter 670. David, you are so shameless. You asked Uncle Long to concoct alchemy for you, but you secretly absorbed his spiritual power. Wu Meier kicked David's butt fiercely and said. David woke up with a start, and hurriedly stopped turning to the condensing heart art, and then looked at Long Wu with an embarrassed expression. Just now, David definitely didn't do it on purpose, it was just that the condensing heart technique started to work unconsciously. However, Long Wu didn't speak or stop. After a while, Long Wu put away his spiritual power, and at this time, 3 dark medicinal pills fell from the air to the ground. Although the medicine pill is dark, it exudes a faint light. Even if the lights in the room are turned off at this moment, it will still be illuminated very brightly. Long Wu waved his hand, and 3 pills for washing marrow were in Long Wu's hands, and Long Wu handed the pill to David. These are 3 pills for washing marrow. For ordinary people's bodies, only 1 pill is enough. Whether you can step into the path of immortality depends on her talent and good fortune. You must not give your girlfriend more food, the body of ordinary people can't bear it. David took the pill, and felt a little unbelievable. This is the ordinary pill that Long Wu said, but in David's eyes, it is hundreds of times stronger than his refining of the Juling pill and the Great Return pill, not to mention the small one. Also Dan. David always thought that he was very good at alchemy, but only after seeing Long Wu's alchemy, he knew that he was afraid that he could not even reach the entry level. Looking at David like that, Long Wu knew what he was thinking, so he patted David on the shoulder. Not every immortal cultivator is proficient in alchemy, I just learned a little bit, and the dragon who took you to the beginning. Irvin, he has never learned alchemy, so he only taught you some of the most basic elixir refining. You don't understand the rest, and you can be forgiven. There are special alchemists in our cultivating world, and they are the real ones. If you are proficient in alchemy, you can only learn the refining of advanced elixirs by learning from them. When Long Wu said this, David immediately understood, is the alchemist in the world of cultivating immortals similar to the pharmacist in the world of martial arts? Yes, it should be the same, but the pills made by alchemists are more advanced. When you understand it later, you will know that immortal cultivators not only have alchemists, but also casters. What you are facing now, your enemies are just some warriors and warlocks. With your powerful body, you can do it without weapons, but when you really enter the world of immortality, you must find a weapon that is handy, which will make your strength even more. Long Wu followed David, and David listened carefully like a primary school student. He always wanted to understand, but unfortunately no one told him, and now he finally lifted the veil of the world of immortality. Why did I accidentally tell you so much? You have a good fight tomorrow, and you will know it slowly. Long Wu patted David on the shoulder again, and turned around to leave. Uncle Long, why is this David able to absorb the spiritual power emanating from your body? At this moment, Wu Meier spoke in confusion. In her understanding, no matter what kind of mental method, it is to absorb spiritual energy from all things in the world to help herself cultivate, and she has never seen anyone who can absorb spiritual energy from other people's bodies. You must know that the spiritual power emanating from other people's bodies has been transformed by one's own cultivation techniques, and is stored in the Dantian. It is not like the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at all, and can be absorbed by all immortal cultivators. Wu Meier's words made David embarrassed again, but he also asked curiously, can't you all? Before this, David had never met an immortal cultivator, and he didn't know if other people cultivated, like him, and could absorb things other than spiritual energy. Chapter 671. No, I can only absorb the spiritual energy of all things, not the spiritual energy of others. Wu Meier shook her head. David looked surprised, then looked at Long Wu. Uncle Long, can't you? Long Wu also shook his head. This time, David was stunned, and said somewhat incredulously, in addition to being able to absorb spiritual energy, whether it is yin energy, cold energy, or even poisonous energy, it can be absorbed, refined, and used for my own use. What? You don't mean you can refine everything? Wu Meier suddenly screamed. However, Long Wu had a calm expression on his face. David, this is your uniqueness, because only you can practice this condensed mind technique, you must not let this set of mind techniques fail. After Long Wu finished speaking, he turned around and left. Wu Meier wanted to continue to ask David something, but seeing Long Wu leaving, she hurriedly chased after him. David looked at the cleansing marrow pill in his hand, thinking about what Long Wu said. He wanted to know who he really was. Why was he the only one who could practice the concentration secret art? Looking at the bright moon outside, the day of July 15th is getting closer and closer. David has never been so eager for a day. No matter if that day is an opportunity or a danger, David will never turn back, because he wants to know the truth too much. After getting dressed, David walked outside the villa and looked at the neon lights of Horrendal at the foot of the mountain. Although it was late at night, the traffic on the street was still flowing, but David knew that sooner or later he would be farther and farther away from the bustling city. But when David was standing on the top of the mountain and looking at the bustling city below the mountain, two figures were moving towards David quickly, and when he was still more than 100 meters away from David, David had already noticed it. But he mistakenly thought it was Long Wu who brought Wu Meier back. After all, who came to the top of the mountain in the middle of the night? But it wasn't until the two figures were only a dozen meters away from David that David felt something different. because the aura on those two people was not that of Long Wu and Wu Meier at all. You can smell the strong Chinese medicine smell on both of them. David frowned, and hurriedly turned around to look at the two of them, and found that the two came, one old and one young. The old one was in his 60s or 70s with a gray beard, while the young one was only a little older than David. The two of them are all dressed in gray cloth robes, and there is a pattern of a censer embroidered on the necklines of their clothes. Who are you? Why did you come here in the middle of the night? David looked at the two people vigilantly. He could be sure that there was absolutely nothing good for the two people who came to his villa in the middle of the night. The two of them ignored David, but looked directly at the Shisui Dan in David's hand. Elder, your analysis is correct. It really is in this direction. Look at the medicine pill in that kid's hand, it's definitely not an ordinary product. The young man said to the old man, with a bit of greed in his eyes. The old man nodded, and then he took his eyes off the pill and put it on David. Young man, are you an alchemist? Did you refine the pill in your hand? David looked at the two people. It turned out that the two people came to wash the marrow pill, and his heart was suddenly unhappy. This pill was prepared for Sonia. Isn't it? What does it have to do with you? Who are you? Why did you break into me in the middle of the night? David's tone was cold as he questioned the old man. Boy, you dare to follow the great elder like this? Are you tired of living? Hearing David's tone, the young man immediately became angry, and he wanted to do something to David with just a quick walk. It's just that the young man was about to start, but was stopped by the old man. Chapter 672. Young man, don't misunderstand, we belong to Yaoshan Valley, and we didn't come here with any malicious intentions. We just felt the aura of the spirit pill unintentionally, so we came here to check. The old man had a kind expression on his face, expressing that he had no malice. Yaoshangu. David had never heard of it before, so he frowned. Then what is your relationship with Yuanfu? David only knew that there was a Medicine King's mansion, which was a department set up by the Bai family in Jiangbei to purchase medicinal materials and refine medicine pills. Now the Medicine King mansion is still collecting medicinal materials for David and sending them to him from time to time. Dragon Palace? The old man was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at the young man beside him. Obviously, the old man didn't know what David was talking about. However, Yuanfu is also famous in Jiangnan and Jiangbei provinces. Many people in the martial arts world will go to seek medicine, but this old man does not know Yuanfu, so he is obviously not a local. When the young man saw the old man looking at him, he hurriedly explained, Elder, this medicine palace is just a pharmacy at best, and he also practices low-level medicinal pills by himself. It has some popularity in Jiangnan and Jiangbei, but it is only used by some people in the martial arts world. It's just touted by people, it's supported by the Bai family in Kyoto. The old man suddenly realized when he heard the young man's explanation, looked at David and said, Our Yaoshenga follows the Yuanfu you mentioned, and it has nothing to do with it. Boy, that Yaowang mansion is nothing more than a loud name. How can it be compared with our Yaoshan Valley? I only need a phone call, and I can ask the Bai Shushan from the Bai family to withdraw the Yaowang mansion. The young man said with disdain. You Dong, I took you out of the mountain to let you learn more. How can you be so arrogant? The old man's face turned cold, and he reprimanded the young man named Yudong. When the young man saw this, he was too frightened to speak out. Listening to the young man's words, David couldn't help but become interested in Yao Shengu. What kind of strength does this Yao Shengu have, so that the Bai family can withdraw the Yuanfu with just one phone call? You must know that the Bai family is considered a prestigious family in Kyoto, so how can anyone be instructed? It doesn't matter if you follow that Yuanfu or not, this is my private place, please leave, I'm going to sleep. David issued an expulsion order, and did not want to be entangled with two people. No matter what the strength of this Yaoshingu, David did not intend to entertain these two people today. Young man, we came all the way up to see the medicine pill in your hand, can you let me see it? The old man asked David sincerely. David glanced at the Shisui Dan in his hand, and then put it directly into his pocket. No, you should leave immediately, you are not welcome here. David didn't know these two people, and he didn't know any Yaoshan Valley, so how could he easily hand over the Shisui Dan into the hands of strangers? Boy, our first elder said so, but you dare to refuse, you are courting death. Saying that, the young man named Yudong burst out with momentum, and that terrifying momentum swept towards David with endless waves. This was to scare David, but the old man did not stop the young man this time. David's face turned cold. Do you want to do it? I can accompany you. David's body trembled slightly, and a terrifying murderous aura came over the sky and collided directly with the imposing manner of the young man. Originally silent and peaceful, the top of the mountain, under the collision of two breaths, actually blew gusts of wind. I didn't expect you to have such strength. Under the collision of breath, the young man could not help but frown slightly. And David was also a little surprised, because the young man in front of him looked young, but his strength was obviously much higher than that of Bai Zhangtang. Chapter 673. Your strength is not bad, but you're not worthy of me. David smiled coldly. Really? Then try. The young man suddenly jumped high, and then the endless palm wind moved towards the top of David's head. Court death. David's eyes narrowed slightly, and murderous aura erupted from his body. They just met by chance, they didn't know each other at all, and they didn't have any grudges, but David didn't expect this young man to actually kill. Not far away, the old man watched quietly, with no expression on his face, and he didn't intend to stop it at all. Seeing that the young man's palm was about to slap on top of David's head, David shouted angrily, and smashed his fist into the sky, and the terrifying spiritual power spurted out, directly knocking the young man into the air. Ding ding dang. After taking a few steps backwards, the young man's face was extremely pale, his internal organs were churning, and a mouthful of blood was firmly pressed in his throat. Now it's my turn. David gritted his teeth and punched the young man fiercely. The fist wind whistled, and a deep ravine was swept out of the ground. The young man was shocked when he saw this, and with a right hand, a bronze sword appeared in the young man's hand. The bronze sword began to fly in the hands of the young man, drawing sword flowers one after another in the air. These sword flowers hit the fist wind, making the sound of steel collision, and the fire was everywhere. Stab! There was a tearing sound, and the young man quickly retreated, only to see a half-meter-long wound on the young man's chest. His clothes were cut, and blood was flowing out. Looking at the wound on his chest, the young man's eyes turned red, and a bloodthirsty breath burst out from his body. I'm going to kill you. The young man roared in his throat, and the bronze sword in his hand began to gasp with scarlet aura, and a terrifying and bloody murderous aura rushed towards David overwhelmingly. Follow me like a shadow. The figure of the young man instantly became ethereal, and many figures appeared suddenly in front of David. The bronze sword also seemed to be transformed into countless swords, all of which were unsheathed and stabbed towards David. David frowned slightly as he looked at the countless phantoms around him. But just as David frowned, countless sword chi had already attacked. When David saw this, he hurriedly ran the concentrating heart art to let the spiritual power protect his whole body, but unfortunately it was still a step too late, and the sword chi had already hit David. Ding ding dong. After a sound, the clothes on David's body have become tattered, barely able to cover the sensitive parts. However, David's body didn't have any wounds at all, and his bronze-colored skin still had a faint luster under the moonlight. This. Holding the bronze sword, the young man was stunned. Even the old man not far away had his eyes wide open with a look of shock on his face. David was stunned, looking at his unscathed body. David didn't expect his body to be so strong. You must know that he didn't have time to use his spiritual power to protect his body just now. This is simply using a strong body to resist countless sword chi. I said, you're not worthy to do it with me. The corner of David's mouth raised, and he punched the stupid young man with a punch. The young man seemed to have forgotten the danger at the moment, and was still standing still. At this moment, he couldn't understand why he couldn't even hurt David's fur with his hard blow. Seeing that David's punch was about to hit the young man, the old man not far away moved. Okay, there is no injustice or enmity, why fight to the death? As soon as the old man waved his hand, David only felt a surging force coming, which directly knocked David's body into the air. Chapter 674. And the old man put a hand on the shoulder of the young man. Yudong, now you should reflect on it. I told you not to let you be so arrogant, but you didn't listen. Did you hit a wall today? Yudong blushed and lowered his head in embarrassment. After David retreated more than 10 meters in a row, he stabilized his figure, then narrowed his eyes and looked at the old man in front of him. He knew that he was not the old man's opponent at all. After all, David couldn't bear the easy wave of his hand. Are you two going to go together? Although David knew he was invincible, he did not flinch. Young man, you misunderstood. How could I bully the small and the strong to bully the weak? Isn't this ruining the reputation of our medicine god valley? The old man hurriedly explained, I am the elder Su Chongqing of Medicine God Valley. This is Yudong, our disciple in the valley. We both came here unintentionally, not to snatch the medicine pill in your hand. I hope you don't misunderstand. I don't know your name. Seeing Su Chongqing being sincere, David said, my name is David Chen, although I also know about alchemy, but I didn't make this medicine. David didn't lie either. After all, with his strength, he still couldn't make a medicinal pill like washing marrow pill. Oh, I'm still wondering, with your current age, how could you possibly refine the earth-level pills, so you didn't refine them? Su Chongqing nodded his head suddenly, but he was stunned soon after, and then looked at David in disbelief. You. What do you say your name is? My name is David Chen. David looked surprised, not understanding why Su Chongqing cared so much about his name. David? Is that David who will fight with Qin Xiaolin tomorrow? Yudong on the side also asked in surprise. David nodded, yes, it's me. Ha ha ha, it really is a hero. I didn't expect this David to be so young. I am dissatisfied with you, saying that the two of us came to Horrendal this time to witness this duel. I also wonder if this dare to accept it. Who is David who Qin Xiaolin challenged? Su Chongqing laughed and looked at David with some admiration. Yudong on the side snorted coldly, Qin Xiaolin has now reached the realm of Wuzong. With your little ability, I am afraid that you will be shot to death with a slap, and you dare to accept the challenge. You are really ignorant and fearless. Yudong had just lost to David, and he was still a little unconvinced. How do you know that I only have this ability? To deal with you, I only used 1/3 of my strength. David looked at Yudong like that, and the corner of his mouth raised. Yudong was instantly furious. Don't be rude, I'll see how you die tomorrow. How did I die? You won't have to worry about it. Now this is my place, please leave. David said with a cold face. Boy, how about we make a deal? Su Chongqing ignored David's order to evict guests, but still asked with a smile. What deal? David looked at Su Chongqing and asked. I save your life, you give me a pill. Su Chongqing said. It seemed that Su Chongqing was still thinking about the Shisui Dan in David's hands. You saved my life. David was at a loss, not understanding why Su Chongqing said that. Tomorrow you follow Qin Xiaolin's duel, you will definitely lose. You kill his son, do you think he will let you go in the ring? But I can save you, as long as I take action, I can beat that Qin Xiaolin in minutes. Run away, didn't this save your life? Su Chongqing explained. Chapter 675. When David heard this, he sneered, Are you so sure that I will definitely lose? I'm sure, you will definitely lose. Then Qin Xiaolin is Wuzong. Although he has just stepped into Wuzong, his strength is not stable, but it is enough to deal with you. I think you are not only the strength of the 5th grade Grand Master. How can you beat Wuzong? Although at your age, to reach this level is considered a genius, but the gap in strength cannot be surpassed. You still have a bright future. You can consider what I said. Su Chongqing was lobbying David, and he hoped that David would agree. After all, an Earth-level medicinal pill was not common even in their Medicine God Valley. The most important thing is that he wants to know who the person who made this Earth-level pill is, what is the relationship with David, and why he gave such a precious pill to David. That may disappoint you. I can die in the ring, and I don't want anyone to help. If there is nothing else, you can leave. Although David doesn't know his current strength in the immediate period and which realm he can reach as a martial artist, he will never be the only one with the strength of the 5th rank Grandmaster, because he can now easily kill 2 martial artists below the 5th rank of the Great Grandmaster. Su Chongqing looked at David, and sighed after a while. You can think about what I said, even if you are on the top of the ring, you can find me, I'm just below the ring, I just don't want a genius, just fell like this. After Su Chongqing finished speaking, he turned around and left, while Yu Dong glanced at David. Humph, you are extremely arrogant, you will beg us tomorrow. After Su Chongqing and the others left, David turned around and went back to the room. He didn't take Su Chongqing's words to heart. Even if he really lost to Qin Xiaolin, it would not be Su Chongqing's turn to save him, because David knew that Long Wu would not be able to save him. Just watch from below the ring, he will come to the rescue. The next morning, Horrendal, a small third-tier city, has ushered in his bright moment at this moment. Countless luxury cars have gathered here, and even helicopters are hovering in the sky. These are the people from the martial arts world who came to see the duel between Qin Xiaolin and David. From these luxury cars and helicopters, it can be seen that there are many rich people in the martial arts world. After all, even in the martial arts world, if you want to advance in strength, you need substantial financial support. In a stadium in Horrendal, an arena was built early, and outside the stadium, Qifeng and Lin Tianhu led people to surround the entire stadium. Except for people in the martial arts world, ordinary people could not enter. After all, the two masters duel, even if they are separated by 100 meters, ordinary people can't bear the aftermath of the attack, only masters above the Grandmaster can enter. Wu Liuyi also rushed over from Jiangbei provincial capital to help Qifeng maintain the order of the scene, and Sun Simiao from Yuangfu. Now these people have an intersection with David, so for such an important matter, of course it's coming. At this moment, outside David's Pinerist villa, Zhao Waoqi, Gu Wentian, and everyone from the Bai family were waiting outside. Because David was still sleeping and hadn't woken up, no one dared to disturb him. Mr. Chen really knows what to do, he can still sleep soundly on such an important matter. Bai Shushan couldn't help sighing that David was still sleeping. Grandpa, then Qin Xiaolin is already in the realm of Wuzong, Mr. Chen, he. Bai Zhantang asked in a low voice. Although he knew that David was a cultivator, Qin Xiaolin's strength was too strong, and David had a short training time after all, so Bai Zhantang was a little worried. Don't worry, I have confidence in Mr. Chen. Bai Shushan said calmly. Chapter 676. However, the others were not as calm as Bai Shushan, especially Gu Wentian who followed Reuben and the others. Although they knew that David was very powerful, they didn't know David's true identity, so they all looked worried. Dad, what are you doing here? At this time, Sonia followed Gu Linger over and saw that everyone was waiting outside the villa and could not enter, so Sonia asked. David is still sleeping, everyone is afraid to disturb him. Reuben explained. This David, how can he have such a big heart, such a big thing, and he still wants to sleep? As Sonia said, she was about to walk into the villa to wake David up. Ms. Su, Gu Wentian hurriedly stopped Sonia. Ms. Su, it is because of such an important matter that Mr. Chen asked him to sleep more today. It is always good to recuperate. Sonia heard the same reason, so she retreated. At this moment, David yawned and walked out of the villa. When he saw that everyone was waiting for him outside the villa, he was stunned. With so many people outside, he slept so deadly that he didn't notice. What are you doing here so early? Didn't it start at noon? David asked in surprise. Mr. Chen, there are already a lot of people in the stadium. I think it's better to get familiar with the venue first. At this time, Bai Shushan stood up and said. Okay, I'll take a shower, you can just sit down. David nodded, and after washing up, everyone headed towards the stadium in a mighty manner. When David arrived, he was shocked when he saw the crowded crowd. He didn't expect so many people to come, and some even traveled thousands of miles to watch the duel between David and Qin Xiaolin. At this moment, in a lounge of the stadium, Qin Xiaolin was sitting on a reclining chair with his eyes slightly closed. Behind Qin Xiaolin, Qin Shaotian led a group of Qin family members. Brother, don't be merciful. You tortured David to death in the arena. You don't know how miserable Xiaofeng and Xiaojiang died. Qin Shaotian said, and squeezed out a few tears. Are you teaching me how to do it? Qin Xiaolin slightly closed his eyes, did not open them, and said lightly. When Qin Xiaotian heard this, he shook his head in fright. Brother, that's not what I meant. Now that Qin Xiaolin has entered the realm of Wuzong after leaving the customs, Qin Xiaotian is even more afraid of him. Is there any news from your second brother? Does the ancestor still like the gift we sent this time? Qin Xiaolin asked. Second brother has the news, saying that the ancestor is very happy. Now that the second brother has entered the ancestral hall, our Qin family will finally have an immortal. When the time comes, let the second brother teach us the art of immortality, and we can marry 10 wives or giving birth to a bunch of sons. I see the entire capital, who would dare to oppose my Qin family. Qin Xiaotian said excitedly. When Qin Xiaolin heard this, he suddenly opened his eyes and turned his head to stare at Qin Xiaotian, childish. Qin Xiaotian shuddered and was too frightened to speak. At this moment, David led everyone into the lounge, because it wasn't time yet, so he had to rest in the lounge. When Qin Xiaotian saw David come in, he looked at David angrily. And that Qin Xiaolin glanced at it, and when he saw Bai Shushan and Zhao Wuji following David, he sneered. The patriarch of the dignified Bai family, the patriarch of the Kyoto Protectorate Pavilion, has also become someone else's dog. Is the owner you're looking for a little too young? Qin Xiaolin's ridicule made Bai Shushan and Zhao Wuji instantly angry, and the two of them could not wait to rush up to fight with Qin Xiaolin. But they still controlled it. After all, Qin Xiaolin's strength has reached Wuzong now. Even if the two of them join forces, they are not Qin Xiaolin's opponents. The gap of a big realm cannot be made up by quantity. Chapter 677. Seeing that Bai Shushan and Zhao Wuji were both silent, Qin Xiaolin was even more proud, and Qin Xiaotian, who immediately said with a frenzied expression, "You are now kowtowing in front of my elder brother and surrender to our Qin family. Maybe my elder brother can forgive you." Ignorance, wait a while, this kid David is dead. I see who you pawns are going to look for as a backer. Bai Shushan and Zhao Wuji's faces were ugly, and they stared at Qin Xiaotian fiercely. Although they were upset, they didn't say anything. Now they only hope that David can win that Qin Xiaolin. As long as David wins, then the Qin family will have no threat, and the Qin family's position in the capital will also plummet. If your Qin family can only fight with words, I don't think this fight is necessary at all, because I don't like to follow people who can only art. David glanced coldly at the Qin brothers and said, "David, you f***ing." When Qin Xiaotian was angry, he was about to rush towards David. Now that Qin Xiaolin is in charge, he is no longer afraid of David. "Xiaotian!" Qin Xiaolin shouted coldly, and Qin Xiaotian stopped instantly. "Boy, there is only 1 hour left until noon, and your life is only 1 hour away. If you have any last words, hurry up and say, when you get to the ring, you will no longer have a chance to survive." Qin Xiaolin glanced at David. After speaking, he leaned back on the seat and rested with his eyes slightly closed. David also found a place to sit down and waited quietly for the time to come. At this moment, there are many people sitting in the entire stadium. These are all people from the martial arts world, and the lowest is the strength of the master. Among them, there are many people like Yao Shengu, Su Chongsheng and Long Wu. However, most of them come here because of their reputation. Such life and death battles are rarely held in the martial arts world, not to mention Qin Xiaolin is a master of martial arts. Many people update to see how abnormal the strength of martial arts is. Most no one has ever seen Wuzong take action. I heard that David is only in his 20s. How could he dare to take on Qin Xiaolin's challenge at such a young age? No, isn't this an egg hitting a stone? I think this fight will last for a minute at most, and even that David can't last even a minute. How is it possible? I heard that David's strength is not weak, at least above the 5th rank of the Grandmaster, so young to become the Grandmaster. This is a genius. What's the use of a genius? I'm not going to die on the ring for a while. Everyone regretted for a while. Although they had never met David, it was not easy for a genius in the martial arts world. When the sun was high in the sky, the scorching sun made everyone sweat, but no one left, because the battle started immediately. In the position closest to the ring, Su Chongsheng and Yu Dong were sitting in the first row, quietly waiting for the fight to start. "Elder, do you think that David can defeat Qin Xiaolin? If he can't resist even a single move and dies tragically in Qin Xiaolin's hands, wouldn't the pill be wasted, and we don't know where he put it?" Yu Dong asked Su Chongsheng in a low voice. "Don't worry, David can't be defeated so fast, but he has no chance of winning at all. In a critical moment, I may come to the rescue," Su Chongsheng said. "Elder, if we do this, then we will offend the Qin family. If David doesn't give us the medicinal pills, then won't we lose a lot? We might as well grab it last night, anyway, we didn't. People see, do not do too endlessly," Yu Dong said fiercely. Su Chongsheng turned his head and glared at Yu Dong, without saying anything. Chapter 678. The conversation between Su Chongsheng and Yu Dong had already been heard by Long Wu and Wu Meier, who were not far away. Although the voices of the two were very low, they were still heard by Long Wu. "Uncle Long, these two guys seem to be interested in your Shisui Dan, who are they?" Wu Meier asked. "I didn't expect the absoluteness of David and Qin Xiaolin this time, and even the people from Medicine God Valley would be attracted," Long Wu said lightly. "Yao Shenggu." Wu Meier was stunned for a moment. "I heard that the guys in Yao Shenggu are arrogant and have always regarded themselves as famous and decent." "Humph." Long Wu snorted coldly. "In the face of absolute interests, how can there be a decent family? You forgot who picked you up and gave it to me when you were young." When Wu Meier heard this, her face changed slightly, and she said with a little sadness, "Uncle Long said that Ding Busan from the Valley of the Wicked gave me to you." Long Wu nodded. "There are rumors in the world that the guys in the Valley of the Wicked are all evil, but when Ding Busan saw you on the road, he couldn't bear to pick it up. Can you say that Ding Busan is a villain?" Wu Meier shook her head, and then said, "Uncle Long, didn't you say you have the opportunity to take me to the Valley of the Wicked? I want to meet my savior." "Well, let's wait until July 15th. Maybe I'll ask the guys in the Valley of the Wicked to help me. The Long family won't let David go easily. It's very difficult to just rely on me and Butler Long. It's hard to protect him well," Long Wu said. His face became more and more solemn. "Uncle Long, what is the identity of this David? Why are you and Grandpa Long trying so hard to protect him?" Wu Meier asked curiously. "The less you know now, the better. Also, don't use your charms everywhere. If you are born with a charming physique, you will suffer if you are found out by someone with a heart," Long Wu warned. "Got it." Wu Meier nodded. Just as Long Wu was talking to Wu Meier, there was a sudden commotion in the crowd. Qin Xiaolin came out. With someone shouting, everyone looked towards the arena in unison, and found that Qin Xiaolin took the lead and jumped onto the ring lightly, and behind Qin Xiaolin, followed Qin Shaotian and the rest of the Qin family. This Qin Xiaolin has indeed reached the strength of Wuzong. It seems that it is not a blow. I am afraid that the strength of the Qin family will rise to another level. Didn't you see that all the servants of the Qin family are grandmasters, and there are even great grandmasters among them? This unremarkable person David actually provokes the behemoth of the Qin family. Isn't this courting death? Hey, I'm dying at a young age. There was a lot of discussion, but their eyes were still fixed on the ring. They knew that after Qin Xiaolin came to power, David would follow. They wanted to see what David looked like. Just after Qin Xiaolin got to the ring, David walked out of the lounge with everyone following him. With the appearance of David, the entire stadium was like a frying pan, and they all raised their necks, wanting to see more clearly. Damn it, is the youngest one in front of this David? The young man is still a first-rate talent. Isn't that Bai Shoshan, the patriarch of the Bai family, and Zhao Wuji, the patriarch of the Protectorate Pavilion in Kyoto? When did they meet David? It's no wonder that David dared to accept the challenge at a young age. It turns out that there are people behind him, but even if the Bai family and the Jingjing Dharma Protector Pavilion support him, Qin Xiaolin will not let him go. Everyone was surprised. Chapter 679. David walked slowly to the ring, while the others sat under the ring, quietly waiting for the fight to start. "David, do you have any last words? Just say it on this ring, I won't let you leave the ring." Looking at David, who came to the stage, Qin Xiaolin said coldly. Qin Xiaolin's voice was so loud that everyone in the stadium could clearly hear it, which showed that the fight this time was endless. This sentence is also what I want to ask you. Do you have any last words? Just above the ring, tell your brother under the stage, because you can't go on. David looked at Qin Xiaolin, the green light in his eyes shone without the slightest fear. Insanity! Qin Xiaolin stepped out one step, and suddenly the entire arena trembled, and even the entire stadium could feel the tremor, and many people began to shake. Rumbling. As if the thunder sounded in the sky, Qin Xiaolin took this step, and instantly a white air wave rolled up on the ring, like a sharp sword, moving towards David. The two were separated by dozens of meters, but this air wave coming soon. With this blow, Qin Xiaolin used up all his inner strength, because he didn't want to follow David to tremble too much. After all, he is already the strength of Wuzong. As the so-called shadow of the famous tree of people, he wants to stand in front of everyone in the martial arts world. David must be killed in one hit. Looking at the scene on the arena, everyone in the audience was amazed. Many of them had never seen a master of the Wuzong realm make a move. At this moment, seeing this shocking scene with their own eyes, they were all stunned. Bang! The airwaves rolled, and after reaching David, a huge explosion sounded like a grenade. The sound shook the sky, and the ears of everyone present were buzzing. David's figure was instantly buried by the smoke and dust, and the aftermath spread to the surroundings. Everyone sitting in the front row felt a strong wind blowing, and then the seats below them all shattered. However, no one was injured, and those who could sit in the front row were all experts, and would not be hurt by the aftermath, otherwise they would not have dared to sit in the front. It's over, I'm afraid this is the fastest fight I've ever seen. This David couldn't follow a single move. The move by Qin Xiaolin just now, even if it is the peak of the great master, it is difficult to resist it, right? Too strong, Wuzong's strength is really too strong. Everyone looked at the mess in the front row that was hit by the aftermath, and they thought of David on the ring, and there must be no hope. Sonia, who was under the ring, saw this scene, and tears poured out instantly. After being shocked for a while, she got up and wanted to run towards the ring, but Gu Linger held her down. David! You can't die, you can't die! Sonia roared sternly, attracting pity from many people on the side. Bai Shoshan, Zhao Waoqi and the others all had ugly expressions on their faces, and they sweated for David in their palms. They knew David's identity, so it shouldn't be possible for them to be invincible even with a single move, right? Humph, you dare to oppose my Qin family for just these 2 times. I really don't know whether to live or die. Qin Shaotian glanced at Bai Shoshan and the others with a proud face, and snorted coldly. Elder, is this too fast? Yu Dong looked at David, who was overwhelmed by smoke and dust on the ring, and said in surprise. Su Chongqing frowned slightly and shook his head. I didn't expect Qin Xiaolin's strength to be so powerful. It seems that I overestimated David. Uncle Long, David he. At this moment, Wu Meier also opened her mouth slightly, her face full of surprise. She didn't expect such a result, because Long Wu hadn't had time to rescue David. Chapter 680. Don't worry, David is fine. Even if he doesn't lower that Qin Xiaolin, he can't be defeated so quickly. Long Wu had a calm expression on his face. The smoke and dust above the ring dissipated, and those with sharp eyes found that there was a figure standing in the smoke and dust. Soon, the figure became clearer and clearer, and in the end everyone saw that David was still standing on the ring, and did not fall down with the blow just now. It's just that David's clothes were tattered at the moment, and a deep groove appeared in the bronze mirror on David's chest. Seeing that David was not dead, everyone was stunned. Especially Sonia, the whole person was excited, and she cried even more. How can this be? Isn't this David the realm of the 5th grade great master? Seeing David standing on the ring intact, Su Chongqing was surprised. He felt that it was impossible for him to misunderstand. How could David, the great master, be able to survive Wuzong's hard blow this time? What about standing on the ring? At this moment, only David himself knew that his internal organs were tumbling. Although he had just taken Qin Xiaolan's fatal blow with the help of the heart-protecting bronze mirror and his perverted body, David still suffered a lot of internal injuries. Now David is frantically running the heart condensation art, using spiritual power to heal his wounds, and a mouthful of blood from his throat is also suppressed by David, and he does not spit it out. Do you have this strength? I advise you to kowtow to me now and admit your mistake, maybe I can spare your life. David stood there, the green light in his eyes skyrocketed, and he said with a bright light. David at the moment, although his body is tattered, but in the eyes of everyone, he is like a god. How many people can resist the attack of the next Wuzong without moving? David, don't be mad, if I don't kill you today, I swear I won't be human. Qin Xiaolan saw that David was unscathed by his own hard blow, which shocked him already. He was full of confidence and started to play drums at this moment. However, when things got to this point, everyone in the martial arts world under the stage watched. Qin Xiaolan couldn't retreat, but Qin Xiaolan was angry, but he didn't dare to attack David again. The more David was like this, the more he dared not take the initiative to attack. He felt that David was deliberately angering him. And what David wants is this effect, he needs Qin Xiaolan to give him time to heal. The two stood facing each other like this, but no one was making a move. The atmosphere at the scene was suppressed to the extreme. The more it was like this, the less everyone dared to speak out. This was a duel between masters, and no one dared to cause trouble for themselves at this time. Soon, David's injury was slowly recovered under the treatment of Ningxin Ju, and the breath on his body gradually calmed down. Uncle Long, why don't they do anything? Wu Meyer seemed a little impatient, and asked Long Wu in a low voice. David is injured, he is healing, Long Wu said with a serious expression. At first glance, he saw that David was injured, but the internal injury he suffered was invisible to others. As time passed, Qin Xiaolan also seemed to have discovered something at this moment. Damn, fooled, it turns out that your kid is procrastinating. Qin Xiaolan suddenly woke up, his eyes flashed with cold light, and the whole person jumped up suddenly, like a dupeng spreading his wings, and leaped directly in front of David. In midair, Qin Xiaolan folded his hands together, and everyone could clearly see that a vast force of heaven and earth was activated, and then merged with the energy of Qin Xiaolan's body, and finally turned into a giant hand, ruthlessly. Shot to David. David raised his brows, used his palm as a knife, and strode through the air with all his might. Break! I saw a cyan blade flashed past, and went abruptly towards the giant hand. Chapter 681. The cyan blade glowed with dazzling brilliance, and directly cut a gap in the giant hand from the middle. Qin Xiaolan's figure suddenly stepped back, and the giant hand made of condensed air instantly turned into smoke and dissipated in the air. In this fight, Qin Xiaolan didn't even get a bargain, but was beaten back by David, which surprised everyone a lot. Qin Xiaolan's eyes narrowed slightly, the murderous intent in his eyes became more and more intense. Without any language, he immediately shot at David again. Regardless of whether David was injured or not, Qin Xiaolan didn't intend to give David the slightest chance to breathe. Since he couldn't kill him in one hit, he would consume David to death. With his strength in the realm of Wuzong, he didn't believe that David had consumed it with him. I saw Qin Xiaolan shook hands into fists, separated by dozens of meters, and suddenly threw out a fist, only to see a translucent invisible energy quickly moving towards David. Because the speed was too fast, everyone only saw David and Qin Xiaolan's body. I saw that a white smoke was formed, like a plane passing through the air, leaving a long trace behind it. Bang! David once again condensed his energy into a knife. This time, the sword light was obviously much stronger. Obviously, David did not use his full strength in the blow just now. With a dull loud noise, David's sword light slashed fiercely on top of the Qi Jin. Although David blocked most of the Qi Jin this time, part of it still hit David's chest heavily. David's figure instantly leaned back, and then flew out quickly. David's feet slid on the ring, and soon two deep ravines appeared on the ring, until it reached the edge of the ring. The figure stopped. David frowned slightly. Wuzong's strength can't be underestimated. Qin Xiaolan's energy is obviously different from that of ordinary warriors. You must know that the energy of ordinary warriors is generated by their own beating and cultivation. If they can achieve the release of energy, They are already in the realm of masters. However, because of the limitations of warriors' cultivation methods, the energy of warriors cannot last. It can't be so solid. Compared with the spiritual power of immortal cultivators, Qi Jin is simply too far behind, which is why David is only a monk in the fasting period now, but he can kill two great masters of martial arts without any effort. However, Qin Xiaolan's energy is completely different from that of other warriors. It is almost the same as that of a cultivator. It is no wonder that Long Wu warned David in advance that warriors in the realm of Wuzong are not so easy to deal with. After the realm of Wuzong, it will reach a whole new level. It is no wonder that the dream of many warriors is to reach the realm of Wuzong, and even to achieve this goal, they continue to practice, but it seems that this realm of Wuzong is not so easy to achieve. In addition to their own cultivation techniques and talents, they also need opportunities. Being able to resist my 2 blows, you are the most powerful grandmaster I have ever seen since I left the customs. Your body is stronger than I imagined. You must have taken some kind of medicinal pill. After tempering your body, if you can give me the medicine pill, maybe I can let you live. Qin Xiaolan looked at David's exposed bronze skin with envy in his eyes. You let me go. I killed your son and your nephew. Will you let me go? David raised the corner of his mouth and sneered. When I cultivate to my realm, family love is nothing but a tie. When I cultivate to eternal life, He Cho has no children. If you really have the medicine that can temper your body and give it to me, I will definitely let you go. Qin Xiaolan's words surprised everyone. Unexpectedly, Qin Xiaolan could not even avenge his son's revenge for the so-called elixir. Chapter 682. David looked at Qin Xiaolan with a sneer, his eyes full of contempt. You want to let me go, but unfortunately I don't want to let you go, you must die on this ring today. After David finished speaking, his fingers turned into knives, and the blue blade light flashed again, reaching several feet long in David's hands. David waved vigorously, and the sword that was several meters long moved towards Qin Xiaolan. The sword light made a crack on the arena, and sparks burst out from the hard ground at this moment. Under the sunlight, those sparks looked so bright, like fireworks blooming. Qin Xiaolan frowned, and hurriedly waved his hands in front of him. A wall of air visible to the naked eye blocked Qin Xiaolan's front. This was the air wall that Qin Xiaolan condensed with his energy, which was comparable to a copper wall and an iron wall, and was extremely tough. After David's sword light touched the air wall in front of Qin Xiaolan, there was a crisp sound of steel colliding. I saw the knife slashing hard on the air wall, and the crisp collisions were endless, and the fire was splashing, as if a high-speed rotating cutting machine was cutting against a copper wall. David, your strength is still a little short. With just this little sword light, can't you break the defense? Qin Xiaolan sneered, because he knew that with David's strength, this sword glow would disappear soon and would not last too long. After all, it was motivated by Qi energy. Mang disappeared naturally. Qin Xiaolan was planning to follow David, but when David saw Qin Xiaolan's thought, he was instantly happy. Although Qin Xiaolan's strength was indeed stronger than David, it was really more durable. David was much stronger than that Qin Xiaolan. David's Dantian has a lot of spiritual power. If he follows Qin Xiaolan in this way, he can consume Qin Xiaolan to death. David's sword light was constantly slashing on Qin Xiaolan's defensive air wall. As time went by, David's sword light showed no signs of weakening, but also increased slightly. But looking at Qin Xiaolan, cold sweat began to form on his forehead, and his eyes looked at David in disbelief. The air wall in front of him also became more and more transparent from pale white at the beginning, which proves that Qin Xiaolan's energy is beginning weakened. Elder, how can David's energy be so strong? Then Qin Zhao's realm of Lin Wuzong can't even hold it. Yu Dong looked at the scene in the ring and asked for a long time. At this time, Su Chongqing was also in a state of confusion, and he couldn't understand David. How could this happen? This David looks at the strength of the 5th grade grandmaster, so how can he be so strong? Could it be that this kid didn't eat the burst pill before he entered the ring? Su Chongqing frowned slightly. Elder, if this kid eats the burst pill, wouldn't it be his own death? Besides, the burst pill is only effective for 10 minutes, and now they have been fighting for more than 10 minutes. Yu Dong disagreed with Su Changsheng's explanation. Although bursting pills can improve people's strength in a very short period of time, it also comes at a price. Eating bursting pills will hurt the internal organs, not to mention that bursting pills do not have such a long-term effect. This is strange. It seems that this David has a lot of secrets. Su Changsheng looked at David in the ring, his eyes were bright, as if he wanted to see David through. On the other side, Wu Meyer said to Long Wu, "Uncle Long, it seems that David still has a chance of winning, and it is estimated that you will not need to take action." Long Wu nodded. "David will win, there is no suspense, we should go." Long Wu actually walked out of the stadium slowly, and Wu Meyer followed closely behind. David on the ring did not notice that Long Wu had left, but made his determination to make the sword light skyrocket again. Chapter 683. The ground under Qin Xiaolan's feet has begun to crack, but he is still insisting on it. The vastness of David's energy has shocked Qin Xiaolan. Clack clack. With the sound of cracks, the air wall in front of Qin Xiaolan began to have tiny cracks, and then the cracks became bigger and bigger. Qin Xiaolan's face changed, and his figure suddenly retreated. Whoa, whoa. After Qin Xiaolan's Qi Jin retreated, the Qi wall instantly turned into nothingness, and David Cyan's sword light swung down, forcibly slashing the ring at Qin Xiaolan's feet with a knife mark several meters long. The blade was sharp and penetrated directly into the arena, and even the ground gave a deep pit several meters long, and the sand and gravel rolled out. At this time, Qin Xiaolan's body had already retreated to the edge of the ring, so he was able to escape David's sword light. Looking at Qin Xiaolan's embarrassed appearance, David's eyes narrowed slightly. "If I had a real treasured sword in my hand, you would have already become my dead soul at this moment." Qin Xiaolan looked at David and did not refute it, because what David said was true. If David was not condensing his qi as a sword at this moment, but had a real treasured sword in his hand, Qin Xiaolan would be very difficult to hide. "David, don't be too happy. I have been in seclusion for several years, and I have devoted myself to studying my Qin family's exercises. I finally broke through the realm of Wuzong. How could you be a great master who easily defeated?" After Qin Xiaolan finished speaking, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body, and then the whole stadium began to blow with gusts of wind. Qin Xiaolan's hair was all standing tall, and his hands seemed to dance as if they were dancing, grabbing randomly in the air, but Qin Xiaolan threw it away as soon as he grabbed it. His hands that were originally empty were now blazing sharp edges. Several feet in front of David were all shrouded by this edge, and the edges were like steel balls, and they went straight to David's vital parts. David didn't dodge or dodge, and even let the sharp edges hit him. After several hands with Qin Xiaolan, David had a certain understanding of Qin Xiaolan's strength and his body's ability to fight, so he dared not to dodge. Dao Dao's sharp edge hit David, and there was a soft sound, but David's body was not at all different, and there was not even a little mark on his skin. Qin Xiaolan said with an ugly face, "David, are you wearing chainmail? I have never seen anyone's body tempered so powerfully." David sneered, took off the heart-protecting bronze mirror on his chest, and threw it onto the ring. "Even if I don't wear anything, what can you do to me?" David's remarks made Qin Xiaolan lose face instantly. Seeing that David actually threw the bronze mirror to the ground, Qin Xiaolan's expression became solemn. Since David dares to throw away the bronze mirror, it proves that David has full confidence at this moment. Qin Xiaolan took a deep breath and looked at David coldly. "Since you care so much, let you taste the taste of death." After Qin Xiaolan finished speaking, the aura on his body began to rise again. The terrifying pressure was centered on Qin Xiaolan and spread to the surroundings. Qin Xiaolan made a light move with his right hand, and the countless light spots in the sky actually gathered in his hand, as if the entire sun was controlled by Qin Xiaolan. Soon, the light spot in Qin Xiaolan's hand became brighter and brighter, even surpassing the light of the sun, making everyone in the stadium unable to open their eyes. What kind of move did Qin Xiaolan make? It's so terrifying. It's so powerful, I feel so hot from such a distance. This move, David can't take it. It seems that the gap in realm is difficult to make up after all. It's over, David will lose this move. Everyone was discussing the power of Qin Xiaolan's move, and the people sitting in the front row covered their eyes one after another. Chapter 684. At this moment, Sonia and the others raised their hearts to their throats. Force! Qin Xiaolin suddenly roared, and the light in his hand immediately went towards David. In addition to the heat waves, what is more serious is the huge sense of oppression, which makes David feel like a mountain is pressing on his shoulders. The ring under David's feet began to burst, and then the ring collapsed suddenly, and David's figure quickly fell under the ring. And that ray of light quickly reached where David was standing, and hit David directly along the gap in the ring. Everyone only saw that the light penetrated into the ring and disappeared, and they couldn't see the current situation of David who fell into the ring. It's over, it's over. A great master wants to defeat Wuzong, but after all, it's just a dream. This David is considered a genius, and that terrifying body is even more powerful. It's a pity that he doesn't understand the forbearance, and this good body wasted in vain. Everyone sighed, and some people have started to slowly get up and prepare to leave. Elder, is everything over? Yu Dong looked at Su Chongsheng and asked. Su Chongsheng was slightly disappointed and said, "It's over. I originally thought that David would give me a surprise. Wuzong is Wuzong, and the gap in a big realm can't be tied by strong physicality and skills. Then why didn't the great elder take action just now and rescue David so that he can ask him for a medicinal pill?" Yu Dong didn't understand why Su Chongsheng didn't save David. Just that Qin Xiaolin's blow just now, even if I make a shot, I can't guarantee that I will be unscathed. I really didn't expect the Qin family to be so domineering. Su Chongsheng sighed slightly. At this moment, Qin Xiaolin in the ring, with endless arrogance and confidence in his eyes, glanced at everyone around him. When he felt Qin Xiaolin's gaze, all the people he saw lowered their heads slightly. After this battle, Qin Xiaolin's ranking in the martial arts world will definitely increase a lot, and the Qin family will also rise with the tide. Hurry up and welcome my big brother down. Qin Shaotian, who was under the ring, was excited, and immediately ordered the servants of the Qin family to step forward and form 2 rows to welcome Qin Shao in the ring. But just as Qin Xiaolin turned around and was about to walk towards the ring, a burst of golden light burst out from the gap in the ring where David was standing. Everyone's eyes widened instantly, looking at the golden light that burst out, and they were all shocked. Qin Xiaolin, who had stepped down from the stage, also stopped at this moment and looked at the golden light that burst out with an incredible look. No one knew what was going on, but they could be sure that this golden light had something to do with David. David's body slowly rose from the gap in the ring, and David's body was wrapped in golden light, as if the gods had descended. Damn it, this David didn't die. Is he going to become an immortal? Is this David an unbeatable Xiaoqiang? He is too strong. It's fun to watch now. The people who were about to leave turned back one after another. It seems that there is still more excitement behind the fight. David slowly stood on the ring, and the golden light on his body slowly faded. At this moment, David not only did not see the slightest injury, but his energy was much more abundant than before. Qin Xiaolin, if this is all you can do, then let's end it. After David finished speaking, his body suddenly burst, and he catapulted directly towards Qin Xiaolin. His fist with the size of a sandbag went straight to Qin Xiaolin's face. This time, David didn't use any fancy moves, just this simple punch, with a strong wind. Because the speed was too fast, the surrounding air seemed to be evacuated in an instant. Qin Xiaolin turned around in a hurry, raised his hand and threw a punch, ready to resist David's attack. Chapter 685. This was the first real physical collision after 2 people came to power, so everyone looked at it with wide eyes, hoping to see a miracle again. If the Grand Master wins against Wuzong, it will give many warriors confidence, and it can be seen that the gap in realm can be made up. Boom! David's fist collided heavily with Qin Xiaolin's fist, and the huge impact was scattered around the 2 people, and everyone could see the aftermath spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, everyone in the front row hurriedly took action, each bursting with breath, and then resisted the impact of this wave of diffusion. Even so, everyone in the front row felt their bodies trembling, which can be seen from the impact. How powerful! Click! With a crisp sound, Qin Xiaolin's wrist was bent in a strange way because he was in a hurry to fight, and it was obviously broken, and his whole body was also knocked out by a strong force. Originally, Qin Xiaolin was already on the edge of the ring, but now he was slammed into the air, flew out of the ring, and smashed towards the ground. Big brother. Seeing this, Qin Xiaotian was shocked, and jumped up in a hurry, trying to support Qin Xiaolin. And the servants of the Qin family also jumped into the air one after another, trying to catch Qin Xiaolin together. Bang bang bang. After a muffled sound, Qin Xiaotian and the servants of the Qin family were all hit hard by Qin Xiaolin and flew out together. So many people failed to stop Qin Xiaolin's body from flying backwards, which shows how powerful David's punch was. Qin Xiaolin, brother Qin Xiaotian, and many servants of the Qin family were all smashed to the ground, causing waves of smoke. This time, the entire stadium exploded in an instant, and David's punch shocked almost everyone. Mr. Chen is awesome, one person singled out the Qin family. Lin Tianhu jumped up excitedly and kept yelling. Great Elder, Great Elder. Yu Dong wanted to ask Su Chongqing what was going on, but found that Su Chongqing seemed to have been immobilized, staring straight at David, motionless. Qin Xiaolin climbed up with difficulty, and his face was extremely ugly. The right hand drooped weakly and could no longer move. Looking at his broken wrist, Qin Xiaolin couldn't understand why David, a great master, had such strength. He found that David's vigor seemed to never run out when he fought with David, and he kept getting stronger and stronger. Shang! This cannot be the strength that a martial artist with the strength of a great master can show. Could it be that he has misunderstood? David, I lost. I admit that you are very strong. You are not a great master. What kind of strength are you? What secrets do you have? Qin Xiaolin squinted his eyes slightly, looked at David and asked. Listening to Qin Xiaolin's words, everyone looked at David. They all thought that David's strength was nothing more than a great master, but now he has completely defeated Qin Xiaolin, who is Wuzong. Could it be that they are all wrong? Or maybe there is a secret about David, these people want to know. My secrets, you don't deserve to know. David smiled coldly. Qin Xiaolin's face was full of anger, but he was not in the ring. Now that his wrist is broken, he can no longer be David's opponent. Okay, I was defeated by you today, I admit it, let's wait and see. Qin Xiaolin stayed ashamed. After speaking, he turned around and prepared to take people away. Do I agree that you are leaving? Qin Xiaolin just turned around when David's voice came, and then a black shadow flashed over his head. David jumped down from the ring and blocked Qin Xiaolin's face. Chapter 686. Qin Xiaolin frowned. David, I have given up, what else do you want? Admit defeat? David raised his mouth. I started to ask you to kowtow and admit your mistake, and I can spare your life. Since you don't agree, then you can't leave today. Are you going to kill them all? Qin Xiaolin didn't expect that David didn't let him go after he conceded defeat. Today is a life-and-death fight. If I lose, will you let me go? David's face was cold. At the beginning, he didn't plan to let Qin Xiaolin leave alive. The kindness to the enemy is cruel to himself, but David is not so kind. Everyone was stunned when they saw that David was going to kill Qin Xiaolin. A great master actually stopped a Wuzong and wanted to kill him, not to mention that there were many people in the Qin family at the scene, including several masters in the realm of the great master. David planned to fight the entire Qin family alone. David, don't be too arrogant, my eldest brother has given up, and you have to kill them all. I really think our Qin family is afraid that you won't succeed. Qin Xiaotian stepped out, while the other Qin family members directly surrounded David in the middle. Qin Xiaotian, today is a life-and-death struggle between me and your eldest brother. If you don't want to die, get out of the way, or none of you want to leave. David's face was gloomy, and raging killing intent erupted from his body. This is Horrendal, not Kyoto. I want to be rude to Mr. Chen here, but you chose the wrong place. Lin Tianhu jumped out of the auditorium, followed by Qi Feng, Zhao Waoqi, Bai Shushan, Wu Liuyi, and many others from the Jiangbei martial arts world all surrounded them. Hundreds of people from Chaifantang and Jiatang, who were originally in charge of the hands outside the stadium, also swarmed in and surrounded the entire arena. Qin Xiaolin and the others were surrounded by them. Qin Xiaotian, this is a battle between Mr. Chen and your eldest brother. It is a battle post from your eldest brother. In front of so many people in the martial arts world, do you want to bully the less with more? Bai Shushan looked at Qin Xiaotian and asked coldly. Qin Xiaotian, as the pavilion master of the Dharma Protector Pavilion, I don't care who wins or loses in a regular battle, but if you guys break the rules, I won't sit idly by. Zhao Waoqi also had a cold expression on his face. He had long disliked the Qin family. He compared him to a dog in the lounge just now. Hey, you scare me less and use more people. Although we have few people, these are the elites of the Qin family. Which one is not above the 5th rank grandmaster, or even a big grandmaster? Just you rabble, really want to fight, get up, it's not necessarily who wins and who loses. Qin Xiaotian snorted coldly and planned to lead someone to fight recklessly. He couldn't watch Qin Xiaolin be beaten to death by David. If the Qin family did not have Qin Xiaolin, the Qin family might collapse. Zhao Wuji and the others all have ugly faces. Qin Xiaotian is right. Although there are many of them, there are not many masters above the real masters. Some of the remaining people have not even practiced their energy, but just rushed to the number of people. That's all. In front of real experts, these people don't even have the chance to do it. For a while, everyone froze on the scene, no one did anything, but no one left, so the atmosphere was oppressive confrontation. Let me be fair. At this time, Su Chongqing opened his mouth and slowly walked into the crowd. Su Chongqing walked forward, but the crowd in front were unconsciously pushed aside by a huge force. Yu Dong followed Su Chongqing and walked directly to the middle. After everyone saw Su Chongqing, many people were puzzled, because they didn't know Su Chongqing, but Qin Xiaolin and Bai Shushan, Zhao Wuji were all surprised when they saw Su Chongqing. Chapter 687. Zhao Waoqi hurriedly greeted him with a respectful look on his face. I didn't expect Elder Su to come too, what a distinguished guest. Gatemaster Zhao is too polite, I'm also curious, come and take a look. Su Chongqing smiled lightly. Elder Su. Bai Shushan and Qin Xiaolin all greeted Su Chongqing with respect. Seeing that these bigwigs are so respectful to Su Chongqing, the others all fled from Su Chongqing's side one after another, not daring to get too close to Su Chongqing. Such a big man, with his faint aura, made them unable to bear it. David glanced at Su Chongqing and Yu Dong, and said lukewarmly, do you two also want to get involved? Mr. Chen, this is Elder Su from Medicine God Valley, but Medicine God Valley is. Zhao Waoqi saw that David's attitude was not very good, so he hurriedly followed David's introduction, wanting to let David know who Su Chongqing was. But before he could finish speaking, Su Chongqing waved his hand and smiled. Gatemaster Zhao doesn't need to be introduced, Brother Chen and I know each other. Su Chongqing's words made Zhao Wuji and Bai Shushan stunned, wondering when David met Su Chongqing. And Qin Xiaolin, after hearing that Su Chongqing and David actually knew each other, a bad premonition rose in his heart. If David really knew Su Chongqing and had a good relationship, then the Qin family would really not dare to do anything to David in the future. It turns out that Mr. Chen and Elder Su have known each other for a long time, and it was me who talked too much. Zhao Waoqi said with an embarrassed expression. Actually, it's not too early. We met last night. The two of them broke into my villa in the middle of the night and wanted to rob my medicine pill. After a fight, we got to know each other. After David finished speaking, everyone suddenly exploded, especially Bai Shushan and Zhao Waoqi. They never thought that David would actually fight with Su Chongqing. Moreover, Su Chongqing also wanted to snatch David's medicinal pills. You must know that Yao Shengge claims to be famous and upright, and he has indeed treated many people in the martial arts world, so he is deeply respected by everyone in the martial arts world. It's just that the people in Yao Shengge are very mysterious, so most people have never met people in Yao Shengge, and only some masters in the martial arts world or patriarchs of big families know people in Yao Shengge. Now the people of Yao Shengge are going to rob other people's medicine pills. Boy, what nonsense are you talking about? When did we rob your medicinal pill? It's just that the first elder wanted to see your medicinal pill. When did he say he wanted to rob you, and if he really wanted to rob your medicinal pill, use with the strength of the great elder, can you still live to this day? Yudong glared at David and retorted loudly. That is, what kind of strength is Elder Su? Many years ago, Elder Su was already a martial sect. I have to respectfully call Elder Su a senior, but you can still be Elder Su's opponent. What's more, Medicine God Valley is famous for alchemy, what can you do? Let Elder Su snatch it up. It's clearly your bloody spit. Qin Xiaolin was ecstatic at this moment, and immediately shouted at David with a serious face. Now he only needs to pull Su Chongqing to his side. Even if David has great ability, he can't move him in the slightest, and David follows Yao Shenggu to form a revenge, which is sure to die. Qin Shaotian is also looking at David at the moment. He doesn't know whether David is really stupid or fake, and he offends the people in Yao Shenggu at this time. Mr. Chen, this must be a misunderstanding. Elder Su will never do this. Is there any misunderstanding here? Bai Shushan looked at David and winked desperately at David. And David didn't seem to see it and smiled coldly. What kind of heart they have in my villa at night, they know best in their hearts. Chapter 688. David's words surprised everyone. As a person in the martial arts world, they all know exactly where the Medicine God Valley is. What's more, David dares to say this when he is facing the great elder of the Medicine God Valley. Isn't this courting death? Bai Shushan and Zhao Waoqi all sweated for David, for fear that Su Chongqing would be angry. But this made Qin Xiaolin and Qin Shaotian happy. Boy, you slandered me, Yao Shenggu, I think you are impatient. Yudong glared at David. Why, do you want to fight with me? You are just a defeated general. Do you have any reason to speak here? David looked at Yudong, who was furious, and said coldly. Yudong was furious. In front of so many people, he even said that he was a defeated general. Yudong was a little embarrassed, so he planned to go towards David in a single step. Yudong. Su Chongqing stopped Yudong, then looked at David with a smile on his face and said, Brother Chen, I think you must have misunderstood. We have absolutely no intention of robbing you of the pills. As for the recklessness last night, I tell you apologize. Su Chongqing, as the great elder of Medicine God Valley, actually apologized to David? This surprised everyone. Not even David himself thought that Su Chongqing would actually apologize to him in public. Su Chongqing apologized, and David couldn't say anything more. When the Qin brothers saw this situation, their originally excited hearts instantly cooled down. They didn't know what David was capable of to make the elder of Yao Shenggu apologize. Elder, how can you apologize to him? Yudong looked at Su Chongqing in disbelief. He had to know that everyone here was from the martial arts world. If this were to spread out, wouldn't their reputation for Medicine God Valley be damaged? Shut up. Su Chongqing glared at Yudong, then glanced at everyone and said, Today, on behalf of Yao Shenggu, I would like to say a fair word. Today's arena competition is for two people to settle their grievances. If the solution is not finished, I hope that no one will interfere. If anyone breaks the rules of the martial arts world, then don't blame me, Yao Shenggu, for coming forward. Su Chongqing's words instantly stunned Qin Xiaolin. Wouldn't this push him to death? Now that he has broken a hand, the energy in his body is almost exhausted. If he fights with David, he will surely die. We listen to Elder Su. Bai Shushan spoke first, and then winked at Lin Tianhu and Qifeng. The two nodded, and with a wave of their hands, all the people in Chifentang and Jiatang retreated. Obviously, David has the upper hand now, and there is no need for them to intervene. However, Qin Shaotian took the Qin family and closely guarded Qin Xiaolin, but did not want to leave at all, because Qin Shaotian knew that as long as they left, David would definitely kill Qin Xiaolin. Didn't you hear what I said? Su Chongqing looked at Qin Shaotian coldly. Elder Su, our Qin family has no grievances or enmity with Yao Shenggu. If Elder Su can help us this time, my Qin family will definitely thank you. Qin Shaotian looked at Su Chongqing with pleading eyes. What do you mean? Are you bribing me in public? Su Chongqing narrowed his eyes slightly. My Medicine God Valley is a well-known and decent family, and naturally I have to maintain the rules of the martial arts world. No one can break the rules, not to mention that this war book is still your Qin. Under the house, you can't break the rules, and now you retire immediately. Su Chongqing did not give Qin Shaotian any face, which made Qin Shaotian very embarrassed. Go back. Seeing that Qin Shaotian was still motionless, Su Chongqing shouted angrily, and a terrifying aura instantly erupted from his body. Chapter 689. This terrifying momentum instantly enveloped Qin Shaotian and all the servants of the Qin family, making everyone in the Qin family feel the pressure of the top of Mount Tai. Pressure fell to the ground. Just using his aura can make a grandmaster vomit blood and fall to the ground, showing how terrifying Su Chongqing's strength is. Go back. Qin Xiaolin said to Qin Shaotian. Qin Shaotian was helpless, so he could only take the Qin family's servants to retreat, but at this moment Qin Xiaolin's face was resolute. He knew that today might be his death day, and he had to go all out. Brother Chen, you continue, no one will interfere. Su Chongqing smiled at David, then turned around and retreated with Yudong. David glanced at Su Chongqing gratefully, then turned to look at Qin Xiaolin, his eyes full of murderous intent. Today, I will send you underground to find your son to reunite with. After David finished speaking, he jumped up and his body suddenly came to Qin Xiaolin. Qin Xiaolin didn't expect David to be so fast, his body quickly retreated, but it was too late. David slapped Qin Xiaolin's face. Snapped. After the crisp sound, Qin Xiaolin's body turned in a circle in the air, and then fell to the ground. Looking at half of Qin Xiaolin's face, it instantly became red and swollen, blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth, and even a few teeth were lost. David deliberately did not slap Qin Xiaolin to death. He wanted to make Qin Xiaolin look ugly in front of everyone, and he just took the opportunity to shock these people in the martial arts world. He doesn't want anyone to trouble him anymore. It's not that David is afraid, but he doesn't have time to waste on it. He has to hurry up to cultivate and prepare to land on the unknown island on July 15th. Everyone looked at Qin Xiaolin's miserable state, and they were drooling wildly, just like David. Who else would dare to provoke him? Qin Xiaolin got up with difficulty, his eyes glared at David. He wanted to open his mouth to say something, but unfortunately his face was swollen and his teeth fell out, so he couldn't speak at all. You're still not convinced? David slapped it out again. This time Qin Xiaolin's entire face was turned into a pig's head, not a single tooth was left in his mouth, his nose was blue and his face was swollen. What? Suddenly, Qin Xiaolin's eyes turned red, and he roared loudly on his back. Immediately after, Qin Xiaolin's body began to rise up with red mists. These red mists had a thick bloody smell, as if blood boiled and evaporated. Many people took a deep breath when they watched this scene. It's broken, this Qin Xiaolin intends to blow himself up and die with Mr. Chen. Seeing this, Zhao Waoqi quickly said in shock. At this moment, many people are sweating for David. Qin Xiaolin, who is Wuzong, if this self-destructs, the power is comparable to a bomb, and it is afraid that even the entire stadium will be affected. Many people were so frightened that they started to run out, and some powerful ones immediately released their energy to form a barrier in front of their bodies. Elder, this Qin Xiaolin is going to explode himself, he doesn't even plan to keep his soul. Yudong looked at the scene in front of him in shock and said, You must know that martial artists above the master can condense energy in their dantian, and then detonate their dantian, causing their body to explode, and then emit huge energy. But in this way, the person who blew himself up wouldn't even have a bit of scum left, not to mention the corpse. Even if he couldn't leave his soul, he wouldn't be able to reincarnate. Therefore, many people will not easily choose to self-destruct even if they know that they are dead, and if the strength gap is too large, even if they are self-destructed, it will not help. Chapter 690. I didn't expect Qin Xiaolin's temper to be so strong. After Su Chongqing finished speaking, he saw a wave of his hands, a barrier visible to the naked eye, directly covering David and Qin Xiaolin. In this way, even if Qin Xiaolin blew himself up, it would not affect other people in the stadium. Otherwise, if a Wuzong blew himself up, the scene would be full of corpses. But in this way, David couldn't escape if he wanted to, so he could only carry the energy of Qin Xiaolin's self-destruction. The energy in Qin Xiaolin's body began to expand rapidly, and his body also swelled, as if being blown into the air. It's just that Qin Xiaolan's energy was not released, but kept gathering in his body. In the blink of an eye, Qin Xiaolan's body had swelled to an extremely strange appearance. Qin Xiaolan looked at David with unwillingness and anger in his eyes, but unfortunately he was speechless now and could only express his emotions with his eyes. David looked at Qin Xiaolan's hideous appearance, and there was not a trace of fear in his heart, but a trace of joy. "You look so chubby now, it's really cute." The corner of David's mouth lifted slightly, and then a burst of white mist rose from his body, and soon the mist on David's body and the red mist on Qin Xiaolan's body were intertwined. The fog wrapped the two people, so that other people could not see the figures of the two people at all. Qin Xiaolan was very surprised. He didn't understand why David was not afraid. This was a Wuzong's self-destruction. No one had heard of a Wuzong's self-destruction in the past 100 years. Originally, Qin Xiaolan thought that he could see David in a panic before he died, but unfortunately he was wrong. David was not afraid, and even had a smile on his face, which made Qin Xiaolan a little confused. But just when Qin Xiaolan was surprised, he felt that something unbelievable had happened. He only felt that the energy in his body was rapidly draining outwards. You must know that self-destruction requires qi energy to gather dantian, and then burst the dantian. If qi energy is leaked, there is no way to self-destruct. Seeing that his dantian had reached its limit, and when it was about to burst, Qin Xiaolan suddenly felt that his energy was flowing out uncontrollably. When Qin Xiaolan looked intently, a scene that made him unforgettable happened. He saw David in front of him, with a slight smile on his face, his mouth slightly open, and the rising red mist on his body was completely covered by David. Sucked into the body. Qin Xiaolan was dumbfounded. He didn't understand what kind of exercise David was practicing. How could he possibly inhale other people's energy into his body? When Qin Xiaolan wanted to stop the qi energy from leaking out, he found that he couldn't stop it at all. He could only watch the qi energy in his dantian leak out. At this moment, Qin Xiaolan didn't even have the chance to self-destruct. The originally swollen body was also shrinking rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the end only a skeleton remained. Qin Xiaolan didn't understand until his death what kind of strength David was. Time passed by minute, but Qin Xiaolan's self-destruction did not come, and everyone didn't understand what happened. When the white mist dissipated, the figures of David and Qin Xiaolan appeared, but David was standing, while Qin Xiaolan was lying on the ground as scrawny, his eyes wide open, and he had long since stopped breathing. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned, and Su Chongsheng even waved his hand, tore off the barrier, and hurried forward. Many people also gathered around, wanting to see if Qin Xiaolan was really dead. Qin Xiaolan, dead. When someone verified it, the scene was silent. They never imagined that Qin Xiaolan, who had planned to blow himself up, stopped at the last moment. Chapter 691. If Qin Xiaolan blew himself up, they could be sure that David would not be able to resist at all. However, a great master in his early 20s actually killed Wuzong. This is probably the most exciting battle in the martial arts world. No one can imagine how David killed Qin Xiaolan, and how he made Qin Xiaolan stop self-destructing. Big brother. Qin Shaotian looked at Qin Xiaolan, who had become a mummified corpse, and threw himself on it, and the servants of the Qin family also stepped forward. David, I'm going to kill you. Qin Shaotian stared at David with angry eyes, and rushed towards David like a madman. David didn't move, but Su Chongsheng on the side slapped Qin Shaotian out. Didn't you hear what I said? Su Chongsheng looked at Qin Shaotian coldly. If you guys want to die, I don't mind shooting. Su Chongsheng's words calmed Qin Shaotian, who had lost his mind. He ordered someone to lift Qin Xiaolan's body. Qin Shaotian glared at David and Su Chongsheng. This account, my Qin family has written down. I must avenge this revenge, and your medicine god Valley, my Qin family and you do not share. Dai Tian. After Qin Shaotian finished speaking, he led the people away, while Su Chongsheng didn't take Qin Shaotian's threat to heart at all. David, are you alright? At this time, Sonia asked David with concern. David shook his head. It's okay, I just feel a little tired. Then let me help you to rest quickly. When Sonia heard that David was tired, she hurriedly helped David to leave. Brother Chen, after this battle, I am afraid that your reputation will spread in the martial arts world, but you can rest assured that my Medicine God Valley will always maintain the rules of the martial arts world and will not let them mess up. If Brother Chen has time, I hope to have a talk in my Medicine God Valley, and we can also learn about alchemy. Su Chongsheng followed David very politely. David nodded, okay, I will go to Elder Su for advice when I have time. Su Chongsheng has a good attitude and has been helping himself, so David's attitude toward Su Chongsheng has also changed a lot. Then I'll be waiting for Brother Chen in Medicine God Valley. After Su Chongsheng finished speaking, he left with Yudong. David also returned to the Pinerist Villa surrounded by the crowd. Just after the battle between David and Qin Xiaolin was over, the southwest Miao village was thousands of miles away. Miao Wang is watching this fight through the video. In front of King Miao, standing is the 5 chiefs of Miao village. King Miao, although David doesn't seem to be strong, his body is very strong, almost invulnerable to all poisons. My puppet worm was destroyed by him, Dolly said softly. However, King Miao didn't speak, but stared at David on the screen, with greed in his eyes. If you can make this body into a corpse king, wouldn't it be invincible in the world? King Miao's eyes were fiery, and he said excitedly. When the 5 heads heard it, they all looked at each other, and finally lowered their heads, but no one answered. David had just killed Qin Xiaolin, the Wuzong. King Miao was still thinking about David's body. It must be known that King Miao's strength is only the peak of the Great Master, and he has not been able to step into Wuzong after many years of practice. Fortunately, Miao village is good at using poison, so its strength is low and can be replaced by poison. The 5 major heads didn't dare to provoke David. They wanted to live a few more years, so they all kept their heads down and didn't speak. King Miao didn't get angry when he saw that no one said anything at Woolly Head. Instead, he grabbed a flying insect from a clay pot and threw it out. The flying insect flew away quickly, and after a while, a girl with a graceful figure covered in black walked in. Father, you are looking for me. The girl knelt in front of King Miao and asked. Chapter 692. Xiaolon, go and bring this person to foster father, but don't kill him, I want to live. King Miao showed the image of Yi Chen on the phone to the girl. The girl just glanced at it and nodded, Xiaolon got it. After speaking, the girl got up and walked out. Don't be idle, the 5 of you, go and prepare the poison of the corpse king immediately, and soon our Miao village will be able to break through the southwest. King Miao's eyes shone brightly. King Miao, David is invulnerable to all poisons. Wouldn't it be very dangerous for you to ask Xiaolan to arrest David? Dolly asked a little puzzled. You forgot that Xiaolan is naturally charming, her charm is not poisonous, as long as it is a man, there is nothing that can be resisted. King Miao laughed. On the road from Horendal to Kyoto, Su Chongsheng was sitting in the back seat of a car, his eyes slightly closed, while that Yudong was driving the car, looking at Su Chongsheng in the back seat from time to time through the rear-view mirror. Yudong, if you have something to say, just say it. Although Su Chongsheng didn't open his eyes, he had long noticed that Yudong was peeking at him. Elder, although David was able to kill Qin Xiaolin, you don't have to be so polite to him, right? Isn't this embarrassing for us in Yaoshan Valley in front of so many people in the martial arts world? Yudong asked in confusion. Hearing Yudong's words, Su Chongsheng opened his eyes and said with a smile on his face, Yudong, do you know what a stunt in the Valley of the Wicked is? Sucking stars Dafa, Yudong said without any hesitation. That's right, it is the Dafa that attracts the stars. I suspect that David will also absorb the Dafa of the stars. Otherwise, he is a great master, how can he have such a strong energy, and when David fell into the ring, everyone thinks that when he was about to die, he appeared unscathed, and the momentum on his body was getting stronger and stronger, it was obvious that he deliberately fell under the ring, so that he could use the star suction method to inhale Qin Xiaolin's energy into his body. And Qin Xiaolin was ready to blow himself up, but in the end he died as thin as a stick, don't you think it's strange? Su Chongsheng explained. When Yudong heard this, he was stunned, Elder, isn't this David from the Valley of the Wicked? I can't figure it out either, but it must have something to do with the Valley of the Wicked, so I have to have a good relationship with him. Su Chongqing said lightly. No wonder, a great master, who dared to call the Ban Qin family at a young age, didn't even take our medicine god Valley seriously. It turns out that this guy has something to do with the Valley of the Wicked. You must know the old monsters in the Valley of the Wicked. It's over 100 years old. Yu Dong's eyes were full of envy. Although we all know that several old guys in the Valley of the Wicked are moody and murderous in the past, but everyone has their own skills. Many people want to enter the Valley of the Wicked to become a teacher, but no one succeeds. Yu Dong also had the idea of going into the Valley of the Wicked, but the Valley of the Wicked was rumored to be a demon. As a well-known and decent person, how could Yu Dong have such an idea? So he could only bury this idea deep in his heart, but the desire for strength, everyone is very strong. If this David really has something to do with the Valley of the Wicked, I hope I can learn a little alchemy from him. Although everyone says that the Valley of the Wicked is a crooked way, I have to admit that the alchemy and casting techniques in the Valley of the Wicked are all first class. Su Chongqing loved alchemy all his life, but it was a pity that his alchemy skills stopped many years ago. It took Su Chongqing 7 to 79 days to refine an earth-level elixir. Who used to be an alchemist, refining the earth-level pills, just need to raise his hand to become, this is the gap. This is why Su Chongqing is so respectful to David, even at the expense of his own identity. He hopes to get some alchemy in the Valley of Evil from David. Chapter 693. Horrendal, in the Pinerist Villa, Sonia looked at the Shisui Dan that David gave her, and said with a sad face, "What is this? It smells bad, it looks disgusting." David wanted Sonia to eat the pill, but looking at Sonia's appearance, he was a little disgusted. "Linger, take it first, this is a panacea, I guarantee that after you eat it, you will be reborn and your strength will improve a lot." David persuaded Gu Linger. However, Gu Linger was having a hard time taking the pill. After all, the pill didn't taste very good. Seeing that neither of them wanted to eat it, David was speechless for a while, so he could only reluctantly persuade again. "This medicinal pill is called Shisui Dan, but no one else wants to eat it, so I spent a lot of effort to give it to you. You got it, haven't you always wanted to cultivate? You must first reshape your body." Sonia looked at David like that, and finally turned her heart away. "David, I can tell you, if this washing pill is not as good as you said, I can never finish with you. When refining the pill, I don't know how to put some sugar in it, it smells too bad." After speaking, Sonia pinched her nose, opened her small mouth, and swallowed the Shisui Dan. The efficacy of Shisui Dan is not something that ordinary people can hold, and after eating it for a while, Sonia suddenly frowned and her stomach growled. "Are you sure it's a pill for washing the marrow? It's not a leak?" Sonia's face turned pale, and a burst of abdominal pain came up while clutching her stomach, and she couldn't help it at all. "Sonia, what's wrong with you?" Gu Linger originally saw that Sonia had eaten, and she wanted to eat it, but when she saw Sonia eating the pill, she immediately stepped forward and asked, "Sonia, are you all right?" David was also a little flustered. David had never eaten Shisui Dan, so how could he know what would happen? Seeing that Sonia's face was in pain, he quickly took her hand to take a look, but before he could catch it, Sonia quickly rushed to the toilet. Puff puff puff. David was dumbfounded when the incomparably smooth exhaust sound came. Was Sonia eating a bad stomach? Or is there a problem with this wash pill? David looked puzzled, and knocked on the door of the toilet. "Sonia? Are you all right?" "No, you wait outside, don't come in." Sonia was in a hurry at the moment, and quickly locked the door of the toilet. "It's really shameful, the toilet is so smelly." She was about to vomit, so she had to turn the water on to the max, and turned on the exhaust fan to try to disperse the stench inside. "David, where did you get the Shaoxing Dan? You must have been deceived, right? If it eats up Sonia's body, you will regret it." Gu Linger glared at David and threw the Shisui Dan in his hand directly to David. When David took over the Shisui Dan, he was also confused. It is said that Long Wu could not lie to him, and he saw the Shisui Dan developed by Long Wu with his own eyes. How could there be a problem? "Sonia, are you all right? Do you want me to call 120 and take you to the hospital?" Even though David would be skilled in medicine, and he was very skilled in medicine, Gulinger didn't dare to let David show Sonia. That's why he thought of calling 120 to go to the hospital. "No, I just have a stomachache," Sonia said hurriedly. David and Gulinger had no choice but to wait outside. After waiting for half an hour, Sonia came out of the toilet blushing. "Mengwei, are you okay?" Seeing Sonia come out of the toilet, David hurriedly greeted her. But before the words were finished, David froze there. Because he saw that Su Mengwei's skin was congealed at this time, and his cheeks were pale pink. Even without makeup, he felt like a fairy in the sky descending to earth, and it was extremely beautiful. Gulinger also widened her eyes and looked at Sonia with an incredible face, making Sonia look stupid. Chapter 694. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Su Mengmei touched her face and felt a little flustered. She hurriedly took 2 sips of the smell from the toilet. It was gone. She just finished using the toilet soon. The reason why she had to wait for half an hour was because she was worried that the smell was too strong. Let David smell it and destroy the image in her heart. Looking at David in Gulinger's dazed appearance now, Sonia was stunned. No, look at you. David held her shoulders and pushed her to the mirror. Sonia, you've just changed into a person. Your skin is now more delicate and smooth than a baby, Gulinger said enviously from the side. Sonia was dumbfounded when she saw the person in the mirror. Is this her? OMG. This is too pretty. The person is still the same person, but the whole body is incredibly transparent, the skin can be broken by blowing bullets, and even the body is much more charming. As long as a man sees it, he can't help but take a few more glances. David, what the H3LL is going on? You have the beauty effect of this pill, right? Su Mengwei was so excited that she trembled all over. Her skin is probably just like this for a newborn baby. David breathed a sigh of relief, took Su Mengwei's hand, took her pulse gently, and checked the condition of her body. Sure enough, she saw that the meridians in Su Mengwei's body were softer, and more importantly, there was no impurities in her body, and her entire body looked like she was just born. Baby. In an instant, David thought of Shisui Dan, which is to remove impurities from the human body and restore people to the state of birth. Only in this state can you know whether you can step into the world of immortal cultivation and practice immortal cultivation techniques. Thinking of this, David clenched his fists with excitement. If Sonia can successfully step into the world of immortality, then they can be immortal companions forever. This washing marrow pill is really a good thing. David's heart was very excited. Sonia also felt David's emotional excitement. She understood that this was definitely the effect of the cleansing pill. Sonia didn't blame David for letting her have diarrhea, and hugged David directly in front of Gulinger. But as soon as the two hugged each other, Gulinger hurriedly separated the two. Linger, what are you doing? Are you jealous? Sonia said with a smile when she saw Gulinger separating her from David. Eat the vinegar of your big head. Gulinger gave Sonia a white look, then looked at David, and reached out to grab David's clothes. David was startled, and was so frightened that he stepped back again and again. Linger, what are you doing? I am a gentleman, not to mention Sonia is still here, how can you do this? Gulinger grabbed David's collar directly. What are you thinking in your head? I just want to get the Shisui Dan back. After Gulinger finished speaking, he took out the Shisui Dan directly from David's pocket, and swallowed it without hesitation. Soon, Gulinger also frowned and hurried to the toilet. This leaves David and Sonia standing outside the toilet. When David was about to hug Sonia, Sonia pushed him away. Sonia looked at David with a cold face. I ask you, what did you mean just now? Could it be that if I wasn't here, you could follow Linger? What's it like? What did you say? I don't understand at all, don't take my words. David dodged his eyes and didn't dare to look at Sonia, so he walked directly to the living room and sat on the sofa. Humph, men don't care. Looking at David, Sonia pouted, but was not really angry. In fact, even if David really did something to Gulinger, Sonia felt that she could accept it, as long as David had herself in her heart. Chapter 695. What's more, Sonia also hopes to take care of David with Gulinger. After all, the two are familiar with each other and can be a companion when David is away. Gulinger stayed in the toilet for a full hour before coming out. Seeing Gulinger coming out, Sonia opened her mouth in surprise. "Linger, you have changed a lot, take a picture of yourself." When Gulinger heard this, she hurriedly ran to the mirror. Looking at her fair and tender skin, Gulinger was so excited. David also looked at Gulinger unconsciously. He had eaten Gulinger, which had a unique taste. Gulinger and Sonia stood together. They were completely different temperaments. Sonia is the kind of ladylike girl, while Gulinger is the kind of firm and soft. After all, she has stayed in the Dharma Protector Pavilion before. Looking at Gulinger and Sonia in front of him, David couldn't help but think about it. If both of them follow him, and when they go to bed at night, hugging from left to right, wouldn't this be a man's dream? Unconsciously, David smirked, and even Gulinger and Sonia didn't notice when they walked in front of them. Seeing David's smirk, Sonia and Gulinger looked at each other, and then shouted at the same time. This shocked David, and found that Sonia and Gulinger were looking at him with strange eyes. David hurriedly turned around and sat back on the sofa. "David, why did you just look at the two of us giggling?" Gulinger asked David. "No, nothing to laugh at," David said embarrassedly. "I guess he must be thinking that if the two of us can accompany him at night, he will be beautiful, so he will smirk." Sonia's words directly broke David's heart. "Don't talk nonsense, I don't think so." David hurriedly got up and walked outside the villa. "You two have dinner at night, I'll go do something." David didn't dare to stay at home anymore. Maybe he was really caught by these two girls. After leaving the Pinehurst villa, David was fine, so he asked Lin Tianhu to have a drink together. After all, in Horrendal, although there are many people that David can date, there are not many people who can drink together. Soon, David and Lin Tianhu met at the bar. This bar is also the property of Jiatang. When Lin Tianhu and David entered the bar, all the bar staff said hello. "Mr. Chen, you just fought with that Qin Xiaolin, why didn't you rest earlier and have time to come out for a drink?" Lin Tianhu personally took a bottle of red wine and poured a glass for David. "The two women in the family are really difficult to deal with, come out and clean." David smiled helplessly and drank the red wine. Mr. Chen's days are the envy of many men. Lin Tianhu also picked up the red wine and drank it. "How are you and Qifeng?" David asked Lin Tianhu. "That's it. After all, at our age, we just want to find a partner, but it is the luck of the two of us to be under Mr. Chen's hands." Lin Tianhu has always been very grateful to David. After all, he is now able to reach the Grand Master, thanks to David's credit, otherwise he is afraid that he will never be able to practice the Grand Master in his life. Since you know your age is not too young, then hurry up to have a child, at least keep one for yourself. After all, for a warrior, it is not too big to have a child at the age of 40. David knew that when one cultivated above a great master, the average age would be more than 10 years higher than that of ordinary people. It is normal for many great masters to live to be 100 years old. After all, the physical quality of warriors is stronger than that of ordinary people. I never thought about having children, it's too troublesome." Lin Tianhu laughed. He had been the underground emperor of Horrendal for half his life. Lin Tianhu never thought of having a child. When David saw this, he just smiled. After all, whether or not to have children is someone's freedom. David can't force it. Chapter 696. David was drinking with Lin Tianhu, and the music in the bar was playing. Looking at the maddening crowd, David felt a little relaxed. David has rarely had such a relaxing moment since he was released from prison. "Mr. Chen, your female predestined relationship is so good." Suddenly, Lin Tianhu gave a wicked smile. David was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Lin Tianhu didn't speak, but winked. David hurriedly followed the place where Lin Tianhu winked, and found a girl, wearing a black tights, who was staring at David. The girl had a bit of coldness on her face, which seemed out of tune with the writhing crowd around her. Didn't she go? After seeing the girl, David was full of doubts. Lin Tianhu smiled. "Mr. Chen, I'll go first, But don't go back too late, after all, there are 2 women at home. Lin Tian who got up and left, while David walked up to the girl with a glass of red wine and sat down directly. Why didn't you leave? Did you stay with me on purpose? David asked inexplicably. David's words made the girl stunned for a moment, and then she laughed. 2 rows of white teeth were exposed, and this smile was almost overwhelming, which made David's heart rippling. Is this how you make girls? The girl asked. Who to soak? David was stunned for a moment, and then the corner of his mouth raised. Hurry up, I want to live 2 more years, but I don't dare to soak you. After David finished speaking, he stood up and said, Don't use charms on me, I won't eat that trick. David walked straight out of the bar, and the girl was shocked and hurriedly followed. David walked in front, and the girl followed behind. What are you doing with me? Don't want to live at my house, my girlfriend is at home. David said unceremoniously. You're a big man, are you embarrassed to see me a girl on the street? Or we 2 go to open a room? The girl looked resentful and acted coquettishly at David, and there was a faint aroma on David's nose. Smelling the fragrance of the girl, looking at the girl's shy appearance, David's eyes flashed, and the whole person seemed to be possessed. Seeing David like that, the corner of the girl's mouth twitched, her eyes full of pride and disdain. But just when David walked in front of the girl, and when the girl wanted to take David away, who knew that David's eyes instantly recovered, and then he slapped the girl on the head. Wu Meyer, I said it's over, your charms are useless to me, if Uncle Long knew you were still using charms on me, he would definitely scold you. After David hit the girl on the head, he turned around proudly and was about to leave. Wu Meyer, who is Wu Meyer? The girl suddenly looked bewildered. David was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at the girl. You are Wu Meyer, what are you pretending to be with me? Don't say you lost your memory, I don't believe your nonsense. David rolled his eyes at the girl, feeling that these girls are really good at pretending, and they are about to become actors. But when David sighed, the girl's figure flashed, and a cold light came out and flew towards David. At the same time, the girl's figure moved rapidly, and with a posture that could not cover her ears, she stabbed the dagger in her hand straight into David's face. The girl showed no mercy. Go to H3LL. The girl's eyes were icy cold, and it was almost foreseeable that David's blood would be splattered on the spot. David's jaw dropped when he saw this scene. Are you fucking crazy? The voice fell, the spiritual power in the body was output frantically, and a momentum suddenly erupted. I saw a slight movement of his right hand, and a silver needle flew out violently, colliding with the dagger on the opposite side in the dark night, creating a spark. Chapter 697. At this time, the girl had already rushed in front of David, and she was very surprised to face David's quick counterattack. However, the dagger in his hand did not stop, and he desperately sent it to David's neck. You're actually immune to my charms, are you a man? The girl's face turned pale with anger, and her gaze at David became more and more gloomy. Isn't it weird? Don't you know it all? David's face was stunned, he held the dagger in his hand, and with a slight shock, the dagger broke into 2 pieces and fell to the ground. In the next second, the cold aura in the girl's body erupted instantly, followed by a surge of black energy. In almost an instant, the black air surrounded David. Looking at the rising black gas, David suddenly woke up when he thought of what he looked like when he just started. You're not Wu Meyer. David's eyes were full of surprise, because the girl in front of her looked almost exactly the same as Wu Meyer, and she even knew charm. If it weren't for the girl's use of force against David and the poisonous gas emitted, David would really take her as Wu Meyer, too similar. But now that David thought about it, although this girl looked exactly like Wu Meyer, her body had a more gloomy aura than Wu Meyer. Who said that I am Wu Meyer? It was you who admitted it wrong from the beginning. After the girl finished speaking, she punched David. In her opinion, David has been enveloped in poisonous gas, and will soon become poisonous, causing him to become unconscious, so David could not escape this punch at all. But contrary to the girl's expectations, David easily escaped her attack, and he even sucked the poisonous gas out of his mouth. Who are you? Why do you look so much like a friend of mine? David did not fight back against the girl, but asked with a puzzled look. Although I don't know what the girl's relationship with Wu Meier is, David can be sure that the girl and Wu Meier are definitely related by blood, and it is very likely that the two are twins. David knew that Wu Meier was picked up by Longwu, so it is possible that the family gave birth to a pair of twin daughters. Because of the pressure, he chose to throw one away. Because the cost of raising children is getting higher and higher, it often happens that one is lost because one cannot afford to raise a child. I'm here to catch you. After the girl finished speaking, she shot at David again, but she was dodged by David every time. After dozens of moves in a row, the girl began to pant. David looked at the girl so tired and said lightly, "Okay, it's almost done, you are not my opponent, you can't catch me, I just want to know who you are really a friend of mine." Like, almost identical. The girl looked at David who was standing in front of her and said very dissatisfiedly, "Do you look down on me? If it wasn't for the sake of seeing you look exactly the same as a friend of mine, you'd be a corpse by now. Don't think I'll pity Xiangxiu, your charms are useless to me, you'd better answer my question and tell me who am I and why are you arresting me?" David looked at the girl coldly, his aura rising. Just now, David had clearly felt the girl's true strength, but he was a martial artist who had just stepped into the Great Master, how could he possibly catch him? Arrogant. The girl's face was gloomy, and she didn't take David's words to heart at all. She suddenly jumped up, her body looked weird in the night sky, and countless cold beams flew towards David condescendingly. 7 stars kill. The girl shouted angrily, and countless flying knives fell from the air, directly covering David's body, making David unavoidable. Chapter 698. Seeing this scene, David raised his brows, finally shook his head, and sneered, "This trick doesn't work." If the girl's opponent is one level worse than her, this move is definitely useful, but she is facing David, who has just killed Wu Zong's existence, so this move is almost useless for David. No. David closed his eyes and stood motionless, as if he had no ability to fight back, and then a few daggers went straight to David. Bingo! The girl shouted excitedly, because she saw with her own eyes that the dagger had touched David's body. But just after the girl shouted happily, the next moment her whole face turned black. Because she saw that after the dagger touched David's body, there was a sound of metal collision, and then all the daggers burst and fell to the ground. Looking at David's body, she was unharmed. Are you still human?" The girl stared at David with wide eyes. "Stop, you are not my opponent, tell me, who are you? Who are your parents?" If David can know the parents of the other party, it is possible to find family members for Wu Meier. "You're dead, I won't say it." The girl's face was gloomy, and her eyes were full of coldness. The energy in the body was output frantically, and the cold aura poisoned the surrounding plants and trees within 10 feet to death. The thin body actually contained such a powerful poisonous gas. In the blink of an eye, the dagger in the girl's hand broke through the air again, and the sense of tearing apart the space was filled with an indomitable killing spirit. There is also a faint green light on the dagger, and it looks like it has been fed with poison. As long as it hits, it will be killed in one hit. Seeing that the girl knew that she was incapable of catching David, she was planning to kill David. Looking at this scene, David sighed slightly, but without hiding, he directly raised his hand and waved, and the girl's body flew out instantly. Bang! The girl's body slammed heavily on the wall, directly knocking the girl into a daze. This is still David's hand, otherwise the girl would have vomited blood and died. The girl slowed down, but her eyes were still cold. David really didn't know where he had offended the girl. Why did he have to fight with himself? Go to H3LL. With a coquettish shout, the girl rushed towards David again. Seeing this, David sighed slightly, almost got it. Then, with a wave of spiritual power, an invisible sword was formed in his hand, and David rushed to the girl at a faster speed. The two figures staggered, moved for a moment, and then separated under the touch. The two people standing back to back stood up straight, neither of them moved. After a few breaths, the girl knew that she was completely defeated and had no chance at all. BA5 Tard. You actually. The girl screamed, then grabbed her clothes tightly with both hands, and looked at David angrily. Because at this moment, there were several gaps in the girl's clothes, the snow-white skin was exposed, and the buttons of the clothes were missing. If you didn't hold the clothes with your hands, David would have seen them all. You can kill me, but you don't have to try to take advantage of me. I'd rather bite my tongue and kill myself than let you succeed. The girl's face was resolute. If David really wanted to do something to her, she would definitely commit suicide. Then you bite your tongue and commit suicide. Anyway, what I want is your body. Even if you bite your tongue and commit suicide, I can still find happiness in you. David turned around and looked at the girl with a lustful look, like a big horny. You are shameless, you are not human. The girl did not expect David to say such disgusting words. When she thought of how David had spoiled her body after biting her tongue and committing suicide, the girl had goosebumps all over her body. Chapter 699. Since you say I'm not human, then I'm not human for you to see. With a wicked smile on his face, David rushed towards the girl. What? The girl screamed, grabbed her clothes and ran away. I don't know, I thought David was bullying the girl, but who knew that this girl was going to kill David in the first place? Seeing the girl's panicked appearance, David laughed and walked to the girl's side. Seeing David catching up, the girl instinctively raised her hand and hit. But who knew that when he raised his hand, half of his clothes fell off, and his fair shoulders were all exposed, even his underwear was exposed. I didn't expect you to be such a cold-hearted woman, but your heart is very hot, and you actually wear bright red underwear. David said with a playful expression. The girl was startled and saw that she had disappeared. She hurriedly retracted her hands and rewrapped her clothes. You rascal, I won't let you go even if I'm a ghost. The girl glared at David, suddenly opened her mouth, and planned to kill herself by biting her tongue. David was shocked when he saw that the girl was really going to commit suicide, and she was playing for real. It's pretty tough. David supported the girl who had fainted and frowned involuntarily. Before he knew the girl's true identity and purpose, it was impossible for him to let the girl die, and he didn't feel that he had offended the girl, so why should he arrest himself? The helpless David could only pick up the girl and head towards the Pinehurst villa. Along the way, David thought about how to explain to Sonia and Gulinger. After all, these two women are very sensitive, especially when they are together. When they returned to the villa, they found that Sonia and Gulinger were not sleeping, and they were still watching Dog Blood TV series, which were all about love and love. David didn't like watching them. When the two saw that David came back with a woman, they both jumped up from the sofa. David, who is this woman? Sonia asked first. Yes. I picked it up on the side of the road. I saw she was drunk. Poor. David lied because he really didn't know how to explain it. But just after David finished speaking, Gulinger screamed, David, you f.art, you lie, isn't this the girl who was looking for you that day? He also gave you a bronze mirror for protecting your heart, what is it called? Coming? After Gulinger saw the girl's face, she immediately dismantled David. My name is Wu Mayer, Sonia said immediately. Yes, it's called Wu Mayer. Gulinger also nodded. David was stunned for a moment. He forgot that Sonia and Gulinger had met Wu Mayer, but the girl in his arms was not Wu Mayer, but she was very similar to Wu Mayer. Forgot. David, you are really good at it, and you still picked up a drunk girl on the roadside? Are you taking me for a fool? Sonia looked at David angrily. No, listen to my explanation, this girl is not Wu Mayer, she just looks a lot like Wu Mayer. David hurriedly explained to Sonia. But Sonia didn't believe it at all. In fact, let alone Sonia, even if David encountered such a thing himself, he didn't believe it himself. At first, he didn't recognize this girl as Wu Mayer. David, just enjoy yourself at home with this woman, I'll go. Sonia rushed out the door angrily. Gulinger also glared at David, and then chased out. Sonia, Linger. Holding the girl in his arms, David looked at the disappearing backs of Sonia and Gulinger, and felt helpless. It seemed that he had to explain to Sonia after he understood it. Chapter 700. Looking at the unconscious girl, David put her in his room, then locked the door to prevent the girl from waking up and running away. Then David contacted Longwu and told Longwu about the matter. Longwu was also quite surprised when he heard it. He told David to be optimistic about the girl and never let the girl escape. Then he took Wu Meyer and rushed from Kyoto to Horendal overnight. It wasn't until it was dawn that Longwu and Wu Meyer arrived in Horendal and saw David sleeping on the sofa in the living room. David felt that someone was coming, so he opened his eyes immediately, and when he saw that it was Longwu and Wu Meyer, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Uncle Long, that girl is in the bedroom. I was afraid she would escape, so I locked her inside." David walked towards the bedroom with Longwu and Wu Meyer. David looked at Wu Meyer as he walked. He had never seen such a person. If it wasn't for the girl's gloomy aura, and Wu Meyer is even more similar. "David, what do you keep watching me? Is the woman you're talking about really similar to me?" Seeing that David was always peeking at her, Wu Meyer asked. "It's not like, it's just the same," David said with certainty. David's words also made Wu Meyer very curious, and now she is eager to meet this girl who looks very much like her. "David, do you think this girl can also do magic?" Longwu asked. "Yes, at the bar last night, she just used charm on me, but it didn't work. I thought she was Wu Meyer." David nodded, and then continued, "Uncle Long, you pick it up. When I arrived at Wu Meyer, did you know who her family was? Are there any siblings?" Longwu shook his head. "Meyer didn't pick it up by me, someone else picked it up and handed it to me, so I don't know if she has any siblings." When David heard it, he didn't expect such a small episode. It turns out that Wu Meyer was not picked up by Longwu. Soon, David opened the door of the room, but as soon as the door was opened, a dagger stabbed directly at David. David stretched out his hand and grabbed the dagger directly. With a little force, the dagger instantly shattered. Seeing that a single blow could not succeed, the girl wanted to rush out the door, but just as she was about to run, she saw Wu Meyer walking in, and the girl was immediately stunned. When Wu Meyer saw the girl, her eyes widened in shock. Because the two people are so similar, standing opposite each other, just like looking in the mirror, if it is not for the clothes on their bodies, they are simply the same person. Longwu was also shocked when he saw this scene. "I said, you are very similar to a friend of mine, do you believe it now?" David asked the shocked girl. The girl didn't speak, she just stared at Wu Meyer closely, and Wu Meyer also stared straight at the girl. Although the two didn't know each other, they slowly approached each other. When the distance between the two people was only about 1 meter, the two people actually emitted faint rays of light at the same time, and then the two rays of light intertwined and merged with each other. Wu Meyer and the girl felt the connection of blood vessels at the same time. The throbbing of the blood vessels made the two girls burst into tears instantly. "Elder sister." Wu Meyer looked at the girl with tears in her eyes, and even called out to her sister unconsciously. "Younger sister." The girl also burst into tears and called out to her sister. Although they didn't know each other and didn't know who was older and who was younger, they couldn't help calling out their sisters and sisters. Then, the two hugged tightly. This scene stunned both David and Longwu. Especially Longwu, he adopted Wu Meyer since he was a child. Wu Meyer has never seen her family. How could she know that the girl in front of her is her sister? Just because they look alike. Even if they are twins, how do they tell each other's size? Can't Wu Meyer be her sister? A series of questions made Longwu also bewildered. Chapter 701. Soon, Longwu pulled Wu Meyer away from the girl, and then looked at Wu Meyer with a puzzled expression. "Meyer, you haven't seen your own family, how do you know she is your sister?" Wu Meyer looked at Longwu, and said with a confused expression, "I don't know either. I just saw her and I felt very close, and I couldn't help calling out to my sister." Longwu looked at the girl again, and said with a serious face, "Girl, what's your name? Where are you from? Who are your parents? Did you know you have a twin sister?" The girl shook her head and said, "My name is Xiaolan, I don't know where I am from, I haven't seen my parents since I was a child, I was raised by my foster father, and I don't know that I have a sister, but just that blood-connected feeling just now made me feel warm inside." "Who is your foster father?" Why do you want to arrest me? David hurriedly asked Xiaolan at this time. Xiaolan looked at David vigilantly, but did not speak. Seeing this scene, David anxiously wanted to step forward to grab Xiaolan and question him, but as soon as he stretched out his hand, Wu Meyer stopped him. What do you want to do? Of course I have to ask why she killed me. I can't be hunted down for nothing, David said with a displeased expression. After all, no one is happy to be attacked for no reason. You can't touch her, she's my sister. Wu Meyer firmly blocked Xiaolan behind her. You guys just look alike, how can you be sure that she is your sister? Even if she is your sister, if she attacks me, I can't fight back. David questioned Wu Meyer. I don't care, I'm just sure she's my sister, you can't touch her. Wu Meyer pouted, although she had no ability to fight with David other than charm, but at this time Wu Meyer did not flinch. Seeing this, Long Wu said to David, David, don't ask for now. When we figure out their identities, come out with me first. Long Wu called David to the living room, only Wu Meyer and Xiaolan were left in the room. I'm asking Ding Busan what's going on now. Meyer was handed over to me by him. Long Wu said, took out his mobile phone to contact Ding Busan. Hearing this strange name, David asked very strangely, Uncle Long, who is this Ding Busan? Why did you pick up Meyer and give it to you? Long Wu explained to David while dialing, this Ding Busan is one of the 4 villains in the Villain's Valley. Meyer is a baby or a girl, they can't raise it in the Villain's Valley, because Ding Busan and I there is some friendship, so he entrusted Meyer to me to raise. The Valley of the Wicked? David frowned upon hearing this. Are all the vicious people in this Valley of the Wicked? Long Wu smiled and shook his head. Those who are afraid of them call them evil people, but those who like them regard them as righteous people. I feel that these guys in the Valley of the Wicked are just punishing evil and promoting good. It's just a little old man, but his temper is a little weird. David wanted to ask something else, but the phone was already connected at this time. Long Wu, why did you remember to call me so early? Have you been chased by the Long family again? How many times have I told you that the Long family is chasing you? That's your dragon family's business. There is no way to control it, and there is no reason to control it, but if you join our Valley of the Wicked, then the Valley of the Wicked will have a reason to protect you, and the Long family will not dare to do anything to you. A lazy voice came from the opposite side, yawning, and it seemed that he hadn't woken up yet. Ding Busan, I'm not being hunted down, so don't persuade me to leave the Long family. My Long Wu's life was saved by the old master of the Long family, so I was born as a dragon family, and died as a ghost of the Long family. I can't. Joining you in the Valley of the Wicked. Long Wu firmly refused. Chapter 702. Long Wu, you are a stubborn guy. The current Long family has changed a long time ago. Where is the Long family that you used to be loyal to? I heard that a young master suddenly appeared in your Long family. Now the Long family has released a chase. Killing order, the reward is 3 spar. If it wasn't for your friendship with Long Wu, I would fucking want to take the mission, and your eldest lady. Okay, I'm calling you because I have something to ask you. Don't be naughty. You shouldn't interfere in the affairs of the Long family. Seeing that Dingbu was babbling, Long Wu hurriedly interrupted him, and glanced at David secretly. Obviously, there were some things he didn't want David to know yet, but Long Wu was scared by the Long family's great work. After a jump, in order to catch David, the Long family was willing to take out 3 spar. You must know that spar is a cultivation resource that immortal cultivators must use. It is hundreds of times more advanced than Lingshire. A single Lingshire is enough for a monk like David to practice for a year or more. However, when David listened to Ding Busan's words, he seemed to understand something, but he didn't fully understand it. There were still many mysteries in his heart. Now he can only wait until July 15th to talk about it. What's the matter? Just ask. I know everything and I can't say anything. Ding Busan said. Do you still remember Wu Meyer? Long Wu asked. Wu Meyer. Ding Busan hesitated for a while, but didn't say anything. Obviously he didn't remember. It's the baby girl you picked up 20 years ago, and handed it over to me to raise. Long Wu said. Oh, Come to think of it, why did you think of asking her? Did something happen? Ding Busan said aloud. Where were you when you found Meyer? Was Meyer on the side of the road by herself? Did you see her parents? Do you know where her home is? Long Wu asked several questions in one breath. Ding Busan thought about it and said, when I found this girl, her parents were still holding her. Her parents gave it to me. I didn't want to come at that time, but her parents knelt down and begged me to take her daughter. The baby took it away. When Long Wu heard this, he became anxious and asked loudly, didn't you fucking say she is an orphan? Why did her parents give it to you? At that time, Ding Busan said that Wu Meyer was an orphan, so Long Wutsai agreed to adopt it. If he knew that Wu Meyer had parents, Long Wu would return Wu Meyer to her parents. Long Wu is a big man, and it is inconvenient to take care of him. Look at you, why are you in a hurry? She is an orphan. After her parents gave me the children, they all died. Ding Busan explained. Dead? How did you die? Aren't you the so-called divine doctor? Without someone you couldn't save, how could you still watch two people die? Long Wu looked puzzled. When I saw the girl's parents, her parents were already too poisoned. Even if Daluo Jingxian came, they wouldn't be able to save her. What's more, her parents were Venom from Miao Village. How can I save them? Ding Busan said very displeased. Miao Village's Venom. Could it be that Miao Village killed Meyer's parents? Long Wu frowned slightly. Then I don't know. I saw that the girl's parents were dead, so I buried them and gave the girl to you. Ding Busan said, suddenly yawned and said, I haven't slept yet. Wake up, I'm so sleepy, I'm going to go back to sleep. With that said, Ding Busan hung up the phone. Long Wu held the mobile phone and was stunned on the spot. Since Wu Meyer's parents were infected with the bee venom from Miao Village, it must be someone from Miao Village who killed her parents, and they all knew that the poisonous bees in Miao Village were extremely powerful. It is extremely toxic, but it is very troublesome to raise these poisonous bees, so Miao Village rarely uses poisonous bees. Chapter 703. After all, after the poisonous bee shoots its own poisonous needle, it will die along with it, and it needs to be retrained. Uncle Long, that Xiaolan is very likely to have something to do with Miao Village. In addition to her skills in charm, she can also emit poisonous gas. Fortunately, my current condensing art can absorb and refine everything, so I am not afraid of poisonous gas. David said to Long Wu. Let's go and ask and see what the origin of this Xiaolan is. Long Wu also felt that it was necessary to find out about Wu Meyer's life experience, and this was also an opportunity. When David and Long Wu walked into the room, they found that Wu Meyer was sitting with Xiaolan. The two of them were chatting and laughing. They didn't seem to be strange at all, as if they had known each other for many years. Seeing David and Long Wu come in, Xiaolan immediately put away her smile and closed her mouth. What's your relationship with Miao Village? As soon as he entered the door, Long Wu asked Xiaolan. Seeing Long Wu asking about Miao Village, Xiaolan kept her mouth shut and said nothing. Wu Meyer said at this time, Sister, this is Uncle Long. I was adopted by him since I was a child. He is very good, just tell him. Wu Meyer made such a request. Xiaolan looked at Wu Meyer, and then said, the Miao King of Miao Village is my adoptive father, and I grew up in Miao Village. Xiaolan's words surprised Long Wu. If Wu Meyer and Xiaolan were really twins, and their parents died from Miao Village's bee venom, how could the Miao Village people adopt Xiaolan? It turns out that you were sent by King Miao. I saw that King Miao wanted to take revenge on his adopted son. When David heard that Xiaolan was sent by King Miao, he immediately understood. After all, he killed King Miao's adopted son Xian Feng, and also destroyed Xianyue Valley, where Miao Village was managed with great difficulty outside. King Miao, it makes sense to find someone to deal with him. Xiaolan raised her head and glanced at David, showing a sneer. There are dozens of adopted sons of the adoptive father outside, what can one Xian Feng be? They are just the pawns of the adopted father, in order to provide the Miao Village with herbs and herbs. For resources, there is no use value, and if they die, they will die. How can the adoptive father avenge them? Since it's not for Qian Feng's revenge, why did you send you to deal with me? David asked with a puzzled expression. This is the secret of Miao Village, I won't tell you. Xiaolan said firmly. It seems that even if David did it, she would not say anything. Meyer, do you know how your parents died? At this time, Long Wu asked Wu Meier. Wu Meier was startled. Uncle Long, didn't you say I was picking up orphans on the roadside? Have you met my parents? Because Long Wu never mentioned his parents with Wu Meier. Long Wu shook his head. I haven't seen it, but when Ding Busan picked you up, he saw your parents, and it was your parents who begged Ding Busan to let him take you away, and your parents were killed by bee venom from Miao Village, and Ding Busan buried your parents. Hearing Long Wu say that his parents were killed by bee venom from Miao Village, Wu Meier couldn't help but look at Xiaolan. Xiaolan was also surprised, and hurriedly got up and said, Impossible, only King Miao can drive the poisonous bees in Miao Village, and King Miao would not use poisonous bees easily. How could our parents be caught in Miao Village? Bee venom? If King Miao really killed our parents, why did you raise me so big? Xiaolan was already convinced that she and Wu Meier were sisters, so Wu Meier's parents were of course her own. But she couldn't believe that her parents would die from bee venom from Miao Village. Chapter 704. If that's the case, why did King Miao still adopt him and raise him so big? Wu Meier also felt that it made sense, so she looked at Long Wu, hoping that Long Wu could explain it, but unfortunately Long Wu couldn't explain it either. This is what Ding Busan told me, so I can only tell you the truth. As for whether you believe it or not, you can only judge for yourself. After Long Wu finished speaking, he walked out of the room, because he really couldn't confirm what he said. Seeing this, David also followed and walked out. After a while, Wu Meier followed Xiaolan out, but Xiaolan's face was obviously not very good, and the whole person fell into deep thought. Maybe you are still thinking about Long Wu's words, is it credible? Wu Meier had some confidence in Long Wu's words. Although Ding Busan was called a villain, he never told a lie. Since Ding Busan said it, it should be correct. Just when a few people were silent in the living room and the atmosphere was a little depressed, suddenly the door of the villa was pushed open, and then Sonia and Gu Linger came in. David, didn't you have a good time last night? As soon as she entered the door, Sonia asked loudly, her tone full of sourness. Hearing Sonia's words, Long Wu and Wu Meier looked at David together. Only then did the two discover that Xiaolan's clothes were torn a lot, and the buttons on the clothes were missing, and Xiaolan was always using her hands grab your clothes. Even so, there are still large areas of snow-white skin exposed, and it is obvious that Xiaolan's clothes have been violently damaged. David, you big pervert, what have you done to my sister? Wu Meier suddenly ran wild, questioned David, and even stepped forward and punched David fiercely, but she didn't have the energy, so the punch didn't hurt at all, but it was because the force was too strong that David was forced to punch. His body was so shaken that his hands were shaking. You're crazy, I didn't do anything to your sister, she wanted to seduce me with charm, and I didn't fall for it. David explained. At this time, Gu Linger and Sonia looked at Wu Meier and Xiaolan, who were exactly the same. They were stunned. It turned out that there were people who looked exactly the same. It seemed that they really misunderstood David last night. Nonsense, look at what my sister's clothes look like, how dare you say that you didn't do anything to her? You are clearly a big pervert, you are not satisfied with having two women, and you even attacked my sister. Squinting eyes is not a good thing. Wu Meier didn't believe what David said at all. She stubbornly believed that David must have done something to Xiaolan, otherwise the clothes would not have been like that. David was about to continue to explain, but Sonia stepped forward and said, how many women does David have? What's your business? Why do you call him a big pervert? I'm David's girlfriend, and I can prove him. Neither did. David is not a big pervert. You are slandering him. David is a decent gentleman. When I fell naked in his arms, David didn't do anything wrong to me. Does it prove that he might be a big pervert? Gu Linger was standing on Sonia's side at the moment, refuting Wu Meier. Just after Gu Linger finished speaking, she suddenly felt as if she had said the wrong thing, while Sonia looked at Gu Linger in shock. Linger, when did he see you all? Why didn't I know? Gu Linger's face turned red, and she didn't know what to do with embarrassment. When Sonia looked at David, David also turned his head aside and pretended not to see it. After all, how would he say such a thing? Long Wu on the side saw David like that, with a playful smile on his face. He knew that the hero was saddened by the beauty pass, but fortunately, the cultivator can marry multiple wives, so it depends on David's ability. Chapter 705. Humph, that's because you have no charm, David is a big pervert, or why is my sister's clothes like this? Wu Meyer snorted coldly at Gu Linger. When Gu Linger heard that Wu Meyer said that she was not attractive, she didn't care about being embarrassed, she instantly said with anger, "Who said I was not attractive? If you don't believe me, ask David, who of us is attractive?" Gu Linger's words instantly made several girls look at David, which made David panic. Feeling the gazes of several girls, David's face was helpless, and he could only look at Long Wu with help-seeking eyes, hoping that Long Wu could relieve himself. Long Wu hee smiled, but looking at David's pitiful appearance, he could only stand up and say, "Mayor, don't make a fool of yourself, what did David do to your sister? He is still a young man, and he has never touched her before." "Woman, how could it be possible to touch your sister?" Hearing what Long Wu said, Wu Meyer looked at David in surprise. After all, David lived together with Sonia and Gu Linger. It was impossible for a man to stand guarding these two girls. He didn't expect David to do nothing. "No wonder you can resist the charm, so you can't," Wu Meyer said with a bit of sarcasm in her eyes. Don't let David get angry with this sentence, he really cleaned up Wu Meyer face to face, and let her see if she can do it. But in front of so many people, David could only swallow his anger and say nothing. After all, they all quieted down, while Sonia looked at Long Wu and asked David, "David, who is this person?" Sonia has never met Long Wu, so she doesn't know him. "Oh, I forgot to introduce, this is Uncle Long, if it weren't for him, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to see you back from Kyoto, and the bronze mirror for protecting the heart and the pill for washing marrow were all given by Uncle Long." David hurriedly followed Sonia's introduction. When Sonia heard this, she hurriedly smiled at Long Wu and said, "Hello, Uncle Long." Long Wu also nodded with a smile, and looked at Sonia, "Have you already eaten the shisui dan?" "Well, I've eaten," Sonia nodded. "Come here, I will teach you a set of exercises. You can practice it yourself when you are free. Whether you can succeed or not depends on your own good fortune." Long Wu waved to Sonia. Sonia walked over in a hurry, and Long Wu directly put his right hand on top of Sonia's head. A wave of spiritual power entered Sonia's head from Long Wu's right hand. Sonia only felt that her brain was blank, and then a set of 4-character exercises kept flashing in her mind. After just 10 seconds, Long Wu retracted his hand, while Sonia widened her eyes in shock. Because she found out that there were so many things in her mind before she knew it. This is simply amazing. If you can instill knowledge into your brain like this when you go to school, wouldn't you be a scholar? Looking at Sonia's shocked look, Long Wu smiled lightly, "You try to follow what the exercises say, and try it yourself." "Yeah!" Sonia couldn't wait to sit on the sofa, her eyes closed slightly unconsciously, and then she began to adjust her breathing according to the exercises. As Sonia's breathing became weaker and lighter, aura began to slowly permeate towards Sonia's body. Sure enough, a good seedling. When Long Wu saw that Sonia started to practice, he sensed the existence of spiritual energy and absorbed the spiritual energy into his body, which was incredible. But soon, everyone found that Sonia's breathing became weaker and weaker, and Sonia's face began to turn red, and then the whole body's skin became red. Chapter 706. The temperature of the entire living room was rising at an extremely fast rate, as if a large stove was being built, causing everyone to hurriedly stay away from Sonia. "Fire, fire!" At this moment, Gu Linger screamed. It turned out that Sonia was sitting on the sofa below, and because the temperature was too high, thick smoke began to rise. Seeing this, David hurried up and wanted to take Sonia away, but just touched Sonia's body. David immediately retracted his hand, because he found that Sonia's body was really hot, like it was burning red iron plate in general. "Sonia, Sonia, it's on fire, get up!" Gu Linger shouted at Sonia, but Sonia seemed to have not heard it. David was a little panicked at this time, and looked at Long Wu, wondering what was going on and what kind of exercises Long Wu passed on to Sonia. I saw Long Wu's brows furrowed, and suddenly bursts of cold light erupted from his body, and his hands began to take cold air, and soon there were frost on his hands. You all get out of the way, I'll try it with my frost palm. Long Wu said, and with his frosted hand, he stepped forward and picked up Sonia. As soon as Long Wu's hands touched Sonia, there was a sound of ice cubes hitting the flames and then the water mist rose. Long Wu gritted his teeth and moved Sonia to a place, and at this moment the sofa began to burst into flames. David hurriedly extinguished the flames with water, and then looked at Sonia, who was still closing his eyes, feeling extremely anxious. Uncle Long, what happened to Sonia? David asked anxiously. Long Wu shook his head, I don't know either. What I taught her was just a very ordinary exercise. How could it be like this? Even Long Wu didn't know what was going on, which made David even more anxious. But at this time, the temperature in the living room was getting higher and higher. It was like being in a big stove, and finally Wu Meyer, Gu Linger and Xiaolan couldn't stand it anymore and ran outside. At this moment, the three of them were sweating profusely, while David and Long Wu desperately resisted the heat wave with their spiritual power, staring closely at Sonia. Although it was so hot, there was not a trace of sweat flowing out of Sonia's face, and there was nothing wrong with her whole body except that her skin became red. Suddenly, Long Wu's eyes widened, and he suddenly took a breath. I see, is this the legendary fire spirit body? Fire spirit body? David was stunned, looking at Long Wu with a bewildered face. Looking at David's confused face, Long Wu explained, the fire spirit body is also a kind of physique, but people with this physique are extremely rare, and people with this physique can practice the exercises faster than ordinary people are, much faster, and more importantly, people with fire spirit bodies. After stepping into the world of immortality, their bodies will not be afraid of flames. Even in the raging fire, they will not feel the heat. Physically. Listening to Long Wu's explanation, David seemed to understand something, nodded and said, it's like a person with ice crystals. After stepping into the immortal world, he is not afraid of severe cold. Is that so? David knew about ice crystals, because Xiaoru, the daughter of a virtuous Taoist priest at that time, was an ice crystal, but Xiaoru did not step into the world of immortality, so her body was disturbed by the cold air, and she needed a 7-star plate to help absorb the coldness from her body. Gas to survive. But David never thought that Sonia was actually a fire spirit body, but he had never seen anything strange about Sonia. This fire spirit body is several times more powerful than ice crystals, as well as the natural charm body like Meyer and her sister, which are all special physiques, but the natural charm body is relatively useless, and it doesn't help much in cultivation. Ice crystals, your cultivation speed will also be much faster. Xiaoru cultivated later than you, but with your current strength, I am afraid that you are no longer invincible. Long Wu followed David and said slowly. Chapter 707. When David heard Long Wu mention Xiaoru, he was stunned for a moment, and his face was puzzled. Uncle Long, how do you know Xiaoru? How do you know that she is an ice crystal? Have you entered the immortal realm? David's series of questions directly made Long Wu feel that he unknowingly said the wrong thing, and he even told Xiaoru's matter. Don't ask. When July 15th arrives, you will know all the questions you want to know. Now let's see when your girlfriend wakes up. Long Wu did not continue to talk to David. There are some things he can't let David know now. David saw that Long Wu was no longer talking, and he did not ask any further questions. Since he knew everything on July 15th, he was not afraid to wait for more than 10 days. Half an hour later, Sonia slowly opened her eyes, and as Sonia woke up, the temperature in the living room instantly returned to normal. But Sonia was stunned when she saw that the sofa was in a mess. What's going on? Why is it on fire? Oh, I just accidentally ignited it by smoking. David did not tell Sonia the truth, but lied. He was afraid that Sonia would have a hard time accepting it. After all, Sonia has always felt that she is a normal person for so many years, but now she suddenly told her that she is a fire spirit body, and she is different from normal people, so it is difficult for her to accept it. What's more, Long Wu is only guessing, and he is not completely sure that Sonia is a fire spirit body. It is too early to tell Sonia. Sonia, how did you feel when you just practiced the exercises? Long Wu asked Sonia. Sonia frowned slightly, thought for a while and said, I don't feel anything, but it seems to be very hot. Have you ever felt a bulge in your belly? Does it look like there's something in it? David asked hurriedly. If Sonia could feel her dantian and the movement of spiritual energy in her first practice, it means that Sonia has successfully stepped into the world of immortality. When Sonia heard David's question, her face immediately turned red and she said, What are you talking about? You have something in your lower abdomen, and I'm not pregnant, where did it come from? Hearing Sonia's words, David was speechless for a while Long Wu laughed. David, don't worry too much, if you can feel the existence of dantian the first time you practice the exercises, it's like nothing in 1,000 miles. Alright. At this time, seeing Sonia awake, Gu Linger and Wu Meyer also came in. Gu Linger asked Sonia a few words with concern. Seeing that Sonia was alright, she was relieved, but she looked at Sonia with envy in her eyes. She knew that the reason why Long Wu passed the exercises to Sonia must be looking at David's identity. After all, Sonia is David's recognized girlfriend. And I am nothing, so I will not practice the exercises. Long Wu observed Gu Linger's thoughts, so he said to Gu Linger, Miss Linger, this is just an ordinary condensing Qigong method, when the time comes, let Sonia tell you, the two of you will practice together. Can I cultivate too? Gu Linger was overjoyed. Of course I can. After you have practiced this common Qigong technique, I will teach you more advanced techniques. After all, you are all David's women. If you are stronger, you can still help David. Long Wu smiled faintly. But when Gu Linger heard that it was David's only woman, Ting's face turned red, and she was a little overwhelmed. And David glared at Long Wu. He was sure that Long Wu said this on purpose. Isn't this causing trouble for him? But Sonia didn't react and didn't say anything. Chapter 708. In fact, in her heart, there is no objection to having another Gu Linger between her and David. After all, she and Gu Linger are good best friends. When the time comes, the three of them will really be together, and she will have a partner. Although Sonia accepts Gu Linger, it does not mean that she accepts other women. If it was the Wu Meyer sisters, Sonia would definitely object. The atmosphere fell into embarrassment for a while, and at this time Xiaolan suddenly screamed, and then pressed her hands tightly to her head. Her expression became a little painful. Sister, what's the matter with you? Seeing this, Wu Meyer hurriedly supported Xiaolan and asked. The foster father is calling me, I want to contact the foster father. Xiaolan frowned and said with a look of bewilderment. In this situation, she didn't know how to report to King Miao. If she told the truth, with King Miao's character, she would definitely die tragically. But if she deceives King Miao, it won't take long for King Miao to know. After all, she doesn't have the ability to bring David back now. Sister, don't go back to Miao Village if you want to. Whether or not your parents were killed by Miao Village, we'll talk about it after we investigate clearly. Wu Meyer didn't want Xiaolan to go back to Miao Village. If her parents were really killed by people from Miao Village, then Xiaolan would recognize a thief as her father. No, if I don't rush back within the stipulated time, the foster father will urge the Gu worm, which will make me feel very uncomfortable. If the time goes on, if the Gu worm dies, my life will be gone. Xiaolan shook her head. Many people in Miao Village were basically controlled by King Miao using this method. It doesn't matter, Uncle Long can help you force the Gu worm out. Uncle Long is a great cultivator. Wu Meyer persuaded Xiaolan. Xiaolan still shook her head. My foster father has raised me for so many years, I can't just leave him like this. Sister, what would you do if your parents were really killed by people from Miao Village? Do you recognize the thief as your father? Also, King Miao asked you to arrest David. Now that you can't go back to David, what kind of punishment will you receive? Ah! Wu Meyer anxiously discouraged Xiaolan from going back. Xiaolan was silent for a moment, and then said lightly, I will ask my foster father about my parents. As for I can't take David back, my foster father has raised me for so many years, and I believe he will not treat me like that. Xiaolan is still stubbornly wanting to go back to Miao Village. After all, she grew up in Miao Village since she was a child. Ding Busan won't lie. Since he said that your parents had Miaozhai bee venom, it must be that it would be very dangerous for you to go back and ask like this. Long Wu said to Xiaolan. I have to go back and ask about the danger. Xiaolan seems to have made up her mind. I'll go back with you. David suddenly stood up and said. David, you're crazy, aren't you asking for a dead end? Sonia said anxiously when she heard that David was going to follow Xiaolan to Miao Village. Since that King Miao wants to deal with me, even if he escapes this time, there will be another time. I might as well go to Miao Village to meet him. This King Miao is not as strong as Qin Xiaolin. Qin Xiaolin was killed by me. What is King Miao afraid of? David said indifferently. Xiaolan looked at David blankly. She didn't expect that David would take the initiative to stand up and go back to Miao Village with her. Don't underestimate the strength of the foster father. Although he only has the strength of a great master now, he is good at using poison and... Xiaolan hesitated for a while, but did not continue to speak. It seemed that King Miao still had some secrets in his hands, and Xiaolan did not dare to reveal it. I am invulnerable to all kinds of poisons, there is nothing to be afraid of, just take me away. Another important reason why David asked Xiaolan to take him to Miao Village is that the poisons in Miao Village are good cultivation resources for David. Chapter 709. He was really afraid that King Miao would not use poison on him. It would be better to use all the poisons in Miao Village on him. In this way, he would be able to inhale the poisonous gas into his body and use the concentration technique to transform it into spirit. Store up your strength and increase your strength. David, are you crazy? Wu Meier also looked at David puzzled. Only Long Wu had a slight smile on his face. He understood what David meant, so he said, David can go to Miao Village, just to deal with the matter, so that there will be no trouble in the future. Seeing that Long Wu said so, the others didn't say anything. Xiaolan looked at David and said slowly, Miao Village is not as simple as you think, you'd better think about it. Don't think about it. If I don't go with you, you know what punishment you will face when you return to Miao Village. Don't tell me that Miao Village is a kind of good man and a woman. I don't believe it. David said firmly. Xiaolan didn't expect that David was thinking of herself, so she took the risk, and after a moment of silence, she said, I tell you, this time my foster father asked me to bring you back alive, in order to practice the Corpse King and practice the Corpse King. The Corpse King needs to throw the living person into a room full of poison, and then be bitten by all kinds of highly poisonous things. He needs to be locked in it for 7 days. If he can still live after 7 days, he will become the Corpse King. I've never practiced once. As soon as Xiaolan's words came out, everyone was shocked. I didn't expect that this Miao Village would even refine this kind of thing and experiment with living people. It was so cruel. David, you can't go, you can't go. When Sonia heard it was so cruel, she held David's arm tightly, not planning to let David go, it was too dangerous. After hearing this, David was already excited. He went to the Miao Village because of the poisons in the Miao Village. Now that he wants to train him as a Corpse King, David is really eager. The poison is absorbed by the light, maybe his strength can be improved to a realm. Don't worry, I'll be fine. David comforted Sonia, then looked at Xiaolan and said, let's go now, I can't wait. Xiaolan was stunned when she saw David's impatient look. Originally, she thought that after she told David the secret of Miao Village, David would be afraid and flinch. She didn't expect David to be so excited. I have to inform my foster father first. Seeing that David had made up her mind, Xiaolan could only walk out of the villa and inform King Miao. After a while, Xiaolan walked in, I have informed my foster father, and now we can set off. David nodded and followed Xiaolan out of the villa, while Sonia and Gulinger all looked at David worriedly. Xiaolan looked at the two worried looks, and spit out a cold sentence, I will do my best to keep him safe. After saying this, Xiaolan herself was a little surprised. She didn't even know it. Before she knew it, she had a relationship with David and the others. This might have something to do with her sister Wu Meyer. David and Xiaolan rushed to the airport, then flew to the southwest, and then went to Miao Village. And Long Wu didn't stop in Horendal, and took Sonia and the others on a boat and went to sea. Although Sonia and Gulinger didn't know where Long Wu was going to take them, they didn't ask any more and kept following. On the plane, David sat next to Xiaolan, holding Xiaolan's arm with one hand, and the whole person almost lay close to Xiaolan's body. Although Xiaolan was expressionless, she did not push David away. Let David rub against himself. When many people on the plane saw this scene, they all cast contemptuous glances at David. A big man looks like a woman. You must know that many couples are all girls lying in the arms of boys. Chapter 7:10. After you get off the plane, listen to me in everything, and show your fascination with me in your eyes. You are the one who was successfully charmed by me, so you have to show that kind of greed, otherwise you will likely be ganged up. Xiaolan whispered to David. David nodded slightly, hugged Xiaolan tightly with both hands, and smelled the woman's fragrance on Xiaolan's body, with the kind of greed Xiaolan said in his eyes. Miao Village, in King Miao's bedroom. At this moment King Miao was looking at himself in the mirror, and then slowly picked up a photo. The photo was a long time ago, and it started to turn yellow, and there was a man and a woman in the photo. The man among them was when King Miao himself was young. At that time, King Miao still had black hair and was very handsome, while the girl was beautiful, wearing a flowery skirt, but the girl above had a beautiful face. Following Wu Meyer and Xiaolan, they look very similar. King Miao looked at the girl in the photo, and slowly stroked the girl's face with his hands. His eyes were full of tenderness. Wind chimes, 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and now your daughter has when you grow up, she looks almost exactly like you. I see her as if I saw you. 20 years ago, you betrayed me. 20 years later, you will pay for it with your daughter. You see, seeing that I have arranged the room, this time after she comes back, I will be her real husband and wife. I believe that when I am in bed with your daughter, it will definitely remind me of your feelings. Miao Wang muttered to himself while holding the photo. His eyes became more and more hot, and the girl's appearance in the photo became more and more blurred under Miao Wang's vigorous rubbing. That's it. Suddenly the door of King Miao's bedroom was pushed open, and a member of Miao Village suddenly broke in, which shocked King Miao and hurriedly threw the photo and his hand on the table. The members of the Miao Village were also startled when they saw that King Miao's face was not good, and hurriedly said with a pale face, King Miao, Miss Xiaolan has already got off the plane, and will arrive at Miao Village in a few hours. The members of Miao Village lowered their heads and dared not look into King Miao's eyes. Oh, I see. King Miao nodded, and suddenly waved his hand, only to see the Miao Village members shaking all over, and then a black bug flew out of his mouth. And when the worm flew out of the body, the Miao Village members' eyes widened instantly, and the 7 orifices bled to death. Come on, drag the body away. King Miao ordered loudly without even looking at the corpse on the ground. Soon, someone dragged the body away, and King Miao looked out the window with hot eyes. I have endured for 20 years, and I can finally break out. After speaking, King Miao slowly took out a small porcelain bottle from his body, and the 3 words Acacia-san were written on the small porcelain bottle. Having raised Xiaolan for 20 years, King Miao knew Xiaolan's temperament well. Even though Xiaolan was naturally charming, she had never been touched by a man, so if he wanted to get Xiaolan, he had to use some means. At the airport of a city in the southwest, David and Xiaolan walked out of the airport like a pair of lovers in love. The temperature here is obviously a few degrees higher than that in Horendal, so the people here wear cooler clothes. Many girls only wear shorts and suspenders on the street. Xiaolan also changed her clothes earlier, with ultra-short jeans, a white camisole, and a big sunglasses on her face, which attracted the attention of many men. If it wasn't for David's been holding Xiaolan's arm, it would have been a long time ago. A man came up to chat. Seeing that Xiaolan, a beautiful and fair-skinned beauty, was hooked by David at such a close distance, many men cast hostile glances at David, but David didn't care. Chapter 7:11. Xiaolan stopped a taxi, and the 2 of them got into the car and headed towards Miao Village. There is still a long distance from the Miao Village. Miao Village is in the southwest of the mountains. You can only go to the foot of the mountain by car. The rest of the road needs to be walked, so they arrived at the Miao village. It is estimated that it will be midnight. David and Xiaolan sat in the back of the car, while the driver kept watching their every move through the rear-view mirror. David hugged Xiaolan's arm the whole time and leaned on Xiaolan's shoulder. Soon, David's head lay in Xiaolan's arms, his eyes full of greed rubbing against Xiaolan's arms. His hands also became dishonest. Xiaolan glared at David secretly, but David seemed to have not seen it and still went his own way. Suddenly, Xiaolan's body trembled, and she only felt that David's hand would touch her sensitive place from time to time. Xiaolan gritted her teeth. She didn't know whether David was intentional or not, but the feeling of electric shock made Xiaolan's body tense, and she clenched her teeth silently. But soon Xiaolan's face became rosy and her breathing was a little short. She pressed David with both hands, not wanting to let David move. Xiaolan, who had never been in such close contact with a man, was afraid at the moment. I couldn't help myself a little bit. After driving for more than 2 hours, Xiaolan felt as if a year had passed. The strange feeling in her body made her almost slumped in her seat. Soon, the car stopped at the foot of the mountain, and the taxi driver opened the door with a slight smile. Miss Xiaolan, you are here, congratulations on your successful completion of the task, King Miao is waiting for you. Xiaolan looked at the taxi driver in front of her in surprise. She didn't expect that the taxi driver was from Miao village. Fortunately, she and David didn't behave in a strange way in the taxi and didn't say anything. Not wearing help. Xiaolan got out of the taxi, but just after landing on her feet, she almost fell when her legs were soft, but fortunately David was quick-witted and supported Xiaolan. When the taxi driver saw this, he smiled slightly and said, Miss Xiaolan's charm is really powerful, this kid is fascinated by you. After that, the taxi driver got in the car and walked away. Seeing the taxi leaving, Xiaolan hurriedly pushed David away. Where are you groping me in the car, you big pervert? Xiaolan waited for David, the flushing on her face had not yet subsided. David didn't care, but smiled slightly. If I don't do that, won't it be seen by the people in your Miao village? Xiaolan looked at David in surprise. You knew from the beginning that the driver was from Miao village? Of course, otherwise you really think I'm eating your tofu. David raised the corner of his mouth. Let's go quickly, or we will spend the night in this forest. Xiaolan wanted to leave, but her legs were still soft at this time. In the past 2 hours, she gritted her teeth and stood up. Seeing Xiaolan like that, David smiled. Do you want me to carry you away? No, just stay away from me. Xiaolan glared at David. Don't forget, this is the site of Miao village. Maybe there are people from Miao village in this forest. If you get help, don't blame me. After David finished speaking, he walked directly towards the mountain. When Xiaolan heard this, she could only reluctantly catch up with David, and then David put his arm on his back, and the two walked towards the mountain like glue. David did not expect that this King Miao was so cautious. Xiaolan was his adopted daughter, so he couldn't believe it, and even sent someone to observe it secretly. At this moment, it was already dark, and David and Xiaolan were still walking on the mountain road. And in a valley that crosses this mountain, it is brightly lit, and this is Miao village. Chapter 7:12. King Miao, Miss Xiaolan and that kid will go to Miao village soon. That kid is fascinated by Miss Xiaolan, and follows Miss Xiaolan like a pug. A Miao village member followed Miao Wanghui to report. Yeah! King Miao nodded in satisfaction. After the member of the Miao village left, the 5 people also walked into the hall of King Miao. These 5 people are the 5 chiefs of Miao village. Have you prepared all the materials for the Corpse King training? King Miao asked the 5 heads. Dolly nodded his head. King Miao, everything is ready, but I'm afraid that this kid will be immune to all poisons, and those poisons will have no effect on him. Don't worry, now that boy David has been fascinated by Xiaolan, he will do whatever Xiaolan asks him to do. I have prepared powder for the powder. As long as David eats it, he will immediately become strong. Collapsed, no energy, what did he use to defend against those poisons? King Miao smiled lightly. King Miao, if David ate the powder and died within 7 days, what should we do? Dolly asked in surprise. If there is no skill, who can stay in a room full of poison for 7 days? No, that David's body is already extremely powerful. The reason why I used him to practice Corpse King is because of his domineering body. King Miao had the idea of turning David into a Corpse King after watching the video of David following Qin Xiaolan's fight. Seeing King Miao say this, no one of the 5 chiefs said anything. In the dense forest, with a little moonlight, David and Xiaolan walked quickly on the mountain path. At this moment, the two were very close, and Xiaolan smelled the man's breath on David's body. For some reason, her heart beat faster. Isn't it here yet? David looked at the dark path and frowned slightly. He did not expect this Miao village to be so far away, hidden deep in the mountains. Come on, there's a valley ahead, that's it. Xiaolan pointed to the front and said. David was helpless and could only follow Xiaolan and continue to move forward. It wasn't until midnight that the two of them arrived at Miao village. At the entrance of Miao village, many people were guarding. After the guard saw Xiaolan, he immediately opened the door. Miss Xiaolan, you can count on it, King Miao is still waiting. And you? Xiaolan was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that King Miao was still waiting for her so late. Could it be that she wanted to lock David into the room to practice the Corpse King overnight? Well, I see. Xiaolan nodded, and then walked into Miao village with David. The guards of the Miao village looked at David holding Xiaolan's arm with a greedy look, and they were all envious. Xiaolan's appearance, but they had been greedy for a long time, but no one dared to attack Xiaolan. Let's not talk about it. What is Xiaolan's strength? As far as Xiaolan is the righteous daughter of King Miao, who would dare to move? David followed Xiaolan into the Miao village, and found that most of the entire Miao village were wooden buildings. There was a 2-story building in the middle of the Miao village, which looked more majestic and domineering. It should be where the Miao King was. Sure enough, Xiaolan took David into the 2nd-floor building. In the hall on the 1st floor, a man was sitting on the main seat. Although the man's temples were already gray, he could still see the outline of his handsome face. Under the main seat, 5 people lined up at a time. It was the 5 chiefs of Miao village, and David had seen them all. But after entering inside, David's eyes did not look everywhere, but looked straight at Xiaolan, holding Xiaolan's arms tightly with both hands. His eyes were full of fiery. Father, I have brought this David back. Xiaolan followed King Miao expressionlessly. Chapter 7:13. King Miao looked at David beside Xiaolan, looked at David's greedy face and hot eyes, and snorted coldly. It's hard to imagine that this guy can kill Qin Xiaolan's name Wuzong. You must know how to break through Wuzong. The realm is as difficult as going to the sky. Then Qin Xiaolan has been in seclusion for several years, and he was killed by this kid just after breaking through Wuzong. While talking, King Miao walked in front of David. At this time, King Miao was very close to David and Xiaolan. Seeing King Miao constantly looking at David, Xiaolan's heart was raised in her throat, for fear that King Miao would see the flaw. Xiaolan, let him take off his shirt. Suddenly, King Miao said to Xiaolan. Xiaolan was taken aback. Foster father, what is this going to do? Xiaolan didn't know. Why did King Miao ask David to take off his clothes? At this time, although David still looked at Xiaolan with a wicked smile, his heart was stunned. Could it be that this King Miao is a pervert? What if I like men? David didn't like this bite. At this moment, David was pounding in his heart, thinking secretly in his heart, if this King Miao really had such a perverted hobby, David would take action directly and kill King Miao first. On a man. King Miao frowned slightly. Do whatever you want to do. Do you still need me to explain? Seeing that King Miao was angry, Xiaolan was too scared to speak, but looked at David with a bit of helplessness in her eyes. David, you took off your shirt. David looked at Xiaolan hotly, and smiled wickedly. Why do you want me to take off my clothes? I won't do a vigorous exercise in front of so many people, right? But in such an environment, thinking about it is exciting. David took off his shirt while talking, revealing his strong muscles. King Miao looked at David's body, his eyes lit up, his eyes were full of envy, and he even reached out and squeezed David's arm. This made David instantly get goosebumps, and immediately threw his hand and said, What are you doing? I don't like men, Ha ha ha, it really is a strong body. My Meow village dominates the southwest, just around the corner. King Meow laughed, and after laughing, he waved at Xiaolan. Xiaolan, come here. Xiaolan followed King Meow 2 steps, and then King Meow turned her back to David, took out a packet of medicinal powder and handed it to Xiaolan, and whispered to Xiaolan, you give this powder to David. When you live together at night, don't let him touch you. If you lose your innocence, you know the consequences. Xiaolan took the powder and nodded, but said nothing. She really wanted to ask about her parents, but she knew that she couldn't ask Meow Wang so bluntly. If her parents were really killed by Meow villagers, if she asked so rashly, not only would she not be able to ask anything, she might even be in danger. Okay, let's go to rest, it's getting late. King Meow waved his hand, turned and walked into his room. The 5 directors looked at the shirtless David with a sneer on their faces. This is the so-called hero's sadness for the beauty. No matter how talented David is, it is not in the hands of a woman. When everyone left, Xiaolan could only take David back to her room. As soon as I entered Xiaolan's room, there was a fragrant smell. The room was clean and tidy. There were several pieces of Xiaolan's underwear hanging out by the window. Seeing that David's eyes fell on her clothes, Xiaolan blushed, and hurriedly packed up her close-fitting clothes. I didn't expect you to love red underwear so much. David looked at Xiaolan with a playful look on his face and said. Xiaolan glared at David and didn't say anything, but took a quilt and threw it on the ground. You sleep on the ground tonight, don't think of anything else for me. If you dare to touch me, I can't spare you. Chapter 7:14. Don't worry, I'm a decent gentleman, and I won't take advantage of others' dangers. Even if I want to sleep with you, I'll make you willing. David smiled and straightened up the bedding to lie down and sleep. Bah, who is willing to let you sleep? Xiaolan glanced at David, and then she lay down on the bed and slept with her clothes on. She didn't follow David to talk about the powder, and she couldn't give David the powder. After eating the powder, the power would be completely lost in a short time, and it would only be recovered after 12 hours. David has become a waste, let others slaughter. Xiaolan, who was lying on the bed, couldn't sleep for a long time. Listening to David snoring, she could only sit up and said, my heart is really big, and I will soon be transformed into a corpse king, so I can still sleep. Xiaolan put on tights and walked out of the room. Since she couldn't ask King Meow blatantly, she would secretly search to see if she could find any clues about her parents. Just as Xiaolan walked out of the room, David, who had been snoring all the time, suddenly opened his eyes, and an imperceptible smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then got up and followed out. As soon as Xiaolan went out, she went straight to the second-floor building where King Meow was. Because she had lived here for 20 years, Xiaolan was very familiar with this place. Even the people who patrolled Meow Village were easily avoided by Xiaolan. Past. Soon, Xiaolan entered the second-floor building and walked around the hall, but found nothing. She knew that King Meow's secret must be in the bedroom, because Meow Village had strict orders, and without King Meow's permission, no one could. You cannot enter King Meow's room without permission. Xiaolan has been in Meow Village for 20 years, and she has never entered King Meow's room once, and Xiaolan never thought of going in to have a look, but now she can only sneak in order to find clues about her parents. Xiaolan hid out of the window of King Meow's room and secretly looked inside. It didn't matter what she saw, which surprised Xiaolan. She found that King Meow's room was actually full of red bedding, and there were also some lanterns hanging. It's like a new house for marriage. After staying in Meow Village for 20 years, Xiaolan has never heard that King Meow married a wife. How could the room be dressed like this? And it looks like a new dress. Could it be that King Meow is going to marry a daughter-in-law recently? Xiaolan was very surprised, but she didn't think much about it. After seeing that King Meow was fast asleep, she turned directly into the room. On tiptoe, Xiaolan checked in King Meow's room. The furnishings in the room were very simple, with only a wardrobe and a table, but beside the wardrobe, there was a huge safe. Obviously, if King Meow had any secrets, he would definitely put it in the box. Looking at the huge safe, Xiaolan looked embarrassed. Although she has a kung fu, she does not have the ability to open the safe. She can use her skill to forcefully break the safe, but then King Miao will find that someone has broken into his room. Just when Xiaolan was embarrassed, a photo on the table suddenly caught her attention. Xiaolan picked up the photo, followed by the moonlight from the window, and looked at it carefully. When Xiaolan looked at the person in the photo, she was stunned. She could tell at a glance that the man in the photo was when King Miao was young, but the girl next to King Miao looked very familiar to Xiaolan. Looks like himself. Although the photo is very old and somewhat yellowed, Xiaolan can be sure that the girl in the photo must have something to do with her, because she looks so much alike. Just when Xiaolan was fascinated by the photo, she didn't want King Miao sitting up on the bed directly. Who? King Miao shouted angrily, startling Xiaolan, and hurriedly put the photo in her pocket. Xiaolan suddenly jumped downstairs. Chapter 7:15. King Miao chased to the window, looked at Xiaolan, who was no longer there, and looked at the photos that were lost on the table, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Don't worry, tomorrow night, you will know everything. Miao Wang's eyes showed a vicious look. Just when King Miao turned around and went back to bed, a figure flashed in a corner, and this person was David. David looked at the window of King Miao's bedroom and said with a cold face, "This old thing, it seems that Xiaolan's parents are really related to him." When David rushed back to Xiaolan's bedroom, Xiaolan had already returned. Seeing David coming back from outside, Xiaolan immediately asked cautiously, "What have you been doing?" "Go to the toilet. Why don't you let yourself go to the toilet?" David yawned, and then asked Xiaolan, "It's you, what are you doing in your night clothes in the middle of the night?" "Don't worry about it." Xiaolan took off her night clothes and lay back on her bed, holding the photo tightly in her hands. She plans to take the photo tomorrow to question King Miao and ask who the girl in the photo is. Early the next morning, Xiaolan took David to the place where King Miao lived. At this moment, many people were standing in the hall. "You will pretend that you have lost all your skills for a while, but don't let people notice that you still have skills," Xiaolan warned David. "Why?" David asked. "Don't worry about it so much, just listen to what I say." Xiaolan glared at David and said. David could only nod his head and followed Xiaolan into the hall. Because of the incident of sneaking into King Miao's room last night, Xiaolan didn't dare to look directly at King Miao, but King Miao was as usual, as if nothing happened last night. Miao Dynasty waved at Xiaolan and Xiaolan walked quickly to King Miao, but kept her head down and didn't dare to look up. "Did you give that powder to David?" King Miao asked Xiaolan. "Hui Fu, he has already given it to him, and now he has lost all his skills, he is just an ordinary person." Xiaolan nodded. "Well, that's good. When you become a corpse king, your adoptive father won't treat you badly." King Miao waved his hand in satisfaction and let Xiaolan retreat. But at this moment, a member of Miao village hurriedly walked into the hall and reported to King Miao, "King Miao, young Master Xia asks to see you." When King Miao heard this, he suddenly stood up from the seat, and the 5 directors who were sitting on both sides also stood up nervously. Xiaolan, who was about to leave, also stopped. Seeing everyone's nervous appearance, David guessed that this young Master Xia must be a very powerful character, otherwise, King Miao wouldn't be so panicked. "How many people did Xia Chao bring?" King Miao asked his subordinates. "When I returned to King Miao, I only brought 2 attendants." Young Master Xia said that he was talking with King Miao, not seeking revenge. Then the members of Miao village said. King Miao frowned slightly, "To talk about things? What can we talk about? Is there any fraud?" "King Miao, that day woman was poisoned by us to kill hundreds of disciples at once. How could we not seek revenge? I think there must be some fraud here. We should call everyone in the village now to prevent the attack of Taiyan women." Dolly headed forward and said. "King Miao, since Xia Chao came in person and brought only 2 attendants, I don't think we need to be afraid of him, so what if we let him in? If Xia Chao is cheating, we can still capture him." "Stay, so I can threaten Taiyan women." Erlato also said. "Yes, the second brother is right, they are 3 people here, afraid of what he will do. Let them in, what kind of storm can the 3 of them make?" Several other Dolly heads also supported letting Xia Chao in. Chapter 7:16. Seeing this, King Miao said to the member of the Miao village who reported, "Let young Master Xia come in and treat each other with courtesy." The member of the Miao village left, and King Miao gathered with several Dali too and seemed to be discussing something. David took the opportunity and asked Xiaolan with a puzzled look, "What is this Taiyan woman? It seems that your Miao village is very afraid of this Taiyan woman." Xiaolan glanced at King Miao and the others, but didn't notice it, so she explained to David, "Taiyan women is a sect, just on the mountain to the south of our Miao village, only a few dozen miles apart. Zhai and Taiyan women are a feud. I heard that they started fighting with each other 100 years ago, and many people died. I don't know when. Taiyan women suddenly has many powerful disciples, and there are more than a dozen grand masters alone. Their sect master also broke through to Wuzong, so Miao village has been suppressed all these years." After saying that, Xiaolan looked at King Miao and the others again, and then continued, "This is why King Miao wants to train a corpse king. As long as you train a corpse king, you don't need to be angry with Taiyan women." Some time ago, because of Tianwu, a group of disciples from Miao village passed through the Miao village site, and as a result, hundreds of people were killed by poison, so Miao village has been worried about Taiyan women's revenge. "Isn't your Miao village good at using poison? Even if the martial arts were strong that day, you could use poison to kill them all," David said, very puzzled. Seeing David's lightness, Xiaolan smiled helplessly. "What you said is light. That day woman fought with Miao village for hundreds of years. How could she not know that Miao village used poison? That day woman had a way of detoxification. Even the most venomous bee in Miao village would have nothing to do with the people of woman that day. Since it can detoxify, why are you poisoning hundreds of people?" David didn't understand. Since he could detoxify, how could so many people die? "It is only the disciples of Taiyan women who were poisoned, not the real disciples of Taiyan women, so Taiyan women will not detoxify these disciples with precious antidote, and Taiyan women can just use this excuse to attack our Miao village," Xiaolan explained to David. After hearing this, David couldn't help but feel numb in his scalp. So it seems that Taiyan women is not a good thing. Isn't the life of a disciple not a life? You must know that these are all disciples who believe in Taiyan women. Even if this is the case, Taiyan women will not be saved, let alone others. At this moment, a young man in his early 20s, dressed in a long coat and with long hair, walked in. This person was Xia Chao. When David saw this Xia Chao, he couldn't help but sigh, because the young man in front of him was really handsome, just like the hero who came out of an idol drama. There are two attendants behind Xia Chao, all of them are of the strength of the great master, and this Xia Chao is just in his early 20s, and he is also the strength of the great master, which shows that this talent is not generally strong. "Young Master Xia, you are here, you will welcome you from afar, and welcome you from afar." After seeing the young man, King Miao walked over quickly. "King Miao, take the liberty to interrupt, please don't take offense." Xia Chao smiled slightly and cupped his hands. "Where is it? When young Master Xia can come, it is to give me the glory of Miao village, please take a seat." King Miao warmly greeted Xia Chao to sit down and ordered someone to make tea as well. After sitting down, Xia Chao involuntarily turned his eyes to Xiaolan, and glanced at Xiaolan. King Miao looked at Xia Chao's eyes and looked at Xiaolan, and his face became slightly cold. "Xia Gongzi, I didn't know you came to visit suddenly, what's the matter?" Xiaolan is his own, and King Miao will not allow other men to touch Xiaolan. Xia Chao retracted his gaze and smiled slightly. "King Miao, our Tianwu sect has been fighting with the Miao village for many years, and we have damaged each other. I wonder if King Miao would like the two to reconcile and form an alliance." Chapter 717. Of course, if Taiyan women is willing to reconcile with my Miao village will agree with both hands. When King Miao heard this, he was overjoyed. You must know that there are many sects in the whole southwest, but they are not only Miao village and Taiyan women, but there are so many cultivation resources in the southwest, and everyone wants to occupy a larger territory, otherwise King Miao will not secretly instruct his adopted son Qian Feng, reached out to Jiangbei. However, because Miao village has been fighting with Taiyan women for years, both sides are almost lost, and it is difficult to develop. This makes the strength of other sects continue to rise, while the strength of Miao village is stagnant. Now many sect managers have stepped into the realm of Wuzong, But King Miao has been trapped at the peak of the Great Master, and there is no sign of breakthrough, which makes him very anxious. This is also the reason why he is anxious to train the Corpse King. If Miao Village can really train the Corpse King, he will not be afraid of other sects. Since King Miao agrees, then our previous grievances between Taiyan women and Miao Village will be written off. In order to express my sincerity in Taiyan women, I specially brought something good to King Miao this time. After Xia Chao finished speaking, a servant behind him hurriedly took out a glass bottle from his arms, and the glass bottle contained very clear water. King Miao looked at the water in the glass bottle, and said with some doubts, "Master Xia, isn't this just ordinary mountain spring water? Is it still a treasure?" King Miao doesn't know. Since the two of us have reconciled and formed an alliance, the secrets of my Taiyan women will not be kept secret from you. Do you know why the strength of my Taiyan women has increased dramatically in recent years, and there are more than a dozen Grand Masters alone? Did my father step into the realm of Wuzong one step further, breaking through the pinnacle of the Great Master that had plagued him for 10 years? Xia Chao asked with a mysterious smile on his face. King Miao shook his head. "I don't know, I hope young Master Xia will clearly say." King Miao wanted to know why Taiyan women suddenly increased in strength. Even the rest of the Miao village wanted to know, so they all perked up their ears and listened. At this moment, only David stared at the bottle of water that Xia Chao took out, because he felt the presence of spiritual energy from the water bottle. Obviously, the glass bottle cannot have aura, and it must be the water inside that emits aura. Can there be spiritual energy in the water? Is this the spiritual spring water? Just as David was thinking, Xia Chao continued to speak. "Don't hide, King Miao. Where my Taiyan women is located, a mountain spring suddenly appeared 3 years ago. At first, the mountain spring was nothing special, but the spring water was sweet. Our Taiyan women disciples like to drink water from mountain springs, but later we slowly discovered that this mountain spring water actually has the effect of strengthening the body. Drinking this mountain spring water for a long time can not only improve strength, but also heal injuries. My father broke through to the realm of Wuzong just because he drank this mountain spring water." Xia Chao's words made King Miao stunned for a moment, and the 5 heads of management were also full of disbelief. Speaking of the spring water on the mountain, there are also many mountain springs on the site of Miao Village, and the water flowing out of the mountain springs together to form a stream, which flows through the site of Miao Village. Can mountain spring water also enhance physical fitness? Young Master Xia didn't lie to me, did you? Mountain spring water can strengthen your body and make people break through the realm? King Miao didn't believe it. This was too outrageous. It was a bit unbelievable that a realm that had not been broken through for 10 years could be broken after drinking the mountain spring water. King Miao, what's the use of me lying to you? If you don't believe me, I'll bring some mountain spring water, and you can taste it yourself. Xia Chao handed the mountain spring water in his hand to King Miao. Chapter 718. When King Miao opened the bottle cap, there was indeed a mellow smell coming out of his nostrils. Just smelling the smell made him feel refreshed. But just when King Miao was about to take a sip, he was stopped by the head of Dolly. "King Miao, don't drink it easily. After all, Miao Village is a feud with Taiyan women. How can it be resolved in a sentence or two? If this Xia Chao is cheating and the water is poisonous, then Miao Wang is not in danger." Dolly too is so cautious. In the entire southwest, whoever can use poison better than your Miao Village, and who dares to poison in front of your Miao Village, must be a fool. As Xia Chao said, he actually took the mountain spring water back and drank it directly to prove that there was no problem with the mountain spring water. "Retreat from me," King Miao scolded Dolly Head angrily. Xia Chao's words just now made King Miao very proud. Whoever dares to eat in front of the Miao people would be really impatient. "Young Master Xia, my subordinates are ignorant, I hope you don't take offense," King Miao said, took the glass bottle directly into his hand, and drank the whole bottle of water all the way down. When the water from the mountain spring fell into his stomach, King Miao only felt refreshed, and a warm current was constantly flowing in his dantian. "King Miao, how do you feel?" Xia Chao smiled slightly. "Okay, it really is a good thing." At this moment, King Miao had no doubts about Xia Chao. "Since King Miao feels that it is a good thing, I will bring some more to King Miao when I have time. I believe that with this spring water, King Miao will break through the realm of Wuzong, and it is just around the corner. Xia Chao laughed. Young Master Xia, you gave me such a big gift for my Miao village, and our Miao village didn't return the gift. Wouldn't it seem too stingy? What do you want from my Miao village? Just say it. King Miao knew that Taiyan women would not be so kind, and he must have plans for Miao village. Xia Chao looked at Xiaolan on the side, and the corner of his mouth raised. King Miao, in fact, I admired Miss Xiaolan many years ago when I saw her, but now that we are both adults, I hope King Miao can marry Miss Xiaolan. Give it to me, then the two of us will become in-laws, which will be beneficial to the alliance between the two of us. King Miao frowned slightly, looked up at Xiaolan. He had long regarded Xiaolan as his own woman, and he had worked hard to raise her for 20 years. Now that Xia Chao actually wanted to marry Xiaolan, King Miao was of course very reluctant to part with it. But when he thought that with the mountain spring water, he would be able to break through to Wuzong, King Miao finally gritted his teeth and said, okay, I promise Xia Gongzi. I don't know when Xia Gongzi plans to marry. 3 days later, Xia Chao stretched out 3 fingers proudly. Foster father, Xiaolan feels that she is still young. I want to stay by my foster father's side. I don't want to get married. When Xiaolan saw that King Miao had agreed to that Xia Chao, Xiaolan immediately knelt down in front of King Miao. Although Xia Chao was considered a talent, Xiaolan didn't like him. This matter is up to me, are you trying to disobey me? King Miao glared at Xiaolan fiercely. Xiaolan dare not. Xiaolan bit her lip and finally got up and stepped back. At this moment, David looked at Xia Chao and found that this guy actually had a yin qi on his body, as if he had practiced some evil cultivation secret techniques. It seems that this guy married Xiaolan, maybe he had other plans. Xiaolan is mine, who would dare to marry her? David suddenly hugged Xiaolan, his eyes full of anger. This sudden change shocked Xiaolan, and even Xia Chao was stunned. At first, he only regarded David as an ordinary member of the Miao village, but he didn't want David to hug Xiaolan in full view, and called Xiaolan his. Chapter 719. King Miao, who is this person? Xia Chao asked coldly. Oh, this is a fool, King Miao explained quickly, and then said loudly, drag this guy away from me and lock it up. King Miao ordered loudly, while the first few people in Dali directly stepped forward to hold David, and then dragged David out. David struggled desperately, but he couldn't break free at all. At this moment, he pretended to have no energy. Let go of me, let me go, Xiaolan is mine. David shouted, but no one listened to him, so he dragged him away. Seeing that David was just an ordinary person, Xia Chao's complexion improved a little, and he smiled slightly at King Miao. It seems that there are quite a few people who admire Miss Xiaolan. They are all ordinary people, how can they compare with Master Xia? After 3 days, I will dress up Xiaolan beautifully and welcome young Master Xia. King Miao also smiled. Xiaolan was born to be charming. Except for some people in Miao village, outsiders didn't know it at all, so King Miao would not follow Xia Chao. Ha ha ha, then I have to hurry back to prepare, farewell. Xia Chao got up and clenched his fists towards King Miao. Young Master Xia, walk slowly, I'm not far away. King Miao also bowed his hands. After Xia Chao walked out of the Miao village, a triumphant smile appeared on his face. Ha, the naturally charming body is really a good thing, that kid is actually controlled by charm, and when I absorb the essence of that Xiaolan, I can also break through Wuzong. In the Miao village hall, Xiaolan's nervous hands kept clasping together, because she didn't know if David could withstand the attack of those poisons. Although David hadn't been dissipated by the powder, but the room was full of poisonous things, and Xiaolan was afraid that David would not be able to carry it. Soon, Dolly too and the others came back, and then reported, King Miao, the boy David has been thrown in, and he is screaming inside now. I just don't know if he can resist for 7 days. It doesn't matter whether I can resist or not. If I can break through Wuzong, it doesn't matter if I can become a corpse king. King Miao smiled lightly. King Miao, do you think that Xia Chao is credible? You know that the Tianwu sect has always had the upper hand these years, and they still have divine spring water. Why did they take the initiative to find us to cooperate with the alliance? Is it just to marry Miss Xiaolan? Dolly too always felt that something was wrong. Hahaha, do you think I really believe what Xia Chao said? No matter what their intentions are, after Xia Chao and Xiaolon get married, I will let Xiaolon control Xia Chao with charm, and then let Xia Chao and Xiaolon get married. Xia Chao and his father killed each other, and the Taiyan women will be headless, and the entire Taiyan women will not be ours. King Miao's eyes were hot, as if he saw that he was already standing above the Tianwu gate. Miao Wang Xingming. After hearing it, Wu Li hurriedly started flattering. Xiaolon, you are not allowed to take a step out of the Miao village these few days, stay at home, and when the Tianwu sect is destroyed, I will make your strength further. King Miao looked at Xiaolan, who had a bad face, and said, yes. Xiaolan didn't dare to refute, and even more did not dare to obey. You guys watch her carefully, don't let her run around. King Miao was still worried, so he asked Wu Li to look at Xiaolan. Originally, Xiaolan wanted to see David's situation, but now that she is being watched directly, Xiaolan has no chance to see David. At this time, in a sealed room in Miao village, dozens of poisons were running around in the room. The room was very dark, and the pervasive poisonous gas had already filled the whole room. Chapter 720. In the center of the room, a person is sitting there slowly, cross-legged. Countless poisons were biting at the man, but the man remained motionless. This man was David. The poison in the room was being sucked into David's body at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the poison that bit David was breaking his teeth. David's current body is no different from copper-headed and iron-armed. Whether it is poisonous snakes, poisonous bees, or even some centipedes, poisonous rats and the like, none of them can break David's skin. David's condensing heart art is rapidly turning far away. The poisons that were originally fierce and constantly attacked, all of them fled around David, hiding in corners one by one. Some wanted to escape from the window, but it was a pity that the window was closed. Gotta die. None of you can escape. These poisons are rare cultivation resources in David's eyes. How could he let these poisons escape? David constantly absorbs the toxins from the poison, and then converts it into spiritual power and stores it in his dantian. Many poisons have been drained by David and turned into dry corpses. Gradually, it got dark, and there were fewer and fewer poisons alive in the room. If people from other Miao villages saw this scene, they would be scared to death. In David's opinion, the poison they are proud of has become a Chinese meal. How ironic this is. At this time, Xiaolan was walking back and forth anxiously in her room. She didn't know what happened to David, but there was someone guarding outside, so she couldn't check it out. Just when Xiaolan was restless, Dolly had suddenly broke into Xiaolan's room. Miss Xiaolan, King Miao invites you to come. Father invites me. Xiaolan frowned, feeling a little uneasy in her heart. Yes, King Miao asked you to go now. After Dolly too finished speaking, he walked out directly. Xiaolan could only follow out, and then walk towards King Miao's house. Dolly took Xiaolan to the second floor, pointed to King Miao's bedroom door and said, King Miao is waiting for you inside, you can go in by yourself. After finishing speaking, Dolly left without turning his head, leaving Xiaolan to stand on the spot, but she knew that King Miao never let her into the room. How could he suddenly let her into the room today? Could it be that what happened last night, King Miao had already discovered it? Xiaolan walked to the door uneasily and knocked gently on the door. Is it Xiaolan? Come in. King Miao's voice came out. Xiaolan opened the door gently and found that King Miao was having dinner, with several dishes and a bottle of wine on the table. After Xiaolan entered, the door was gently closed. Father, what are you looking for from me? Xiaolan walked to King Miao and asked in a low voice. Sit down and have a meal with foster father. King Miao pointed to the stool beside him. Xiaolan didn't say anything, just sat down, while King Miao poured Xiaolan a glass of wine. Drink with me. King Miao held up the wine glass for Xiaolan and handed it to Xiaolan. Xiaolan wanted to refuse, but she didn't know how to refuse, so she could only take the glass and drink it. After drinking, King Miao showed a somewhat excited smile on his face, and then said to Xiaolan, you took the photos on the table last night, right? Seeing Wang Miao asking about what happened last night, Xiaolan's body trembled slightly, but since the other party asked this, she must already know, and Xiaolan has absolutely no need to lie. Xiaolan nodded, took out the photo, and put it on the table. Father, who is the woman in this photo? Why does she look so much like me? That's your mother, so of course it looks like, King Miao said without any concealment. Chapter 721. My mother? Xiaolan was surprised. Then, what is the relationship between you and my mother? Your mother and I were originally bamboo horses of Qingmen, and your grandfather used to be the Miao king of this Miao village. Later, your grandfather was seriously injured in a battle with Taiyan women. He knew that he would die soon, so he entrusted your mother to I, also gave me the position of King Miao. King Miao said, poured himself another glass of wine, then raised his head and poured it, and continued, but your mother ran away with another man in the stockade on the eve of our wedding, and I tried hard to find it. It took them a year to find out that your mother was pregnant, and I didn't even hold your mother's hand. She actually let other men sleep like this, and ruined the evil. The more Miao Wang said, the more gloomy his eyes were, and his teeth were rattling. Even after so many years, Miao Wang's hatred did not diminish at all. When Xiaolan heard this, her eyes widened. So, you killed my parents? King Miao was stunned for a moment, but still nodded. Yes, after I found out that your mother was pregnant, I started to hunt them down, and later I wounded them with poisonous bees, and found that your mother had already given birth to a girl, so I took the girl back, and that girl is you. Since you hate my parents so much, why didn't you kill me and bring me back? Xiaolan was very puzzled why King Miao wanted to bring her back. You'll know why soon. The corner of King Miao's mouth lifted, revealing a hideous smile, which made Xiaolan tremble. How did you know that your parents were killed by me? King Miao asked Xiaolan. This time I went to Horendal to catch David, and I met a person who was exactly like me, and that person was my sister. In fact, my mother gave birth to a pair of twins, and you only took me one. At that time, after my parents fled with my sister, they entrusted someone to adopt my sister, but they died of poisoning, and the bee venom from Miao village was among them, so I doubted you. Xiaolan looked at King Miao with cold eyes, and sure enough, her adoptive father, who had been with her for 20 years, turned out to be her own enemy. So you still have a younger sister? King Miao was a little surprised. No wonder your parents didn't even care about their own children and ran away with serious injuries. It turns out that there is another one. It seems that they abandoned you on purpose to protect your younger sister. I believe that my parents abandoned me at the time, and it was heartbreaking, so you don't have to say this in front of me. Xiaolan looked at King Miao coldly, and murderous aura began to appear on her body. Now that the showdown is over, there is no need to hide it. I really regret it. If I could bring both of your sisters back then, wouldn't there be two people around me who are exactly the same as your mother? King Miao's gaze toward Xiaolan became hot. Seeing King Miao's eyes, Xiaolan was startled. She hurriedly turned around and wanted to run out, but just got up, her body softened and she lay down on the table again. What did you give me to drink? Xiaolan looked at King Miao in horror. I just added a little acacia powder to your wine. Don't you want to know why I didn't kill you and raised you for 20 years? For today, I want you to replace your mother and serve you well. At this moment, King Miao unabashedly burst out his animal nature. Brute! Xiaolan's eyes were full of anger. She wanted to raise her hand and slap that King Miao fiercely, but unfortunately she couldn't lift her hand. Don't worry, you will beg me to sleep with you soon. I have raised you for 20 years, of course it won't be cheap. Xia Chao, I will play with you first, and give him your broken body. If you listen to me carefully, you still have a chance to survive. If not, you know how powerful goo worms are. King Miao said that he stepped forward and picked up Xiaolan and threw it on the bed. Chapter 722. Xiaolan didn't have the strength to resist, and her breathing became more and more rapid, and her face became flushed. Looking at Xiaolan lying on the bed, King Miao smiled wickedly, holding a bottle of wine in his hand, and slowly began to drink. You look so much like your mother that I can't stop. I'll let you ask me to sleep with you in a while. King Miao was not in a hurry. He knew that the effect of the medicine had not been fully exerted. When it was fully exerted, Xiaolan would become a lustful girl and would cry and beg him. Xiaolan glared at King Miao. The heat of her body made Xiaolan's mind blur for a while. She felt dry and her mouth was dry. Looking at King Miao in front of her, she had the urge to jump up. She felt very empty and needed someone to fill her void. However, Xiaolan fought back with her last bit of reason. H3, her lips were bitten and bleeding, her whole body was shaking, her hands were tightly clutching her collar, she was very hot, she wanted to strip off her clothes, but that last shred of sanity kept her from doing it. You continue to carry it, I see how long you can carry it. The corner of King Miao's mouth twitched, and another gulp of wine poured into his stomach. At this time, David, who was in the secret room, slowly stood up, looked at the poisonous corpses in the room, and smiled with satisfaction. Although these poisons did not make him break through the realm, they also filled his dantian with spiritual energy, and he was approaching the edge of breaking through. I wonder what happened to Xiaolan. Because David was in the secret room, he didn't know the time outside or how long he was locked up. After raising his foot and kicking open the iron door of the secret room, David realized that it was already dark outside. Bypassing the sentry post, David went to Xiaolan's room. He wanted to talk to Xiaolan to avoid worrying about Xiaolan. But after entering the room, David discovered that Xiaolan was not in the room, and the room was empty. It's so late, where can she go? David frowned slightly, wondering where Xiaolan went so late. But soon, there was a flash of coldness in David's eyes, and he shouted that it was not good, and the whole person rushed out of Xiaolan's room and went straight to Miao Wang's house. In King Miao's bedroom, Xiaolan's hands began to uncontrollably undress. Seeing Xiaolan's clothes being unbuttoned one by one, revealing the bright red underwear inside, King Miao's eyes became even hotter. Ha ha ha, these 20 years of hard work are worth it at this moment. Miao Wang smiled lewdly, looking at Xiaolan with a pair of eyes. Xiaolan was already sweating profusely, desperately trying to suppress the desire in her heart, but the medicinal power of the acacia powder was too strong, and Xiaolan couldn't suppress it at all. She thought about killing herself by biting her tongue, but now she doesn't even have the strength to bite her tongue. Xiaolan's body was red and white at the moment, almost dripping water when she touched it. Wow! Just when Xiaolan's clothes were about to take off, there was a sudden sound of glass breaking, and then David rushed into the room. Seeing David who suddenly broke in, King Miao was stunned. He couldn't think of how David escaped from the secret room. Didn't those poisons do him any harm? How can that be? King Miao looked shocked, but David had no time to control him. Looking at Xiaolan who was almost naked on the bed, David stepped forward, grabbed Xiaolan's hand, and then a burst of spiritual power entered Xiaolan. In the body. And after seeing David, Xiaolan finally couldn't control it, she rushed towards David and kept kissing David's neck. Give it to me quickly, I can't take it anymore. Xiaolan's inner desire exploded, and she desperately tore David's clothes. Chapter 723. Now that King Miao is watching, this makes David a little embarrassed, but at this time, David did not stop Xiaolan. One hand continuously conveyed spiritual power to Xiaolan, while the other hand assumed a defensive posture, afraid of King Miao's sudden attack. The spiritual power was continuously input into Xiaolan's body, but Xiaolan's symptoms were not relieved at the moment, which made David frown. He did not know what medicine this King Miao gave Xiaolan, and the effect of the medicine was unexpected. So big. On the side, King Miao looked at all this, his eyes were scarlet, and his anger was burning. David, I will kill you. You must know that Xiaolan has been raised by King Miao for 20 years, ready to enjoy herself, but now she is held in David's arms. How can King Miao not be angry? King Miao slapped David with a palm, but he did not use all his strength. He was afraid of hurting Xiaolan, and he would not be able to explain it to Taiyan women. David was hugged and entangled by Xiaolan, and there was no way to resist King Miao's palm. Seeing King Miao approaching him, David could only pick up Xiaolan and jumped up from the window. At this moment, he couldn't care about Xiaolan's clothes not covering his body, so he first found a place to withdraw Xiaolan's medicinal effect. Seeing David running away with Xiaolan in his arms, King Miao hurriedly chased after him, and other Miao village members who heard the movement also rushed over here with torches. David hugged Xiaolan and galloped fast. After a distance, David took out a bag of silver needles, and then quickly pierced the 3 acupoints of Huimen and Tiantu among Xiaolan's people. Using spiritual power alone, David couldn't suppress the medicinal effect of Xiaolan's body, so he could only use acupuncture to force the medicinal power out. After the 3 needles were pierced, Xiaolan's crazy movements stopped instantly, and she stared at David in a daze. After a few seconds, she spit out a mouthful of black blood with a wow. Xiaolan's eyes suddenly became clear, and the frenzy in her eyes subsided, but her face was still a little red at the moment. Xiaolan, who had sobered up, was instantly embarrassed when she saw that she was naked, and then that David's clothes were torn to tatters by herself. At this moment, King Miao had already led someone to catch up, and directly surrounded David and Xiaolan. Seeing this, David hurriedly took off his clothes and surrounded Xiaolan. King Miao couldn't help being a little surprised when he saw Xiaolan's eyes were clear and the medicinal power had subsided. He didn't expect David to use such a fast time to restore Xiaolan. Xiaolan, as a member of the Miao village, you let David go privately, and you still follow David to do sloppy things. What's your sin? King Miao took the lead and asked Xiaolan. Now that there are so many members of the Miao village, including the 5 major heads, Miao Wang always has to find an excuse. He can't say that he wants to sleep with Xiaolan. David rescued Xiaolan, right? After all, everyone in Miao village knew that Xiaolan was their righteous daughter. If she did that, wouldn't she be inferior to a beast? Xiaolan was stunned by King Miao's preemptive question, and looked at King Miao angrily, but didn't know how to answer. Seeing that the villain of King Miao complained first, David immediately said angrily, "You old BA5 tard, obviously you wanted to attack Xiaolan, but I rescued her, so you are the villain who complained first." Full of nonsense, who in Miao village doesn't know that Xiaolan is my righteous daughter? I have raised her for 20 years, and treat her as my own daughter. How could I do such a thing to him? It's obviously you who lied to Xiaolan, let her let you out, you are still doing sloppy things, the clothes on your body can prove it. If I hadn't bumped into it, the 2 of you would have turned upside down by now. King Miao roared at David in a righteous manner. Chapter 724. The people in Miao village also looked at David angrily. You must know that Xiaolan is the goddess in the hearts of many people in Miao village. Now David, an outsider, has taken the lead. How can they not be angry? David, you don't have to argue. King Miao has worked hard to raise Xiaolan for 20 years. How could it be like what you said? That's right, it was Xiaolan who was indiscreet and broke the rules in the stockade. Kill them, kill them. Soon, many people in Miao village shouted, and the crowd was excited. Xiaolan was wrapped in David's clothes at the moment, and she was speechless. She knew what she said, and no one believed her. And David looked at the shouting people in Miao village, suddenly the corner of his mouth raised, and sneered, a bunch of ignorant guys. Well, I admit what you said, I just put Xiaolan to sleep, but it's cool, you can take it. What should I do? Come on if you have the ability. David's provocation made the people in Miao village even more angry, but no one dared to take the initiative to step forward. You must know that David was the existence who killed Wuzong, who dared to come forward to court death. Seeing that no one dared to move, David looked at King Miao with a sarcastic expression on his face. Are all of your Miao villages scumbags? Are they all straw buns? Otherwise, you old beast will come up and die. King Miao glared at David, his teeth rattling. David, don't think that you are invincible after killing Qin Xiaolan, although I haven't reached the realm of Wuzong, but this is Miao village, mine. Territory, how can I spare you? King Miao's whole body was full of anger, and now in this situation, he had no choice but to act. The aura of the great Grandmaster's peak spread toward the surroundings, and the terrifying pressure caused the surrounding trees to sway, as if a gust of wind swept through them. Don't scare me with this trick, just be practical. David looked disdainful and didn't care about King Miao's anger at all. I'll make you regret it right away, don't think that only you can have a strong body. After King Miao finished speaking, black air began to emerge from his body, and the black air drifted around. Soon he heard a rustling sound from the surrounding mountains and forests, as if countless insects were crawling on the grass. Immediately afterwards, from all directions, countless black bugs with hard armor on their backs kept pouring in, and there were thousands of them. Seeing these insects, David was overjoyed. He knew that King Miao wanted to use poisonous insects to attack him, but David was least afraid of poisonous insects. He could just use these poisonous insects to make his Dantian more spiritual. The people in Miao village, after seeing these insects, avoided the road one after another, but Wu Lita's eyes flashed with surprise. What made David strange was that the bugs did not attack him, but swarmed to King Miao frantically, as if they were biting King Miao. "David, be careful, that's an iron beetle, an iron beetle." Xiaolan reminded David loudly behind David. Soon, those bugs covered King Miao's body, as if a black armor was worn on King Miao's body. Seeing this scene, David instantly understood that these insects were not poisonous, nor were they attacking him, but were used for defense. "Humph, something that doesn't look good." David snorted coldly and took the lead in launching the attack. The unpretentious punch slammed towards King Miao's chest. Bang! After a dull sound, King Miao's body did not move at all, but a large number of iron beetles fell to the ground on his chest and died, but soon another iron beetle filled the blank. "Ha ha ha, David, I spent my whole life trying to create armor with these iron beetles. My armor has no weaknesses, no matter where you attack, it is useless." King Miao laughed arrogantly. David looked at King Miao's arrogant appearance, and the corner of his mouth raised slightly. "Since there is no weakness, then we will." Chapter 725. After finishing speaking, David exuded a terrifying aura, and the terrifying aura made all the members of the surrounding Miao village terrified and retreated. This David's strength has increased a lot. Dolly too felt the terrifying breath on David's body, and his face was full of surprise. When they were in Kyoto, the five of them fought with David. At that time, David's strength was not so terrifying. Seeing this, King Miao also hurriedly urged the momentum. The two momentums collided, instantly uprooting the surrounding trees, as if the wind had raged. "David, that iron beetle is as hard as iron, and its wings are very sharp, you have to be careful." Xiaolan reminded David loudly. "These iron beetles are not just armors. As long as they flap their wings, it means that there are countless sharp blades around King Miao. If David attacks any part of King Miao, he may be cut. Traitor, when I kill this David, I will take care of you." King Miao glared at Xiaolan, and then slapped David with a palm. Along with the palm wind, countless iron beetles fluttered their wings and flew towards David. A pair of wings, under the illumination of the moonlight, revealing the cold light. David punched out and blocked King Miao's palm. At the same time, the terrifying fist style also killed a lot of iron beetles, but some of them passed through David's defense. There were wounds on his body. David's clothes were given to Xiaolan, and the bronzed skin was exposed. After being scratched by the wings of the iron beetle, dense wounds appeared soon. Although the wounds were small, they were almost all over the upper body. Seeing David's body being injured, King Miao was instantly excited. "Ha ha ha, I thought your body was so strong, but it turned out to be just like that." After saying that, King Miao jumped up and shot again with a palm. The huge palm wind instantly depressed the surrounding ground to a few points, and the surrounding Miao village members stepped back one after another. With the palm wind, all the iron beetles on King Miao's body broke away from King Miao's body and rushed towards David. Bang! After a loud bang, the ground on which David was standing collapsed instantly, and David's body was also surrounded by iron beetles. The dust was flying, and a huge noise echoed in the Miao village. "David!" Seeing this scene, Xiaolan cried out in a heart-wrenching voice. And the corner of King Miao's mouth raised. He knew that even if David was not beaten to death by his own palm, he would be mashed into flesh by the iron beetle. "Bring this traitor back to me, I will teach her a good lesson." King Miao glanced at Xiaolan and then ordered. Wu Li nodded and ran towards Xiaolan together. Seeing this, Xiaolan glared at King Miao. "I can't avenge my parents in this life, and I won't let you go as a ghost in the next life." After Xiaolan finished speaking, she slapped her head with a palm. She would rather commit suicide than let King Miao defile her. When Dolly saw this, he controlled Xiaolan, but did not let her commit suicide. "Let go of me, let me go, I won't go back if I die." Xiaolan struggled desperately, but to no avail. Just when Wu Lita was about to bring Xiaolan to King Miao, a cold voice suddenly came. Let go of her, you may still be alive. Soon, a figure slowly walked out from the cave. You're not dead yet? Wu Lita was shocked when he saw the figure walking out. David, Xiaolan burst into tears when she saw that David was still alive. David's body was emitting a faint golden light at the moment, and under David's feet, countless iron beetles also swarmed up from the collapse, but the sharp and cold wings on these iron beetles were gone. This body is really strong, it's a pity not to become a corpse king. King Miao's expression changed, and his face was a little ugly. Chapter 726. Those poisons that you practiced as a corpse king have already become my belly Chinese food, and you dare to mention the matter of practicing the corpse king? David raised the corner of his mouth. If you still have those good things, I don't mind being locked up by you once. King Miao took a deep breath and tried to restrain the anger in his heart, knowing that those were poisons that he had carefully cultivated, but now they all died tragically. David, either you die or I die today. After King Miao finished speaking, he suddenly waved his hand, and those iron beetles that lost their wings quickly climbed onto King Miao's body, forming another armor on King Miao's body. Then I will follow your wish. David jumped up and arrived in front of King Miao in the blink of an eye. Bang bang bang. There were repeated dull sounds, and David smashed King Miao with every punch, but they were all blocked by those iron beetles, and dozens of iron beetles would die with each punch, but soon there will be more iron beetles coming up, and I feel that the iron beetles will never be killed. King Miao's eyes flashed with pride, and the corners of his mouth raised. You can't hurt me, let me try this time to see if your body is so strong. After speaking, King Miao also punched David. Although the punch was powerful, it did not cause substantial damage to David. In an instant, the two banged against each other, punching to the bone, but neither could do anything to the other. Although King Miao's strength has not reached the realm of Wuzong, he has been immersed in the realm of the Great Master's Peak for many years. King Miao's strength should not be underestimated. In addition, he has an iron beetle to protect himself, so he can still follow David to a tie. Bang! Fighting fists against each other, David and King Miao both took a few steps back and opened up the distance. The two punched dozens of punches each, and no one could do anything about the other, and they were deadlocked for a while. David, my iron beetles are endless. I want to see how many blows your body can withstand. King Miao said with a sneer. David frowned slightly, and he also felt that the iron beetles were indeed a bit difficult to deal with. If he continued like this, he was afraid that the spiritual power in his body would be exhausted and he would not be able to kill these iron beetles. David, these iron beetles are afraid of fire, afraid of fire. At this moment, Xiaolan suddenly shouted at David. David's eyes suddenly lit up. He never thought that ordinary insects would be afraid of fire. After hearing Xiaolan reminding David, King Miao's expression changed slightly, but he quickly recovered. I personally trained these iron beetles, and they are not afraid of fire at all. In order to prove that the iron beetles on his body were not afraid of fire, King Miao took a torch and shook it in front of him, but the iron beetles did not move. If you're not afraid of fire, you'll know after a try. The corner of David's mouth was slightly raised, and then a beating flame suddenly appeared on the palm of his hand. This is the spirit fire used by David for alchemy. How can it be compared with that ordinary flame? The light blue spirit fire was beating in David's hand. After seeing this scene, King Miao's eyes showed a bit of horror. Immediately afterwards, David waved abruptly, and the flame instantly turned into a big fireball, heading towards the King Miao. The heat of the flame made many people run away. Seeing this, King Miao hurriedly dodged, but some flames still fell on his body, and then there was a loud noise as if someone had poured gasoline. After the flames fell on King Miao, the flames instantly rose to a height of 2 or 3 meters. Zzz. The smell of burning came out, making people feel nauseous, and the iron beetles on Miao Wang's body fell one after another, and then wanted to escape, but it was a pity that these iron beetles had beating flames on their bodies and hadn't climbed much. Far away, it was directly burnt. Chapter 727. The charred bodies of subway beetles looked very terrifying. Seeing that the iron beetles he had carefully cultivated were all scorched, King Miao was stunned and his heart was bleeding. Except for the poisonous bees, these iron beetles were his trump card. It's so fragrant. If this is fried in a pot, it must be delicious. Now that you don't have the iron beetle body protector, it means that the tiger has no teeth. What else do you have to fight with me? David sneered coldly, then flashed forward, and then punched King Meow. Without the protection of the iron beetle, King Meow's body was instantly knocked out, and with the sound of bone cracks, King Meow's ribs were all broken. What? King Meow, who stood up with difficulty, shouted angrily. If you kill yourself now, maybe you can be a little more respectable. David said lightly. Suicide? King Meow glared at David. You think too much of me. After finishing speaking, there were bursts of black gas suddenly appeared from King Meow's body. These black gas were all highly poisonous, but King Meow did not attack David with these poisonous mists, but with the rise of the poisonous mist, countless poisons in the Meow village began to rise. Running towards this side. David was very excited when he saw that King Meow was going to use poison to deal with him. However, these poisons did not attack David, but began to bite King Meow, but King Meow did not resist at all. Is he going to poison himself to death? David looked puzzled. Soon, King Meow's body was bitten beyond recognition by the poison, and venom was oozing out of his body, and even his blood was black. David, today I want to die with you. King Meow roared angrily, and the deep black chi became thicker and thicker, and began to condense and form in midair. This is the shadow demon of Meow Village, you have to be careful, David. Xiaolan yelled at David. When the other Meow Village members saw this, they knelt down and bowed to the ground, all bowing their heads silently, and no one dared to look up. I saw a huge ghost looming in the air, more than 10 feet high, looking down at David. And King Meow's body collapsed suddenly after forcing out the last trace of black energy, and the whole body was instantly shriveled, like a mummified corpse. Go to H3LL. The magic shadow shouted angrily, but it was the voice of King Meow. Back up. After Dolly 2 felt the terrifying breath, he suddenly stood up and shouted. The members of the Meow Village got up and ran back one after another, but no one dared to stop. David, run, run. Xiaolan shouted at David, but she herself ran back. It can be seen that the people of these Meow villages are very afraid of this so-called ghost. David looked up at the ghost in the air. The body is dead, I'm still afraid of a ghost of you. Rumbling. Soon, the phantom fell from the sky, and the terrifying aura pressed directly on David, like two mountains. David's feet quickly sank deep into the ground, and the terrifying aura was still pressing down. David. Seeing David like that, Xiaolan really wanted to save him, but the fear of the ghost made her unable to move at all. Don't come here, David told Xiaolan, just a phantom, it can't hurt me. After David finished speaking, his body suddenly appeared golden light, and the whole person was like a burning sun, and the dark night sky shone brightly. And under the sudden golden light the shadow disappeared instantly, not even a trace of it could be seen. When the golden light slowly disappeared, nothing was left except the dry corpse of King Meow on the ground. When the others in Meow Village saw this, they were all terrified. That was the ghost of King Meow's burning life, how could it be so vulnerable? Chapter 728. Glancing at King Meow's corpse, David looked around, and the people in the Meow Village were all trembling and looked at him in horror. Wu Litu was full of cold sweat, and David at this moment was like a devil in their eyes. Can any of you avenge your King Meow? David asked sharply. Hundreds of people from the Meow Village were silent, and the 5 major heads were silent, not knowing how to answer David. David, let them go. At this time, Xiaolan came over. In any case, she has also lived in Meow Village for 20 years, and many people here have taken care of her. Regardless of whether these people were involved in killing her parents back then, now that King Meow is dead, Xiaolan doesn't want to pursue it anymore. If you can't let them go, it depends on their attitude. David has sharp eyes. If these people want to take revenge, David will not be merciful. He has always been ruthless when dealing with enemies. King Meow is dead. This is a grudge between Mr. Chen and King Meow. Other members of our Meow Village will never seek revenge on Mr. Chen. Dolly too stood up and said at this time. He knew that if he didn't speak, no one dared to speak. Now in the entire Meow village, there is no one with more power than him except him. We dare not seek revenge against Mr. Chen. At this moment, those Meow village people said in unison, each with a very respectful attitude. In this society, only the strong are respected. David, let's go, get out of here, I'll never go back to Meow village again, I'm going to find my sister. Xiaolan pulled David. David hadn't opened his mouth yet, but the head of Dolly knelt in front of Xiaolan with a thud. Miss Xiaolan, you must not leave now. If you leave, our Meow village will be finished, and we will all die. Dolly too kept kowtowing to Xiaolan. Xia Chao from Taiyan women, he promised to marry Miss Xiaolan 3 days later. If Miss Xiaolan is gone, and now King Miao is dead, Taiyan women will deal with our Meow village easily, we will all die in the hands of Taiyan women, beg Miss Xiaolan to save us. Please, Miss Xiaolan, save us. Other Meow villagers also knelt in front of Xiaolan. When King Miao was not dead, Meow village could still fight with Taiyan women, but now, Taiyan women can crush Meow village in an instant. If someone from Taiyan women came to pick up Xiaolan 3 days later, but Xiaolan was gone, they would definitely anger the others, and even destroy the entire Meow village. Xiaolan looked at the many Meow people who were kneeling on the ground, with a look of embarrassment on her face. In order to save these people, she could never let herself marry that Xia Chao and lose her innocence. But if you don't save it, Xiaolan can't bear to see these people who have been together for 20 years. Let's leave in a few days, and meet the people from Woman that day. David said lightly. Xiaolan looked at David with gratitude in her eyes, because she knew that David stayed here in order not to embarrass herself. And those Meow villagers are also grateful. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for saving your life. In fact, David had his own plans. He didn't plan to leave, but wanted to see if Taiyan women really had a spiritual spring. David and Xiaolan continued to stay in Meow village, and these few days, Meow village people worshipped David as a god, eating and drinking and entertaining, which made David feel very comfortable. And Xiaolan also had a good impression of David after going through this incident. She confided her feelings like David from time to time, and often wore very few clothes to walk around in front of David's eyes, which made David burn with lust. Xiaolan didn't care, after all, David had already seen her body. Chapter 729. At the same time, on a deserted island in the South China Sea, 4 girls were playing at the seaside, and the afterglow of the setting sun shone on the 4 girls, making the 4 girls like angels descended from the earth. Sister Sonia, there are a lot of shells here, and we can add food at night. Xiaoru, run slower and let me pick up some. I'm here too. The 4 girls were running to pick up shells. These 4 were Sonia, Gu Linger, Wu Meyer and Xiaoru. After David and Xiaolan went to Miao village, Longwu brought Sonia and the others to this nameless island. At that time, there were only 2 people on the island, Irvin and Xiaoru. Seeing this barren island, Sonia and Gu Linger were still pounding in their hearts. However, after seeing Xiaoru, Sonia's heart was relieved. After all, she knew Xiaoru, and when she went to the Taoist sect to treat Xiaoru, Sonia followed. And every time she used the 7-star plate to help Xiaoru absorb the cold air from her body, Sonia would also go with David, and Sonia and Xiaoru gradually became familiar with each other. Soon, the 4 girls became familiar with each other, playing, and brought life to this barren island. Not far away, Longwu and Irvin were sitting on a boulder. Old Irvin was holding his big cigarette pouch and looked at a small island in the distance with a dull gaze. This island not far from the unknown island is Suolong Island. It is rumored that there are 2 giant dragons locked here, a flame dragon and an ice dragon. Because of this, the climate on Suolong Island has always been polarized. On the west side, the temperature is very high, and there is a volcano that can erupt at any time, while on the east side of the island, the temperature is very low, it is frozen all the year round, and there is an iceberg. Where the 2 sides of the island meet, there is an isolation belt, and this isolation belt is called the Road of Death. If someone goes directly from the east to the west, or from the west to the east, they will definitely die instantly. Therefore, after going to the island, you can only move on one side, and there is only one day to land on the island every year, that is, July 15th. On this day, the climate on the island will be neutralized. It is rumored that this day is also a rendezvous between two giant dragons. On the day, the gantry will be opened wide. Many people once wanted to go to the island to see two giant dragons, but unfortunately they were unsuccessful. In addition to the wild beasts on the island, there are many people from the dragon family guarding the island. It is rumored that the dragon family is the guardian of the giant dragon. Servant. It's just that these are rumors. It's been a long time, and no one knows whether the rumors are true or not. However, on July 15th, many people will secretly land on the island to obtain some rare resources. There is no one on the island all the year round, whether it is a 1,000-year-old snow lotus, a 1,000-year-old mountain ginseng, or some exotic beasts, there are countless. Butler Long, you don't have to worry too much. Now that the young master has entered the period of Inedia, far exceeding our prediction, there should be no problem. Long Wu said to the Irvin. Irvin didn't speak, but took a deep breath of dry smoke, then slowly spit it out and said, I don't know if I release the news that the young master is still alive in advance. Is it right or wrong? The Long family on Suolong Island will definitely send more, protected by many hands. Steward Long, you are doing this for the sake of the eldest lady, and you don't have to blame yourself. Now, apart from Sheru's ice crystal, David's girlfriend is actually a fire spirit body. This should be God's will. I believe that on July 15th that day, the young master will be fine. Long Wu comforted the Irvin. God's will, it's really God's will, but the only thing I worry about now is whether the young master will sacrifice the lives of these girls to achieve himself. Irvin frowned and looked worried. He had been with David for 3 years, and he knew David too well. Chapter 730. Long Wu was also silent. Although he didn't have much contact with David, he still knew a little about David's temperament. When he was in danger, David would never let his girlfriend's life save him. You can only take one step at a time. The young master started too late. Only after obtaining the dragon crystals of Ice Dragon and Yanlong can the young master have the capital to compete with the Long family. Long Wu said heavily. The Irvin slowly looked at the playful girls and sighed helplessly. Miao Village, today is a big day. Xia Chao from Taiyan women came to marry Xiaolan. Many wedding teams from Taiyan women arrived in front of Miaozhai village very early. At this moment, Xiaolan was well dressed in the room, looking at David with a bit of resentment in her eyes. David, what do you mean? Are you planning to marry me to that Xia Chao? Although today is his big day, there is no trace of happiness on Xiaolan's face. In the past few days of contact, Xiaolan has long given her true feelings to David. Although she knows that David already has a girlfriend, Xiaolan doesn't care. I didn't say it, it's just a passing scene. After entering Taiyan women, I won't really let that Xia Chao attack you. David explained. You can remember, I'm here to help you. If that Xia Chao does something to me and you don't stop me, I'll kill myself, and then I'll be a ghost and I won't let you go. Xiaolan said reluctantly. Don't worry, if my guess is right, that Xia Chao may not even have the ability to be a man. The reason why he wants to marry you is because he has other plans. David smiled lightly. When he saw Xia Chao for the first time, David realized that there was something wrong with Xia Chao's aura. Although Xia Chao was the strength of a great master, there was a feminine air in his breath, and he didn't have the kind of masculinity of a man. Ping suspected that Xia Chao had practiced sorcery and no longer had the ability of a man. The reason why she wanted to marry Xiaolan was because she took a fancy to Xiaolan's naturally charming body, and absorbed the essence of Xiaolan's body by sorcery to help herself cultivate. This Xia Chao must have also absorbed a lot of women, which greatly increased his strength, but also made his aura softer. Xiaolan was still a little worried and wanted to say something, when Dolly too came in. Miss Xiaolan, Xia Chao from Taiyan women has arrived at Xiamen to wait. Dolly said. Well, I'll go out right now. Xiaolan nodded, looked at David again, put on the red hijab, and was supported by Dolly too out of the room. Wu Litu escorted Xiaolan, and dozens of Miao village members followed behind her. David was among these Miao village members. When he arrived at Xiamen, Xia Chao was already dressed in red and was waiting on a tall horse. Seeing Xiaolan also appearing in a red dress and a red hijab, Xia Chao raised the corner of his mouth and secretly became happy. But after looking around, Xia Chao did not find the figure of King Miao, so he frowned and said to Dolly, "Where is your King Miao?" "Master Xia, King Miao didn't come out. You also know that he has worked hard to raise Miss Xiaolan for 20 years. Now that Miss Xiaolan is about to get married, King Miao can't bear it anymore and is crying in his room." Dolly too explained calmly. "I can't see that King Miao still has such a temperament." Xia Chao smiled, "Our two families are so close. When the time comes, let Xiaolan come back often to see." After Xia Chao finished speaking, as soon as he waved his hand, someone from Taiyan women brought a sedan chair over and helped Xiaolan onto the sedan chair. Soon, the welcoming team set off towards Taiyan women, and there were dozens of Miao village members in Wulatu as their family members. Chapter 731. The distance between Taiyan women and Miao village is not far, but the mountain road is rugged, so you can only walk or ride horses, and the speed is slower. It was not until near noon that everyone rushed to the front of Taiyan Women Mountain. At this moment, in front of the Taiyan Women Mountain Gate, there are hundreds of young girls gathered, and these people are not Taiyan women disciples. There are many Taiyan women believers, and some nearby residents. These girls are gathered in front of the mountain gate, very crowded. David was a little puzzled. How could so many women gather in front of Tianwu Gate? The welcoming team was blocked outside the mountain gate and could not get in at all. At this time, on the observation deck above the mountain gate, a great master shouted, "The welcoming team returns, everyone makes way." The great master was so angry that he sank into Dantian. This shout was louder than shouting with a loudspeaker. Everyone turned their heads. After seeing the welcoming team, they all ducked to both sides. Many girls screamed like crazy when they saw Xia Chao dressed in red. When Xia Chao saw so many girls, a smug smile appeared on his face. Is this Xia Chao so popular with girls? David was a little puzzled. Although this Xia Chao looks really handsome, he is not a celebrity. Why are so many girls following him? Hearing the girls' shouts, Xiao Lan, who was sitting in the sedan chair, slightly lifted the sedan curtain and glanced out. When the girls saw Xiaolan in the sedan chair, they were all envious. They wished they were the one in the sedan chair. When the welcoming team entered the mountain gate, the great master above the mountain gate spoke again. "Today is our eldest young master's happy day, so the mountain gate is open to allow you to bathe in the prepared pool. The water in this pool is the mountain spring water in my mountain gate. This spring water can nourish the body, heal the disease and concentrate the mind, and the most important thing is to beautify the face. But you are only allowed to bathe in the pool, don't run around. Otherwise don't blame me Taiyan women for not being affectionate." Just after the Grand Master finished speaking, hundreds of girls shouted and rushed in, unable to stop him. The moment David stepped into Taiyan women, the surrounding aura suddenly became rich, which made the hairs on David's body explode, desperately absorbing this rich aura. How can there be such a strong spiritual energy here? Is it really a spiritual spring? David couldn't bear it any longer, and wanted to see what the spring water was like. But David knew that if he ran around at this time, it would be easy to be discovered. When the wedding was attended for a while, everyone was attracted, and he was going to check the so-called Lingquan secretly. Soon, David and the others arrived at a hall in Taiyan women. The hall was very large, covering 1,000 square meters on the ground. "Just go to church." After Xia Chao whispered a few words with Dolly too, he left directly, and David also took the opportunity to slip out. "Eldest young master, everything is ready, those girls are still happily taking a bath." Just after Xia Chao walked out of the hall, the great master who had just spoken at the mountain gate whispered in Xia Chao's ear. "Yeah." Xia Chao raised his mouth. "After I absorb the yin qi from these girls, I will definitely be able to break through with Xiaolan's natural beauty, and my father will not be my opponent." After Xia Chao finished speaking, he slowly walked towards a mountain behind the hall. After David slipped out of the hall, he also followed the guidance of the spiritual energy and walked towards the back of the hall. At this moment, on the mountain peak behind the main hall, a huge natural spring pool appears, and upwards is a spring with an area of only tens of square meters. Chapter 732. Hundreds of girls all undressed and soaked in the spring pool. Some wore swimsuits, and some just stripped naked. When David hid behind a big rock on the mountain and looked over, the white flowers were almost full of flowers. David's eyes were not blinded. Blah blah blah. David suddenly lowered his head and found that he had a nosebleed, and a drop of nosebleed fell to the ground. Depend on. David hurriedly stopped the bleeding. Even if David was a cultivator, seeing this scene, he couldn't control his inner restlessness. But not far from the spring pool, Xia Chao stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the hundreds of undressed girls in front of him. His face was not even moved. David discovered this scene, and was even more convinced that Xia Chao was definitely not a man anymore. I saw Xia Chao sit down slowly, and then his hands seemed to be scribbling something in the air, but soon, there was a small whirlpool in the air, and the girls in the bath didn't notice anything unusual. Still there was a fight in the fountain. Soon, white mists rose from the top of each girl's head, and from a distance it looked like water vapor was slowly rising. Those white mists were quickly sucked in by the vortex in midair. David knew that these were not water vapors, but the yin qi on the girl's body. As the yin qi was slowly sucked away, some girls began to look pale, and trembled all over, feeling cold all over. However, in order to beautify the skin and nourish the skin, these girls all endured it, still soaking in the water and refusing to leave. Seeing this, David could only shake his head helplessly. These girls are simply desperate, but David can't go out at this time, otherwise he will be discovered by Xia Chao. Fortunately, just when some of the girls couldn't hold on and were about to die from exhaustion, the great master who spoke at the mountain gate appeared. Okay, the time has come, everyone, please leave. Our eldest young master has carefully prepared gifts for you, the Grand Master said to the girls. As soon as the girls heard the gifts, they all came out of the spring pool, put on their clothes and left with the Great Master. These girls don't know yet, in just that moment, many people will lose 10 years or more lifespan. After the girls left, Xia Chao suddenly opened his mouth, and the vortex in midair was directly sucked into his mouth. Haha, so much yin qi is enough for my strength to improve a lot. When I am inhaling Xiaolan's yin qi, I will definitely be able to break through to Wuzong and surpass my father. Xia Chao slowly got up and laughed excitedly. He didn't know that behind a stone not far away, David was watching all this, but at this time David had no interest in this Xia Chao, he was interested in the Lingquan. After Xia Chao left, David couldn't wait to walk to the spring. Looking at the bottomless spring, David reached out and touched it in the water. The moment David's hand touched the spring water, aura like a volcanic eruption spewed directly towards David, and David was thirsty to absorb these auras. There must be something in here. The moment David touched the spring water, he knew that the spring water did not have aura, and the source of these auras was in the spring. A treasure for sure. Without the slightest hesitation, David took off his clothes and stabbed his head down. The further down, the stronger the spiritual energy, and with David's continuous diving, the bottom of the water began to become a little dark. Not knowing how deep he dived, David felt that the pressure on his body was getting bigger and bigger. If it weren't for his strong body, David at this moment might have been crushed into flesh. Chapter 733. David held his breath, quietly absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, and did not continue to dive. With this rich spiritual energy, David was sure that he would be able to improve to a new level within a few days. It's just that David doesn't have much time to stay here to practice. July 15th is just around the corner, and Xiaolan is still on it, so Xia Chao will definitely attack Xiaolan. After a short rest, David continued to dive down. As the depth of the dive got deeper and deeper, it should have gotten darker and darker, but it started to get brighter below. Immediately afterwards, a black shadow came towards David. David frowned, knowing that this is the depths of the spring. What will there be? When the shadow approached, David discovered that it turned out to be a tortoise. The tortoise's shell was 1 meter square. It was the first time David had seen such a big tortoise. The turtle's eyes looked at David tightly, his eyes were full of hostility, and on the turtle's shell, there were some symbols that David couldn't understand. Could it be that such a huge spiritual energy is emitted by this turtle? David also looked closely at the turtle that suddenly appeared, motionless. After looking at David twice, the tortoise suddenly turned his head and dived down without attacking David, which made David relieved. But David followed closely. He wanted to see how this turtle appeared in Quan's eyes. But David just swam a few meters when he saw that the tortoise had come back, but at this moment the symbol on the tortoise's tortoise shell began to flash with golden light. Soon, golden light filled the entire waters, like a big net, wrapping David in the middle. Formation. David stared at the golden light flashing around him, his eyes widened instantly. This is not the magic technique of those warlocks, but the real method of the fairy family, the real formation technique. How could someone lay a formation on a turtle's tortoise shell? David was very surprised, but he was also a little surprised. In this spring, someone put a formation on the tortoise shell, so there must be extremely precious treasures here. David wanted to continue downstream, but his body was wrapped in golden light, so he couldn't rush out at all, let alone downstream. Even if David wanted to float to the surface, it was impossible. This time, David was a little panicked. Can't he be trapped here forever? Squinting his eyes slightly, David clenched his fists and waved fiercely towards the swimming turtle. David knew that as long as the turtle was killed, the formation would naturally be broken. The power of David's punch raised a water column in the water, and then slammed into the tortoise. Boom! After a loud bang, David only felt a huge counter-thrust strike, but the swimming turtle was unharmed. Fish! Just after David attacked the tortoise, the formation on the tortoise shell flashed golden light again, and several streaks of energy attacked David. Direction of air movement. It's just that David was imprisoned here at the moment, and there was no way to escape, so he could only use his powerful body to resist these attacks of strength. A burst of pain came from his arm. David saw that his arm had been cut, and blood was slowly flowing out, staining the surrounding spring water red. However, these springs stained with David's blood seem to be imprisoned in this formation, and they cannot be dispersed at all. David hurriedly covered his wound with his hand, and soon the wound healed slowly, no blood was flowing out, and the formation on the tortoise shell was not attacking David. Just use the formation method to control David, so that he can't swim around in the spring. Chapter 734. Tiananmen Hall. Now the time for worship has come. Xiaolan secretly lifted her hijab and began to find out where David was. Where did this guy go? He didn't sell me, he ran away by himself. Xiaolan anxiously looked for David, but unfortunately she didn't see David's shadow at all. The auspicious time has come, the newcomers are invited to worship heaven and earth. A grand master of Tiananmen shouted loudly. Xia Chao looked at Xiaolan with excited eyes, and his face was full of smiles. After worshipping heaven and earth, they could enter the bridal chamber. At that time, he would put Xiaolan inside her body without Xiaolan's knowledge. All the yin qi was sucked away, and by that time, Xia Chao would be able to jump directly into several realms and step directly into the realm of Wuzong. Just ask the whole world, how many people do you think Wuzong is so young? Xia Chao couldn't hide his excitement when he thought that he might be the youngest Wuzong in the martial arts world. Master Xia, why is Clan Master Xia not here on this happy day? Looking at the high hall, the chair was empty. Dolly too asked in a puzzled way. How can my son get married, and I am not present? My father has some important things to do. He has been away for more than half a month, and it will take some time before he can come back. Marriage is a matter for Xiaolan and I. It doesn't matter if my parents are here, and King now didn't come, right? Xia Chao explained to the Dolly head with a faint smile. Dolly too didn't say anything, but Xiaolan, who had been wearing a red hijab, spoke up. It's too unlucky for my parents not to participate in such a big day. I think it's better to wait until the Xia clan master returns. As Xiaolan said, she took off the red hijab herself. How could she really follow Xia Chao to worship heaven and earth? Wouldn't she really become his wife? Xiaolan disagreed. Now David doesn't know where to go, and Xiaolan can only use this as an excuse. Xia Chao's face turned cold. I said, my father has gone to work, and it will take some time to come back, and today's date has already been booked, and many people know that if the wedding is not held, don't I want to be the laughing stock? I don't care, anyway, I won't go to church without my parents. After Xiaolan finished speaking, she turned to leave. At this time, Xiaolan scolded David for a long time in her heart. David said that she just let Xiaolan act as a pretense, and she would not really let her follow Xia Chao to worship, but now that the time is up, David didn't even see the shadow of David arrive. But when Xiaolan walked to the entrance of the main hall, she was directly stopped by the people from Taiyan women. "You just left, aren't you kidding me? Without my opening, let me see if you can get out of Taiyan women," Xia Chao said with a gloomy expression. Xiaolan looked at the people in Taiyan women, eyeing them with murderous aura, so she could only turn her head to look at Xia Chao and said, "On such an important occasion, your father is not here, isn't that looking down on me? Of course I can't follow you. Worship. I tell you, in this hall today, you have to worship, and you have to worship if you don't. Now this is Taiyan women, not your Miao village. Even in your Miao village, I'm not afraid of you." Xia Chao directly tore his face and threatened Xiaolan. After all, the strength of Taiyan women is stronger than that of Miao village, not to mention that this is still the territory of Taiyan women. As soon as Xia Chao's voice fell, the disciples of Taiyan women showed their weapons one after another, which surprised Xiaolan and the members of Miao village who followed. If Xia Chao wants to do something to them, this is on Taiyan women's territory, and they have no chance of winning. Seeing the panicked look of everyone in Miao village, the corner of Xia Chao's mouth twitched. "Xiaolan, I just adore you, and King Miao has promised me, isn't it good for our two strong alliances? Why do you want to go back on your words? You have to think about these people in your Miao village." Chapter 735. Xia Chao didn't want to rush Xiaolan either. He needed to live. If Xiaolan was hurried and desperate, Xiaolan would make a mistake and his plan would fall short. Xiaolan looked at the people in Miao village, and at this moment, these people were looking at herself with expectant eyes. Now the lives of these people are all in Xiaolan's hands. At this moment, Xiaolan's face became extremely ugly. If it was just herself, she would rather die than follow Xia Chao to worship, but this was related to the lives of dozens of people in Miao village and Xiaolan was in a dilemma. "Miss Xiaolan, don't worry about us, if you don't want to marry this Xia Chao, just run away." Just when Xiaolan was embarrassed, a member of the Miao village suddenly jumped out with a look of death. This person is also in love with Xiaolan. Seeing Xiaolan being threatened, he was angry for a while, so he stood up. A small Miao village member dares to jump out and point fingers? Xia Chao's face froze, and then he was shot with a palm. Xiaolan and Wulata didn't have time to react, only to see the Miao village member spraying blood instantly, flying several meters away, and was shot to death. "Xia Chao, you are going too far." Xiaolan's eyes widened, and she drew a dagger directly from her waist. The members of the Miao village were also very angry and showed their weapons one after another. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect the big day, you still have a dagger on your body, are you trying to murder me?" Seeing Xiaolan take out the dagger from her waist, Xia Chao laughed out loud. Xiaolan didn't know how to answer. She hid the dagger and really planned to use Xia Chao's strength against her, so she followed Xia Chao desperately. Anyway, she couldn't let Xia Chao succeed. "Okay, my patience is limited, I can either marry me, or die." Xia Chao's body erupted with murderous aura. Xiaolan gritted her teeth, and her face became more and more ugly. She was not afraid of death, but what about the other people from Miao village? This has been with her for 20 years, and many of them took care of her when they were young. "Xia Chao, since your father is not here, I will send someone to find my foster father and let him sit in the high hall, otherwise the wedding will not be complete," Xiaolan said to Xia Chao. "Xiaolan is a plan to delay the army. King Miao has already died. Where can I find it? She is just delaying the time to see where this David has gone, and why didn't he show up? No, Jisher will not wait for anyone, and then send someone to invite King Miao. What time will it be after you come back?" Xia Chao didn't have the patience to wait. Now he only needs to absorb the yin qi from Xiaolan's body, and he can break through Wuzong himself. He doesn't want to wait for a minute. "If you don't agree, even if I fight to death, I won't give you worship." As Xiaolan said, she even put the dagger on her neck, looking like she was going to commit suicide. This time, Xia Chao was stunned. If Xiaolan really committed suicide, that corpse would be useless to him. "Okay, I promise you, but I only give you 1 hour. If your people can't invite King Miao, don't blame me for being rude. Xia Chao finally compromised. Seeing Xia Chao nodding in agreement, Xiaolan let out a long sigh of relief. Xiaolan nodded and agreed to Xia Chao, then looked at Dolly Tu. Dolly Tu, go and invite my foster father to officiate the wedding for me, you must be quick. When talking to Dolly Tu, Xiaolan kept winking. She didn't ask Dolly Tu to find King Miao. King Miao was already dead, and it was impossible to find him. She asked Dolly Tu to find David. Let's see where this guy David has gone, now only David can save them. Dolly nodded, turned around and left, while Xiaolan and the others in Miao village were surrounded by the people of Taiyan women in the hall, waiting quietly. Chapter 736. At this time, David was still trapped in the spring. In order to break free from the formation, David tried his best. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free from the shackles of the formation. And the big tortoise was swimming right in front of him, and David didn't dare to shoot at the big tortoise. David is already very anxious. He doesn't know how long it has been, and he doesn't know what happened to Xiaolan above. If Xiaolan is really succeeded by that Xia Chao, David is afraid that he will not forgive himself. He encouraged Xiaolan to come to worship with Xia Chao. Ah, David suddenly shouted anxiously, you dead turtle, I will fight for you. David roared, a faint golden light erupted from his fist, and then he swung punch after punch towards the slow-swimming turtle. Bang bang bang. A punch beats a punch. Fortunately, this spring is full of spiritual energy, and the spiritual energy consumed by David can be compensated for by the rapid turn of the heart condensation art. As David punched the tortoise, the magic circle on the tortoise shell also began to flicker frequently. Soon, David was already scarred and blood was constantly flowing out, but David gritted his teeth, the anger in his heart was burning, he did not flinch at all, and was still punching. At this moment, David is like a mad beast, his eyes are scarlet, and he has already disregarded his own safety. He doesn't want to be trapped here forever. Click. Suddenly, a slight sound made the mad David instantly calm down. David looked closely and found that the big swimming turtle had cracks on the tortoise shell at this time. David was overjoyed. He thought he couldn't hurt the big tortoise. Now it seems that the big tortoise is not invincible. Seeing that the tortoise shell of the big tortoise had been cracked, the strength in David's hand increased again. David's body had already been drenched in blood by the energy in the formation, but David didn't care. David punched the big tortoise with punch after punch. The big tortoise, who had no feeling at first, would shake after being punched by David, and even make some strange sounds in his mouth, like howling. After David punched dozens of punches, finally the big turtle's tortoise shell cracked into pieces and fell off, and after the big tortoise screamed, its body quickly sank. As the tortoise shell shattered, the golden lights all over David disappeared, and the shackles of the magic circle also disappeared. I want to run. David saw that the big turtle wanted to sink underwater and escape, so he chased after it closely. There was panic in the eyes of the big tortoise. Without the protection of the tortoise shell and the magic array on the tortoise shell, the big tortoise was like fish on a chopping board and could not escape at all. Just now you trapped me with a magic circle, do you want to run now? See if I won't stew you into a BA5 tart soup. David tried his best to catch up with the big tortoise, grabbing the tortoise's head with one hand, and preparing to punch the big tortoise to death with the other hand. Without the hard tortoise shell, the big tortoise couldn't bear David's punch at all. But just when David was about to kill the big tortoise let out a whimper, followed by a mouth, a crystal clear, only thumb-sized bead spat out of the big tortoise's mouth. Seeing this, David grabbed the bead and looked at it carefully. He didn't know what it was, but he could feel the aura emanating from the bead. Chapter 737. Seeing that David grabbed the bead, the big tortoise immediately kicked on its 4 legs, as if begging David to let him go. David looked at the beads in his hand and let go of the big turtle. For the sake of your gift, I will spare your life. Seeing David let go of himself, the big turtle nodded and thanked David again and again, but just as David continued to go downstream, the big turtle seemed a little flustered to stop David. David didn't understand, why did this big turtle stop him? Just when David was puzzled, a sudden roar came from the depths of the spring, followed by a huge shock wave, which directly shocked David's ears, and the whole person almost fainted. After hearing this roar, the big tortoise swam away in a panic, and swam towards the surface of the water rapidly. David shook his head to wake himself up a little. Looking at the bottomless spring, David hesitated. The roar that just came from below was so powerful that David didn't know what danger would lie below, but his huge curiosity made David not want to give up just like that, so he bit the bullet and dived down again. As David dived deeper and deeper, the space below became larger and larger, and the water shone with light was clear. What is that? Suddenly, David saw that under the spring's eyes, a sword emitting a light blue light was being inserted into a huge stone, and the strong spiritual energy in the water was emitted by this sword. The sword, this must be the sword. David was overjoyed. He happened to be missing a weapon now, and when he saw this sword, David liked it very much. David quickly swam towards the sword. When he was only a dozen meters away from the sword, he noticed this time that the word Zanlongjian was engraved on the sword. Dragon-slaying sword? David was stunned. Could it be that this sword can kill dragons? David was a little unconvinced. In today's society, dragons have long become legends, and it is said that giant dragons are powerful and can spit fire and water. Can a sword kill a dragon? But no matter whether it can kill the dragon or not, this sword is definitely not an ordinary thing, and David likes it at a glance. But when David stretched out his hand to pull out the dragon-slaying sword, suddenly a huge force sent David flying out. Immediately afterwards, the bottom of the water tumbled for a while, and soon a person condensed from the spring water slowly appeared. This man was still holding a knife in his hand, looming under the water, and David could only vaguely see that it was a human figure. The one who cuts the dragon's sword, kills without mercy. Accompanied by a hoarse old man's voice, the looming human figure suddenly slashed out with a knife. A watermark crossed the bottom of the water and came directly towards David. David was startled and hurriedly dodged to the side. Rumbling. There was a deafening sound, and then it was like an explosion of a cannonball, and a big crater appeared directly on the bottom of the water. You must know that this is at the bottom of the water. There is water resistance, and this knife has such great power, which shows how powerful the humanoid monsters condensed by this spring water are. Humph, it's just a wisp of consciousness, and you dare to stop me. David's body emitted a faint golden light, followed by an angry shout, and punched the humanoid monster. Boom! With a loud bang, the humanoid monster was directly smashed by David's punch, turned into countless water bottoms, and mixed with the spring water. So vulnerable, David snorted coldly. But soon behind David, the humanoid monster condensed again, and slashed David's shoulder with a knife. David's body was hit hard, and he fell to the bottom of the spring in an instant, and the sediment underneath also rolled around, making the clear spring water very turbid. Chapter 738. Taiyan Women Hull. An hour passed quickly, but Dolly too still did not appear, which proved that he had not found David's shadow. David, this BA5 tard, I must kill him when I see him. Xiaolan's face is full of indignation. It's been an hour, has King Miao come yet? At this time, Xia Chao led someone into the hall. Maybe on the way, we'll be waiting. Xiaolan said hurriedly. Do you think of me as a 3-year-old child? How far is it from Miao village to Taiyan women? With the strength of their great masters, it only takes half an hour to go back and forth. Prove that King Miao will not come, we should also hold the ceremony. Xia Chao raised the corner of his mouth. Xiaolan didn't speak, she bit her lip tightly, anxious in her heart. Okay, don't let me be rough with you, quickly put the hijab on, we should hold the ceremony. Seeing that Xiaolan didn't speak, Xia Chao said impatiently. Master Xia, we are. I said, I won't be waiting, can't you hear? Xia Chao glared at Xiaolan and roared angrily. Xiaolan knew that she couldn't procrastinate, so she turned her heart. Xia Chao, I will not marry you. If you want me, you can only get my body. After Xiaolan finished speaking, she suddenly cut the dagger towards her neck. When Xia Chao saw this, he stepped forward and hit Xiaolan on the shoulder, causing the dagger in Xiaolan's hand to fall to the ground instantly. When the members of the Miao village saw this, they showed their weapons and prepared to rush out, but they were quickly subdued by the people of Tian women. Xia Chao controlled Xiaolan and said with a playful look, "You want to die? It's not that easy. When I run out of you, whether you live or die has nothing to do with me." After finishing speaking, Xia Chao directly carried Xiaolan and walked towards the bedroom at the back. "Let go of me, let go of me!" Xiaolan shouted, but being controlled by Xia Chao, Xiaolan couldn't move at all. After entering the room, Xia Chao threw Xiaolan directly on the bed, staring at Xiaolan like a beast, just like staring at his prey. Seeing Xia Chao's eyes made Xiaolan tremble with fright. "Be obedient, you can still live, otherwise I will make your life worse than death." Xia Chao threatened Xiaolan. "You don't want to be like this, it scares me to death. I will be afraid. Since you like me, you should treat me well. Don't you just want to sleep with me? I can satisfy you." Suddenly, Xiaolan, who was on the bed, spoke softly. Her eyes were full of tenderness, she twisted her body, and showed a variety of amorous feelings. If a man saw Xiaolan like this, he would definitely be unable to control himself. This is Xiaolan's charm. She is not Xia Chao's opponent in terms of force. Xiaolan can only perform her own charm on Xia Chao. In the face of his own charm, there is no man who will not compromise, except for the pervert David. Seeing Xiaolan like that, Xia Chao, who was originally vicious, suddenly became a little sluggish, and looked at Xiaolan with a wicked smile. "Little beauty, I love you to death, you hurry up and have fun with me now." After speaking, Xia Chao rushed towards Xiaolan. Xiaolan got up in a hurry, but Xia Chao grabbed her hand and couldn't escape. Xia Chao looked at Xiaolan slyly, and touched Xiaolan's waist with one hand, trying to hold Xiaolan in her arms. "Don't worry, let's drink some wine first, flirt." Xiaolan pushed Xia Chao away. "Okay," Xia Chao nodded again and again. Xiaolan walked towards the wine cabinet in the room and opened it directly with a bottle of red wine. She needs to delay now, hoping that Dolly too can find David. Seeing Xiaolan take down the red wine, the corner of Xia Chao's mouth twitched. Chapter 739. Soon, Xiaolan opened the red wine, poured 2 glasses, and brought it to Xia Chao. "Be obedient, I will satisfy you." Xiaolan threw an eyebrow at Na Xia Chao, and directly fascinated Na Xia Chao. "Obey, I'll be obedient." Xia Chao nodded desperately. "Have a good drink with me, don't do anything with me, you know?" Seeing Xia Chao like that, Xiaolan raised her face proudly. "No, no." Xia Chao still nodded. Xiaolan handed the red wine to Xia Chao, who drank it all. Seeing this, Xiaolan also drank the red wine in her hand, and then Xiaolan filled the wine glass again. She planned to get this Xia Chao drunk so that she could escape. But when Xiaolan was about to let Xia Chao drink again, suddenly Xiaolan felt dizzy, weak in her limbs, and the wine glass in her hand fell to the ground. "This wine, is there something wrong with this wine?" Xiaolan was shocked. She knew that she was like this because there was something wrong with the wine. "Ha ha ha, I've been in the wine for a long time, but I didn't expect you to ask for it yourself." Xia Chao stopped pretending at this time, and laughed directly. Did you miss my charm?" Xiaolan was surprised. How could Xia Chao not respond to his charms? "To tell you the truth, your charms are only useful to men, but now I am not a real man." When Xia Chao said this again, he was not ashamed at all, but rather complacent. Then why do you want to marry me?" Xiaolan looked at Xia Chao in shock, not understanding why Xia Chao wanted to marry her since he was no longer a man. "Of course it's for the yin qi in your body. You are born to be charming. I miss the yin qi in a girl like you, but it's my best cultivation resource." Xia Chao raised the corner of his mouth. "After I absorb the yin qi in your body, I will be able to break through the realm of Wuzong and become the youngest Wuzong in the entire martial arts world." Xiaolan listened to Xia Chao's words with fear in her eyes. She wanted to escape, but her body couldn't move at all. She wanted to kill herself by biting her tongue, but unfortunately she didn't even have the strength to commit suicide at this time. "Don't think about struggling, just accept your fate." After Xia Chao finished speaking, he suddenly pinched his fingers, and then a vortex appeared in the air, swirling above Xiaolan's head. In the spring. David has been fighting with the humanoid monster condensed by the spring for a long time now. It's just that every time David smashes the humanoid monster will condense again immediately. No matter what David does, there is no way to really destroy the humanoid monster. The spiritual power in David's dantian was rapidly decreasing, and the concentrated heart technique was running rapidly, but it still could not supply David's massive consumption. David knew that if he continued like this, he would not be beaten to death, but would be slowly exhausted to death, and David couldn't be exhausted like this all the time, because he didn't know what happened to Xiaolan above. Boy, I'm just a wisp of divine consciousness, invisible and indestructible, you can't beat me, don't be spying on my sword. The humanoid monster said. David's forehead was full of sweat, and his face was very solemn. The humanoid monster in front of him was immortal and could always come back to life. What method should he use? Just when David was thinking, the humanoid monster slashed over, and David dodged, followed by another punch that directly shattered the humanoid monster. But soon, the spring water condensed again and became the same as before, and every time David punched, the spiritual power in his dantian decreased a bit. Chapter 740. I said, you can't beat me, don't waste your time. The humanoid monster said slowly, this spring is my life. As long as there is spring water, I can live forever. Do you still have the ability to drain the spring water? The words of the humanoid monster made David's eyes light up instantly, and he seemed to have thought of something. David grinned, I really want to thank you for your reminder. Although I can't drain the spring water, I have a way to keep the spring water away from me. After David finished speaking, a huge spiritual power radiated from the body. Without the slightest stinginess, David forced all the spiritual power out of the body. Soon, David's body formed a protective cover that was several meters square, and the surrounding spring water was squeezed to other places. There was no drop of spring water around David, and it was blocked by the protective cover. Without the spring water, the humanoid monster looked at David with a little panic. Baby, what are you trying to do? This dragon-slaying sword belongs to this old man. Because my soul is damaged, I hide the dragon-slaying sword here. How can you steal it? Since I have seen it, it proves that I have a relationship with this sword. Such a good sword is hidden here. Isn't this a waste? David smiled coldly. In this protective cover, there is no spring water, and the humanoid monster has no ability to resurrect. You dare to take my sword, I will kill you. The humanoid monster was furious and slashed at David with a knife. As a result, David smashed it with another punch, and all the scattered water droplets were instantly absorbed by the protective cover, and the humanoid monster never appeared again. David was overjoyed when he saw this, and walked towards the dragon-slaying sword. When David approached the dragon-slaying sword, the dragon-slaying sword made a slight humming sound, and the blade trembled slightly, as if responding to David. But David stretched out his hand to draw the dragon sword, and a huge anti-shock force directly sent David flying. How is this going? David frowned. Now that the humanoid monster has been eliminated, why can't he pull out the sword? Looking at the dragon-slaying sword in front of him, David seemed to remember something, bit his finger, and dripped a drop of blood on the dragon-slaying sword. Buzzing. Suddenly, the dragon-slaying sword shook violently, and David got that drop of blood, which was instantly absorbed by the dragon-slaying sword, and then the dragon-slaying sword turned into a red color. Boom! There was a violent explosion, and the huge shock wave directly knocked David out, and the protective cover around David was instantly shattered. When David got up with difficulty, he found that the dragon-slaying sword was flying towards him quickly. As soon as David stretched out his hand, he directly grabbed the dragon-slaying sword, and David could feel the connection with the dragon-slaying sword in an instant. Soon, David saw that the blood of his body began to flow through the dragon-slaying sword, as if the dragon-slaying sword had become a part of his body. Slowly, the dragon-slaying sword became weaker and finally disappeared. But at this time, David could still feel that the dragon-slaying sword was in his hands. And the spiritual power that was consumed by himself also filled the entire dantian in an instant. Is this the unity of man and sword? David thought about it, and the dragon-slaying sword instantly appeared in David's hand. David was ecstatic in his heart. This is simply a sword. With this sword, David can easily kill Wuzong, who just broke through. Whoa, whoa. Soon, the spring water in the spring began to quickly pour back into the place where the sword was inserted just now. That is, in an instant, the spring became dry, and there was no more drop of spring water to be seen. David looked at the top of his head, and a few jumped out of the spring. At this time, the spring pool below the spring was extremely dry, and there was no trace of water stains. And the rich spiritual energy of Taiyan women has disappeared at this moment. Even if David tried his best to sense it, he can only sense the thin aura between heaven and earth. It seems that the spiritual energy before Taiyan women was all because of this dragon-slaying sword. Existing. Chapter 741. In Xia Chao's room, Xia Chao was overjoyed as he watched the yin qi in Xiao Lan's body being continuously absorbed into the vortex. It won't be long before he will be the youngest Wuzong in the martial arts world, and will be a genius envied by everyone. Although Xia Chao lost his ability as a man in order to quickly improve his strength, for these, Xia Chao valued his strength more. In the martial arts world, only strength is respected, and women are nothing. But at this moment, the door of Xia Chao's room was suddenly pushed open. Seeing this, Xia Chao hurriedly waved his hand, took the whirlpool back, and glared at the intruder. "You ba5 tard, don't you know how to knock on the door?" Xia Chao said with a cold expression. "Eldest young master, it's not good, Shenquan, there is a problem with the Shenquan behind us, and now there is not a drop of water." The visitor anxiously followed Xia Chao and said. "What?" Xia Chao was shocked. How could this happen? What happened? "I don't know either. I just heard an explosion from behind. When I rushed over, I found that the spring water was gone." The man shook his head. Xia Chao glanced at Xiaolan, turned to the person who came and said, "Take me to see, how could such a thing happen?" For Taiyan women, Shenquan is the foundation of their sect. With this spring, the strength of many disciples of Taiyan women has improved by leaps and bounds, making Taiyan women continue to rank high among the many sects in the southwest. But now the spring water has disappeared, which shocked Xia Chao. If his father came back, how would he explain it? Just after Xia Chao left with the visitor, a figure flashed in from the window. It was David who came. Xiaolan was completely powerless at this time, and she didn't even have the strength to speak. When she saw David coming, there was no surprise in her eyes, but she glared at David angrily. David saw Xiaolan, who was paralyzed, and hurriedly penetrated into Xiaolan's body, which made Xiaolan recover. "David, you ba5 tard." After Xiaolan recovered, the first thing she did was to punch David. David hurriedly stepped back. "I saved you, why are you still beating me? Isn't this revenge? You ba5 tard, where have you been? Where have you been? Didn't you say something was wrong? I almost lost my life." Xiaolan looked at David angrily and roared. "Isn't it all right? I know that Xia Chao is no longer a man, so he can't do anything to you. Now I'll take you there and avenge you." David smiled. He could understand why Xiaolan was angry. "You must kill that guy for me, and I will watch him die." Xiaolan gritted her teeth. "No problem." David nodded. Behind the Taiyan Women Hall, the spring water that was flowing continuously has disappeared at this moment. The dry bottom of the spring pool is exposed to the outside, and it looks like it has never been watered. Xia Chao looked at the scene in front of him with a solemn expression, and slowly put his head into the spring, only to see that it was dark inside, and he couldn't see anything clearly. Xia Chao picked up a large stone and threw it down. With the sound of grunting, there was no sound of water, which proved that there was no water in the spring. "How can this happen? How can this happen?" Xia Chao roared. He wanted an explanation. "Master, someone heard the explosion just now. Maybe someone blew through the spring, so the spring water leaked into the underground river." At this time, a great master came over and expressed his opinion. "Who was that? Who did it? Are you all fucking dry?" Xia Chao roared and cursed at the disciples of Taiyan women. Without this divine spring, What would they do after Tian women? Chapter 742. I did it. At this moment, a faint voice came. Everyone looked for the sound, and found that on a big rock, David looked at the people of Tian women with disdain. Beside David, Xiaolan stood there with anger in her eyes, staring at Xia Chao tightly. And everyone in Miao village was rescued by David and stood behind David. When Xia Chao saw that Xiaolan and Miao village were rescued, he was stunned for a moment, and then said to David, "Boy, who are you? Why did you destroy my Tian women Xinquan, and save these Miao village people? I'm not someone, I just don't like you, is that okay?" David raised the corner of his mouth. As soon as these words came out, Xia Chao was immediately stunned. He had seen David. At that time, King Miao said that this guy was a lunatic, and when he was dragged away, he was in a state of embarrassment, but now he is such a lunatic who dares to follow him. Talk like this. BA5 Tard, why did you talk to our young master? This is Tian women, who dares to disrespect our eldest young master here? You are courting death, so saying that our eldest young master is going to be punished by the 9 clan. The disciples of Tian women pulled out their weapons one after another, and one by one took the opportunity to tout Xia Chao. Facing the flattering guys in Tian women, David couldn't help but smile and said, "You guys are still yelling at the eldest young master, but you don't know that your eldest young master is no longer a man. If you don't believe it, you can let your eldest young master take off his pants and you'll know." David's words shocked all the disciples of Tian women. Not many people in Tian women knew about Xia Chao's practice of sorcery, but only a few people knew, so there was such a big reaction. You BA5 Tard, you are courting death. Xia Chao's face was fiery when everyone in Tian women looked at him, and he couldn't help burning with anger, and the momentum on his body instantly rose. I think it's you who are courting death. After David finished speaking, his body floated down, and then he punched Xia Chao with a punch. The howling wind shocked Xia Chao. He did not expect a madman to have such high energy. In the panic, Xia Chao hurriedly dodged back, looking very embarrassed. Boy, who are you? What does it have to do with Miao village? Xia Chao did not know when such a young master appeared in Miao village. I have nothing to do with Miao village, I just see you as a man who is neither male nor female. I want to teach you a lesson. David said disdainfully. Xia Chao's eyes narrowed slightly, but he was not in a hurry to take action against David, because someone so young and powerful would definitely not be an ordinary person, he should be the son of a sect or family. Now Tian women is developing, so Xia Chao does not want to provoke a strong enemy to Tian women. Then you must be here for Xiaolan, right? Xia Chao glanced at Xiaolan beside David. I tell you, this woman is born with a charming body, she can do charm, don't be fooled by her, fascinated by her. Stop talking nonsense, I'd love to be fascinated, can you do anything? I've broken all the springs of your Tianwu sect, and you don't dare to do it with me, isn't it too cowardly? If you do not dare to do it, kneel. Give me a kowtow, and I'll let you go. David said impatiently. Xia Chao's face turned cold, and he said gloomily, Boy, you are courting death. After speaking, Xia Chao's body instantly moved towards David, and slapped David's chest with a palm. There was a faint red light flickering in Xia Chao's palm, and it seemed that he used sorcery. The corner of David's mouth twitched, but he didn't dodge or dodge. With the strength of the great master Xia Chao, he couldn't break David's powerful body at all. Chapter 743. Bang! With a muffled sound, Xia Chao's palm hit David's chest fiercely, but to Xia Chao's surprise, the palm didn't hurt David in the slightest, and David's body didn't even move. Xia Chao's face was shocked, his body hurriedly stepped back, and he looked at David in horror. Who are you? How can you have such a strong body? I said it all, you don't deserve to know. David was full of disdain. Xia Chao's face became more and more ugly, and the corners of his eyes kept twitching. Are you ready for me? Don't forget that this is Tian women. Xia Chao's voice was extremely cold. David humiliated him again and again, and Xia Chao also started to get angry. Just a guy like you who relies on absorbing women's yin qi to practice, I feel disgusted when I see it, and if I kill you, I'm really afraid of getting my hands dirty. David pretended to be retching and said. How did you know? Xia Chao was surprised. After all, his cultivation method is very disdainful in the martial arts world. If it spreads out, how could Xia Chao be in the martial arts world? Why is Taiyan women still in the martial arts world? I know it's more than that. You use the spring water to attract a large number of girls to bathe, and take the opportunity to absorb their yin qi to practice. I know all this. David narrowed his eyes. After Xia Chao heard this, killing intent instantly rose from his body. The disciples of Taiyan women obey the order, guard the mountain gate, and never let anyone go. Xia Chao was motivated to kill. He wanted to kill everyone who was not from Taiyan women, and his secrets must not be leaked. Don't bother, they can't stop me at all. You should take out your trump card. I'll see how the sorcery you practiced at the cost of losing your man's ability. How is it? David smiled lightly. Okay, then I'll show you. After Xia Chao finished speaking, the aura of his body suddenly changed, and then the whole person looked gloomy and terrifying, and his body was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. With the expansion of his body, Xia Chao's strength also continued to increase, and the terrifying coercion spread around him. Retreat! Seeing this, a great grandmaster of Taiyan women shouted hurriedly, and led the other disciples of Taiyan women to retreat into the distance. He knew that the sorcery that Xia Chao practiced was very terrifying and bloody, so he called everyone in Taiyan women to retreat. The terrifying coercion made many people in Miao village feel breathless. Even the 5 great masters, who were also great masters, frowned after feeling the coercion emanating from Xia Chao, like a mountain pressing on their shoulders. Same. Boy, you know too much, so you must die. After Xia Chao finished speaking, the huge body rolled directly towards David, like a mad bull, rampaging. Accompanied by Xia Chao's body, a stream of yin energy rose into the sky, instantly turning into a ghost with its teeth and claws, and at the same time biting towards David. Seeing this scene, Xiaolon next to David was so frightened that her face was instantly pale, while many other Miao people closed their eyes in fright. Although they deal with poisons all day, they have never seen such a terrifying scene. Those ghosts and claws charged directly at David, and then got into David's body. At the same time, Xia Chao's body also arrived in front of David, and slapped David's face with a palm. I've been hit by 100 ghosts, let's see how you can live. Xia Chao's eyes were full of pride, and the palm of his hand towards David also became very casual. In his eyes, David is sure to die, and no one can escape his heart-wrenching ghosts. Just based on this, you dare to be called 100 ghosts? David snorted coldly, raised his foot and kicked towards Xia Chao. Chapter 744. Xia Chao didn't have time to react, so David kicked him and flew out. His huge body flew out dozens of meters and fell heavily on the ground. Xia Chao got up from the ground, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and looked at David gloomily. I've been hit by 100 ghosts, and you can still stimulate your inner strength. You really underestimate you, but soon you will feel the coming of death. Xia Chao looked at David coldly. No one could escape his heart-wrenching ghosts. However, after waiting for a few minutes, David showed no signs of strangeness, which shocked Xia Chao. Don't wait, you so-called ghost eats your heart, it has already become my belly Chinese food, and if you have other skills, continue to use it, if not, then I will kill you and leave now. David smiled lightly. How can it be? Xia Chao's eyes widened, he did not hesitate to consume the yin in his body, but it did nothing to David. There's nothing impossible. All the poisons in our Miao village have no effect on David. You are a jerk, and it's even more finished. Xiaolon sneered. She knew that David was an invincible guy, and even the most poisonous bee in Miao village couldn't help David. Xia Chao's so-called yin qi couldn't deal with David even more. David? Xia Chao frowned slightly. He heard the name very familiar, but he couldn't remember it. At this time, a great master of Taiyan women walked up to Xia Chao's ear and whispered a few words. Then Xia Chao's face changed dramatically, and his eyes looked at David in shock. You are the David who killed Wu Zong Qin Xiaolin? Xia Chao asked in surprise. Yes, it's your grandfather and me. David nodded. Seeing David's admission, Xia Chao's face became more and more difficult to look, and the fist that was clenched just now was slowly loosened again. Although he now has a sorcery reincarnation, after all, his strength is only a 7th grade grandmaster, and he needs to absorb Xiaolanzine before he can break through the realm of Wuzong. But the David in front of him is an existence who has killed a first-rank Wuzong. Even if Xia Chao breaks through Wuzong, I am afraid that he is not David's opponent. Xia Chao looked at David quietly. He always wanted to be a genius in the martial arts world and become the youngest Wuzong in the martial arts world, but David in front of him was about the same age as him, but he was already able to kill Wuzong. What kind of gap is this? To know Xia Chao's strength, but at the cost of losing the ability of a man, even so, Xia Chao is still no match for David. For a time, inferiority complex and helplessness filled Xia Chao's heart. I'm not your opponent, you can take them away, my Taiyan women will never stop you. Xia Chao knew that if David wanted to leave, no one in Taiyan women could stop him. If his father was there, he might be able to fight David, but unfortunately his father was not there, and all the other ancestors of Tianwu sect could not retreat many years ago, so it is impossible for him to come out for a David. Did I say I was leaving? David looked at Xia Chao coldly. Those Yin Qi and you are also a rare resource for me. What? You are also a practitioner of Yin seizing, Xia Chao said halfway through, knowing that he was about to leak his mouth, immediately closed his mouth, and changed his voice. You are also practicing other spells? Bah, who the fuck is cultivating that kind of rubbish? I'm a serious man, but I just need these for the exercises I practice. David took a deep breath. Xia Chao looked at David. Of course he wouldn't give David the Yin Qi in his body, it was all he had. If he gave David the Yin Qi he finally absorbed, then Xia Chao would become a waste. Chapter 745. The disciples of Taiyan women obeyed the order and stopped him at all costs. Xia Chao suddenly gave an order, and then the whole person instantly rose from the ground and ran towards the outside of the mountain gate. As long as he escapes David's claws, Xia Chao will have the opportunity to take revenge. When his father returns, it will not be too late for the father and son to seek revenge for David. Just as Xia Chao's body jumped up and was about to escape, David had long expected that he would run, and at the same time he jumped into the air, and instantly came to Xia Chao, and then stepped on it fiercely. Xia Chao's body smashed to the ground heavily, and with a loud noise and continuously stirring smoke, Xia Chao's body was directly smashed into the ground nearly 1 meter deep. Master! When the disciples of Taiyan women saw this, they stepped forward and dug out Xia Chao, but at this time, Xia Chao's bones were all broken, and he couldn't stand, so he could only rely on people to support him. You still want to run in front of me, have you run? David looked at Xia Chao coldly. David, let me go, you can take all the things in Taiyan women, as long as you let me go. Xia Chao followed David and begged. As the saying goes, it is not too late for a man to take revenge for 10 years, as long as David lets him go, and when he steps into Wuzong, he and his father are looking for revenge for David. Let you go. David raised the corner of his mouth. If I let you go, wouldn't I let the tiger go back to the mountain and cause trouble for myself? After David finished speaking, his figure suddenly flashed and he came directly to Xia Chao. Several Taiyan women disciples who were supporting Xia Chao instinctively wanted to block David, but unfortunately David's energy sent these Taiyan women disciples flying backwards. Without someone to help, Xia Chao's body fell backward heavily, but David held his head down. Xia Chao only felt a huge suction, and the yin in his dantian continued to rise outwards, and was directly sucked into David's body. You actually know how to attract stars. Xia Chao's eyes were full of horror, but he couldn't break free at all. When others around saw that David was actually absorbing the yin qi in Xia Chao's body, they couldn't help but stunned. Soon, the yin in Xia Chao's body was sucked clean by David, and Xia Chao's body fell heavily to the ground after David let go. Without yin qi, Xia Chao is no doubt like an ordinary person at this moment, and now his bones are almost broken, it is difficult to think about cultivation. Now that you have sucked the yin from my body, you can go now. Xia Chao lay on the ground, looked at David and said, Although there is no een and bones are broken now, the flame of revenge in Xia Chao's heart has not been extinguished, and he will avenge this revenge sooner or later. Let's go. David sneered, did I say I want to go? How can I be worthy of those hundreds of girls if I don't kill you? Do you know what kind of pain they will experience if they absorb their een chi? David said, suddenly stretched out his right hand, and then a flashing sword slowly flashed out in David's hand. The sword body was bright at first, then slowly became red, and even it looks like blood is flowing from the sword. The dragon-slaying sword I just got today is just the blood-sacrificial sword of your kid. After David finished speaking, with a wave of the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, a red glow rose into the sky. Don't want. Xia Chao widened his eyes and roared loudly. Soon, with a rumbling sound, the red light disappeared, and Xia Chao's body disappeared, and was directly vaporized by the red light emitted by the dragon-slaying sword. It's like disappearing out of thin air. Damn, this dragon-slaying sword is too powerful. It was also the first time that David used the dragon-slaying sword, but he didn't expect it to have such great power. Chapter 746. The disciples of Taiyan women watched Xia Chao disappear directly in front of their eyes, leaving no body behind. Their eyes widened and they were stunned. There was no anger, only fear. At this time, David was like a god descended from the earth, deeply shocking these people in Taiyan women. Xiaolan also opened her mouth slightly, but she didn't expect David's sword to be so powerful that he directly slammed people with no bones left. Taking the dragon-slaying sword back, David glanced at the shocked Xiaolan and said, okay, Xia Chao is dead, we should go. Xiaolan nodded and followed David towards the outside of the Taiyan women mountain gate. The members of the Miao village followed closely behind. When passing in front of those Taiyan women disciples, David gave him a look, which scared them to run back one after another, let alone stop them. They didn't even have the courage to take a look at David. David and Xiaolan did not go back to the Miao village, but went straight down the mountain. Although Wu Litu and the people in the Miao village kowtowed, they still did not have the slightest nostalgia. This time, David agreed to come to Taiyan women for the sake of this spiritual spring. In fact, the life and death of everyone in Miao village had nothing to do with him. Although David also knew that Taiyan women would not let Miao village go so easily, and if he couldn't find his revenge, he would definitely vent his anger on Miao village, but David was not obliged to help Miao village. Sect battles are like this. In this society where the weak eat the strong, only one's own strength is the best foundation. Relying on the protection of others, it will not last long. The two got on the plane and went straight to Horendal. After a few days, David still missed Sonia and the others, especially David wanted to know what Sonia, a fire spirit body, would be like when he cultivated. But when David and Xiaolan arrived at the Pinerist villa, they found that the villa was empty, and Sonia and Gu Linger were not there at all. David called the two people, but there was no way to get through. David called Reuben and Gu Wentian again and asked where Sonia and Gu Linger were, but they didn't know anything, which made David hang. However, when he thought about his departure, Long Wu was with Sonia and the others. It was said that there would be no problem. After all, with Long Wu's strength, there were few opponents in the martial arts world. After searching for a whole day without success, David couldn't get in touch with Long Wu, so he simply stopped looking. Maybe a few people are together, and there should be no problem. Seeing that the 15th of July was coming, David needed to calm down and practice, just as Song Tai personally sent a carload of spirit stones. When Song Tai saw Xiaolan following David in the villa, she was a little surprised. After all, she had seen both Sonia and Gu Linger, but there was another beautiful woman next to David, and Song Tai's eyes changed. I didn't expect that Mr. Chen is still a lover, and the beauties around him are constantly. Song Tai said to David full of jealousy. Miss Song, you misunderstood, this is just a friend of mine. David smiled helplessly. Friends? Friends of lonely men and widows, do you live together? Why don't you see Miss Su and the others? Song Tai looked inside the villa, and there was no sign of Sonia and Gu Linger at all. They have something to go out. It's okay to let someone else do the gift of the spirit stone in the future. It's a little inappropriate for a star as big as you to send it in person. David didn't want Song Tai to give him a spirit stone, and he didn't want to delay Song Tai. He could see what Song Tai meant to him, but David had no feelings for Song Tai. If he continued to entangle him like this, it would only delay him. Song Tai's youth. What? You don't want to see me? Song Tai's face instantly turned ugly. I know you don't lack women around you, but whether it's looks or identity, am I worse than the women around you? Miss Song misunderstood, that's not what I meant. David was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to explain. Chapter 747. But at this moment, a gust of wind suddenly hit, heading directly towards Song Tai. Song Tai was so frightened that Hua Rong turned pale, and the whole person retreated again and again, but accidentally fell a somersault. Now do you know what's wrong with the women around David? Xiaolan looked at Song Tai proudly, you look good, but you're just a vase, what's the use for David? It's good looking and can work hard. Just now, Xiaolan threw a punch at Song Tai and scared Song Tai to the ground. She didn't want this woman to pester David. In just a few days in Miao Village, Xiaolan found that her heart had been given to David for a long time, and she fell in love with him unknowingly. Now that Song Tai is like this, Xiaolan is of course jealous. Miss Song, are you alright? David hurriedly helped Song Tai up. Song Timan looked at Xiaolan angrily, with tears in his eyes, gritted his teeth and said, I'm going to practice too, I'll surpass you sooner or later, and I'll come back then. After Song Tai finished speaking, he turned around and ran away crying. As a big star, how could he have been humiliated like this before? After Song Tai left, David looked at Xiaolan helplessly, did you go too far? What? Do you feel bad? If it was me who just fell, would you feel bad? Xiaolan looked at David expectantly. She hoped that David would give her a positive answer. It seems that the pot is still cooking, I'll take a look. David hurriedly lowered his head and ran to the kitchen, because he didn't know how to answer Xiaolan. Xiaolan pouted and looked at David's back angrily, humph, I don't care how many women you have, I must get you. After a simple dinner, David locked himself in the room to practice. He hoped that this car of spirit stones would allow him to break through a small realm. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, David ran the concentrate heart art, and the spiritual stones in the yard began to emit a lot of spiritual energy, and then swarmed into David's body. But the strange thing is that these auras did not enter David's dantian, but were quickly absorbed by the dragon-slaying sword. For a whole night, David found that the spiritual power in his body had not changed at all, but there was no trace of the spiritual stones outside. This dragon-slaying sword needs to absorb spiritual energy. David frowned, his face full of bitterness. He doesn't have enough spiritual energy to cultivate himself, so he has to look for resources everywhere, and now there is another dragon-slaying sword that competes with him for spiritual energy, which makes David very headache. Time to eat. At this time, Xiaolan made breakfast and called David. David walked out of the room and saw a table of hearty breakfasts. He couldn't help but smile and said, I didn't expect you to have such craftsmanship. I know how to do laundry, cook, sew and mend. When I was in Miao Village, I did everything. Xiaolan looked proud, if you marry me, you can eat such a hearty breakfast every day. David was stunned, he didn't expect Xiaolan to be so open, and she would tell him this. But in terms of cooking skills, Sonia is indeed better than Xiaolan, and even Gu Linger can't compare to this Xiaolan. Stop kidding, I have a girlfriend. David smiled awkwardly and sat down at the table to prepare to eat. What's wrong with having a girlfriend? You must know that there are many 3 wives and 4 C0 cub, nests in the martial arts world, and many people in our Miao village have several wives. Xiaolan said indifferently. That's your Miao village, but now you pay attention to monogamy and equality between men and women. David lowered his head to eat and said while eating. Then I'll be your lover, don't I deserve to be your lover? Xiaolan went directly to David's side, sat down with David, and used her body next to David without any hesitation. Chapter 748. Just when David was a little overwhelmed, the villa door was pushed open, and Lin Tianhu and Qifeng walked in. Seeing the scene in front of them, Lin Tianhu and Qifeng hurriedly turned their heads to the side. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, we didn't know that you guys still have this hobby in the morning. After saying that, Lin Tianhu and Qifeng were about to leave, but they were stopped by David. "Stop, I just have breakfast, but I have no hobbies." David took the opportunity to stand up and stay away from Xiaolan. "How do you two know that I'm back?" David came back from Miao village and did not inform the two of them, because during this time, Lin Tianhu and Qifeng were in the stage of rapid growth and strength, and the current enemy's strength was getting stronger and stronger. "I'm afraid it will be difficult to cope with the future." Lin Tianhu and Qifeng also knew that with their own strength, they could not help David at all, and they might become a burden to David, so the two of them also practiced hard. With the help of David's great return of pills, the strength of the two of them increased greatly. "Quick! It was Gu told us," Lin Tianhu said hurriedly. "What are you two doing to me?" David knew that Gu Wentian would not tell Lin Tianhu and the others about his whereabouts for no reason. It must be the two of them who were looking for him. "Mr. Chen, since you defeated Qin Xiaolin, there have been many legends about you in the martial arts world. Now, the martial arts circles in Jiangbei and Jiangnan provinces have formed a martial arts alliance together. I hope to recommend Mr. Chen as the leader of the alliance, so I beg the two of us to invite Mr. Chen." Qi Feng directly explained his intentions. "Don't go, I'm not interested in why the leader." David refused directly. He still has a lot of things to do himself. How can he manage the martial alliance and be the leader of the alliance? Seeing David's refusal, Lin Tianhu and Qi Feng were immediately embarrassed. Seeing this situation, David said with a cold face, "You two are not taking advantage of others, are you?" Seeing David say this, Lin Tianhu and Qi Feng were startled. "Mr. Chen, how dare we? I just think that whether Mr. Chen is the leader of the alliance or not, it is necessary to go there, because this time the Jiangnan Ren family said that they had prepared a generous gift for Mr. Chen, but the ancestors of the Ren family heard that they were born from tomb robbers. I think their family must have rare treasures, which may be useful to Mr. Chen." Lin Tianhu hurriedly explained. "Ren's family?" David frowned slightly, as if he had never heard of it. "I remember that at the martial arts conference held at the Yuangfu in Tianfeng town, David had never seen the Ren family come forward, nor had he heard of it. Mr. Chen, this Ren family is not a martial arts family, but because the ancestors of the Ren family were from tomb robbers, there are many rare treasures in the family. Many set foot in the Ren family, hoping to buy some things they like, so they live in Jiangnan. Very famous." Seeing this, Qifeng followed David to explain. David nodded. It turned out that the Ren family was not a martial arts family, so it was no wonder that he had never heard of it. After thinking about it, there are still a few days until July 15th, and there is no spiritual stone. David relies on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate, and the effect is minimal. It is better to follow Lin Tianhu and the others. Maybe he can find himself useful in others' things. Okay, I'll change my clothes and leave right away. After David finished speaking, he turned around and went to the room to change his clothes. Xiaolan got up and walked in front of Lin Tianhu and Qifeng, and asked curiously, "Who are you two, David? Why are you so afraid of him?" Xiaolan was very curious, seeing that Lin Tianhu and Qifeng also have some strength, and they are extraordinary. They are definitely not ordinary people. How can they be so afraid of David? Lin Tianhu and Qifeng glanced at each other, and they were all stunned. Miss Meyer doesn't know the two of us anymore. Chapter 749. Xiaolan looks exactly the same as Wu Meyer, and Lin Tianhu and Qifeng also regard her as Wu Meyer. Lin Tianhu and Qifeng met when Wu Meyer gave David the bronze mirror, and when David was fighting with Qin Xiaolin, Wu Meyer was also there. At that time, Lin Tianhu and Qifeng led people to guard the entire stadium. Logically speaking, you shouldn't be unaware of the two of them. She is not Wu Meyer, she is Wu Meyer's twin sister. At this time, David came out of the room, followed by Lin Tianhu and Qifeng, who were confused, and then introduced Xiaolan. "These two are my subordinates, of course you have to listen to me." "Oh, I didn't expect you to have subordinates." Xiaolan looked at David in surprise. David just smiled and did not speak. He is now the master of the dragon sect and has 13 halls under his command. Although he has only found 2, he also has thousands of people under his command, which is more than Miao village. It's just that many of these subordinates are ordinary people, and their strength is not comparable to Miao Village. Lin Tianhu looked at David with admiration in his eyes. After a few people walked out of the villa, Lin Tianhu whispered in David's ear, "I didn't expect the palace master to be so beautiful, and he actually got a sister flower." David glared at Lin Tianhu, "Hurry up and drive." Lin Tianhu smiled and ran to drive. Qifeng hurriedly sat in the co-pilot, while David and Xiaolan sat in the back. Originally, David wanted to sit in the co-pilot, but Qifeng took it first, and in the end he had to follow Xiaolan to the back row. Lin Tianhu and Qifeng looked at the rearview mirror and smiled at each other. David was a little helpless. Xiaolan sat with David, and she didn't shy away from seducing David. The body fragrance on Xiaolan's body, plus Xiaolan's natural beauty, David. I almost couldn't hold myself back. If this is to clean up Xiaolan directly in the car, David feels that he is a little too sorry for Sonia, and he will give Sonia his first time no matter what. Looking at how uncomfortable you are, don't control it, I won't blame you. Xiaolan said with tenderness in her eyes. David closed his eyes tightly and didn't dare to look at Xiaolan, but even so, the unique body fragrance on Xiaolan's body kept digging towards David's nose. Parking. David couldn't control it, he asked Lin Tianhu to stop the car, and then changed positions with Qifeng. On the way, if he is still next to Xiaolan, he might not be able to control himself to do something. This woman is really attractive. As the evening approached, Lin Tianhu and the others drove to Lingzhou, the city of Jiangnan province. Although it was not as prosperous as the city of Jiangbei province, the scenery was beautiful. The whole city was surrounded by mountains and rivers, making it a good place for leisure and vacation. As soon as David and the others arrived, they were warmly welcomed and held a luxurious banquet to receive David, which made David feel a little embarrassed, and it was too grand. I didn't expect you to be so popular. Xiaolan also felt a little shocked when she saw the welcome gesture. Mr. Chen, long time no see. Mr. Chen, in a short period of time, your strength has improved by leaps and bounds, you are more genius than genius. Mr. Chen is probably the most powerful young man in Jiangnan and Jiangbei. He is simply a role model for the younger generation. David got out of the car, and many people in the martial arts world were touting David. And Xiaolan next to David also attracted the attention of many people, and many young people looked at Xiaolan unconsciously. Beautiful, so beautiful, few people have seen such a beautiful girl. But they didn't dare to look at it too much. After all, it was the woman next to David, and no one knew the relationship between this woman and David. Chapter 750. And some young people will be reprimanded by the elders of the family if they look straight at Xiaolan, and some will be dragged away and beaten. The women around David dare to look at it this way. Isn't that courting death? David also saw a lot of old acquaintances in the crowd. Wu Liuyi, the head of the Qingwu family in Jiangbei province, and his son Wu Shi, and the owner of the Bejiquan gym, Gao Baixing, followed Gao Baixing last time in Tianfeng town. The Bejiquan disciples Hu Laiyun and Huishan, son Simiao, the master of Yawang Mansion. These people are old acquaintances with David. After seeing David, they came up to chat, but thinking that Wuxi and the Hu brothers can only stand behind, they are not qualified to come forward. At this time, these young people were full of envy in their eyes. They were all about the same age as David, but there was still an identity gap with David's strength, which was 108,000 miles away. In time, Mr. Chen will definitely become a bright star in the martial arts world. Wu Shi looked envious. This time, neither Hu Laiyun nor Huishan dared to refute. In the last martial arts conference, David was just a master, but even so, they all felt that they were out of reach, but now David is already able to kill Wu Zong, which is simply a miracle. Wu Si. After David chatted with those in the martial arts world, he saw Wu Shi behind him, so he took the initiative to say hello. Mr. Chen. Seeing that David took the initiative to talk to him, Wu Shi immediately stepped forward excitedly. At this time, it is an incomparable honor to be able to say a few words to David. In the past, Lin Tianhu was just a little-known gang boss in Horendal. In front of the real boss, he was not a bullshit, but now standing behind David, many family masters of the martial arts family took the initiative to talk to Lin Tianhu. Mr. Chen. Hua Lion and Hua Shan also hurried forward and said hello to David. But the faces of the two were embarrassed. After all, at the last martial arts conference, they both looked down on David, especially Hua Shan, who had done something to David at the time, but when I think about it now, I still feel that their faces are hot. David smiled and nodded towards the two of them. It was a greeting. Then he patted Wuxi on the shoulder and said, "Your kid's strength has also increased a lot." Wuxi smiled, "I rely more on Mr. Chen's guidance, but compared with Mr. Chen, my progress is nothing. Work hard, the way of martial arts, there is no shortcut, don't be too impatient, so as not to go astray." David is not a martial artist, so his cultivation speed depends entirely on his cultivation techniques and resources. The martial artist is different. What you need is to practice hard. There are no shortcuts. Although some medicinal herbs can help you practice, you also need your own efforts. If you take shortcuts, you can only follow Xia Chao and learn some sorcery and sorcery. In that case, it will become a ghost and a ghost. Thank you Mr. Chen for teaching. Wuxi said reverently. Okay, don't talk outside, please invite Mr. Chen in. At this time, Sun Simiao opened his mouth, and everyone surrounded David and entered the hotel. After entering the hotel, because it was a buffet banquet, everyone ate casually, and didn't tell David about the woman. After all, David rushed for a day's journey, and it was a bit inappropriate to talk about things directly when he just arrived here. Today's banquet is entirely to welcome David. I will talk about it after the Woman League. Anyway, when David comes, he will not leave immediately, but those who can attend this banquet are all people from the martial arts world, and ordinary people are not qualified to participate at all. Such a banquet.